Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? The member for Clark.
Across the country, communities are being forced to come to terms with the rapidly escalating frequency, intensity and the cost of climate disasters. Indeed, bushfires, floods, storms, droughts and marine heat waves are inflicting growing damage on fisheries, farms, homes, critical infrastructure and local economies. We're seeing it almost constantly, even right now in Northern Australia, and the financial toll is staggering. In fact, climate-related disasters are already estimated to cost around $38 billion a year in Australia, or about 2% of GDP. And that figure is only expected to grow. Moreover, insurance claims from extreme weather in the 2020s have averaged $4.5 billion annually. That's about triple the levels of the 1990s. Bushfire in particular is an increasing risk in my home state of Tasmania, with the Fire Service estimating that 98% of the state is now bushfire prone, with projections suggesting a 40% increase in extreme fire danger days in Tassie by 2050. This risk, of course, comes as no surprise to Tasmanians, with 1 in 6 people living within 50 metres of the bush, and with Greater Hobart widely regarded as one of the most bushfire-prone cities in the world, with more than 4,000 buildings facing at least moderate bushfire exposure. No wonder insurers are sounding the alarm. No wonder taxpayers and ratepayers are increasingly lumbered with the cost of mitigation measures and cleaning up. And no wonder households more and more simply can't afford cover. But at the same time, the fossil fuel companies, whose products are driving the climate crisis, pay a pittance in tax. Well, we've seen this just in recent weeks, amid global energy shock and geopolitical instability, how many fossil fuel producers are recording record windfall profits. Deputy Speaker, these companies contribute significantly to climate change and profit from global instability, but they don't contribute in any meaningful way to the costs of the damage they cause. In fact, they continue to enjoy generous tax rates and concessions which are granted to a few others, let alone ordinary taxpayers. And that's why I bring to the chamber today a petition signed by 35,171 Australians calling on the government to introduce a climate disaster levy. This levy, proposed by the Australia Institute, would be placed on fossil fuel exports so that the companies whose products driving climate change actually contribute to the costs of the disasters they help to cause. This could raise up to $100 billion each year, money that could be invested in preparedness, mitigation, response and recovery. And it's money Australians won't be forced to fork out to cover the damage caused by these multinational companies. So, Deputy Speaker, I seek leave to table a copy of the petition.
Is leave granted?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to recognise 2 extraordinary heroes from my electorate of Cunningham who have proven the difference the power of one can make in the world. For 28 years, Joe Alves has been shaving his head all in the name of a good cause, raising funds for life-changing blood cancer support and research. On Sunday the 1st of March, Joe held his 28th fundraising lunch for the Leukaemia Foundation's World's Greatest Shave. Once again, the room was filled with local families, small businesses and long-time supporters, all coming together for a cause that Joe has championed for nearly 3 decades. Year after year, Joe has shaved his head in solidarity with Australians facing blood cancer problems. It is a simple but powerful act, one that sparks conversations, builds awareness and, more importantly, raises vital funds. Over that time, Joe has raised more than $350,000. This is an extraordinary contribution from one individual driven by compassion and an unwavering commitment to helping others. This year alone, he raised an incredible $16,357.40, a testament not only to Joe's dedication, but to our vibrant and generous Portuguese community who continue to stand beside him. Joe's leadership and humility is truly inspiring, reminding us that community spirit is alive and well in the Illawarra. I thank him and everyone who supports him each year for the meaningful difference they are making in the lives of Australian families. Another incredible individual who has dedicated decades of his life to others is Phil Murray. For 21 years, Phil has run the Great Ocean Pool Crawl. Each year, the party bus leaves from Taronji Beach Hotel, swimming through magnificent ocean pools at Coalcliff, Wambara, Ostermere, Bulli and Taronji, and ending, of course, with a beer and a raffle back at the pub. The event raises much-needed funds for the Cancer Council, and since its first year, Phil and the ocean pool crawlers have raised more than $508,000, which has supported the vital work the Cancer Council does across the Illawarra. Sadly, this was the last year for Phil. He's hanging up his cozies after more than 2 decades. He leaves an incredible legacy of generosity and community spirit that will not be easily forgotten. It takes a lot of work to pull together a community event like this, and I'd also like to acknowledge the Cancer Council's Robin Dawson and her team for their efforts rallying community support for this fun event. We are so very grateful to Phil and everyone who has participated in the crawl for the last 21 years. Our community is stronger because of you, a local hero. Thank you again to Joe, Phil and all of the incredible local Cunningham heroes working to make a better world.
Member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If you want to understand the human cost of Labor's policy failure, stand on the steps of the neighbourhood hub. This isn't just a community centre, it's a triage unit for a society in crisis. This amazing service provides emergency relief when the cupboard is bare, the financial coaching when the debt becomes too much, and a food program that puts good quality, nutritious food into a hungry child's hand. Sadly, the harsh reality confronting the staff at the hub is that the number of people in need has doubled, and there is no end in sight. In 2022, total inquiries at the hub sat at 8,000. Last year, this surged to over 16,000. Already, in the opening weeks of 2026, more than 3,000 families have come through the door seeking help. The emergency relief statistics are equally confronting. In 2022, the hub averaged 21 requests a week. Today, that has escalated to 44, all happening on this government's watch. Shame, Labor, shame. The most haunting proof that we are in a group of a national catastrophe is that the human face of the disaster has shifted. It is no longer just those in chronic hardship seeking help. The General Manager reports that they are now seeing nurses, tradies and working parents standing in the charity line for the first time in their lives. For the average working family, the savings are exhausted because the cost of everything is going up. The conversation at the hub is singular and brutal. Do I fill the tank or do I feed my kids? When fuel prices climb, grocery prices follow, and our families are caught in a deadly crossfire. Then there is energy, and we know that energy is the economy. The Albanese government and Minister Bowen boast about cheaper renewables, but these hollow slogans are making electricity prices even more expensive. Every single person knows that electricity prices have gone through the roof. While this government protects its image, the neighbourhood centre protects lives. When the average Aussie is forced into a charity queue, the promise of a great life in this lucky country is evaporating due to this inept government. Those struggling to make ends meet aren't asking for a miracle, they are asking for the basic dignity of a roof, a meal and a future they can afford. We need to push this Labor government to protect Australians' way of life and to restore the standard of living that Australians deserve.
I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think that what's going on in the world at the moment and in the Australian economy in particular is an experience which we've all felt on a personal level. There's nothing like where you think you're starting to get ahead, and then the car breaks down or the fridge breaks down, and you get a bill that you didn't expect. And that's how I feel like it is in the Australian economy at the moment. That after 4 years of the Australians working so hard to really tighten the belt, to bring inflation down, I feel that the world circumstances have really set us back, and that is so incredibly frustrating. Because I think when you look at where this government is going, when you look at the record of this government so far, There are some things that I was elected in 2022, campaigned on in 2022 and was elected on in 2025 to pursue. They were things like cost of living relief, housing, healthcare, energy, and skills, mental health. And I think that when you look at our record in each of those areas, we are making progress. The previous speaker spoke about in energy, the so-called hollow promises, but there is nothing hollow about the default market offer coming down by 10%, more than 10% in southeast Queensland, and even higher for small businesses. There's nothing hollow about building 206 public housing dwellings in Ford in one electorate, which this government has done in one term, which stands in stark contrast to the previous government, which built 373 dwellings across the entire country, across its entire term of 10 years. There's nothing hollow about lifting the number of bulk billing GP practices in Ford, almost doubling them overnight through that policy which was introduced in November from 9 to 21 practices. There's nothing hollow about a Medicare urgent care clinic in Oxenford or in Browns Plains. There's nothing hollow about expanding the Medicare mental health clinic in Logan and in setting up a new one on the northern Gold Coast. And there is nothing hollow about the reforms that we've made to superannuation, including payday super, but also including the changes to the LISTO, which are going to benefit low-income workers to the tune of about 11,353 people in Ford alone, 7,688 of who are women, 68%. And so I think that when you look at this government's record, there is a record of achievement. It is a record which stands in stark contrast to 10 years of neglect from the previous government, and that Australian people should really be congratulated for making such an enormous effort to fix things up.
Member for Fisher.
Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the advantages of being dumped from the front bench is that I get to come back to my electorate and spend more time with my community and take up some of the passions that I've been involved with since I've been in this place for now 10 years. And I do want to refer to a report that I authored back in 2020, which was Protecting the Age of Innocence report. That report, which was on behalf of the Social Policy and Legal Affairs Committee, made a number of recommendations. Some of them were in relation to age verification for online pornography and online gambling. Scott Morrison, when he was the Prime Minister of this country, made it a common used phrase that you shouldn't be able to do online what you can't do in the real world. Kids can't walk into a newsagent's and access pornography. Kids can't walk into a casino and gamble. And yet, for years and years and years, that's what you've been able to do in this country. Access pornography for kids and gamble online for kids. This report, Protecting the Age of Innocence, looked into the harms that our society was experiencing as a result of some of those, let's face it, they are evil. The porn industry is impacting upon every sector of our society. It's demonstrably involved in the increase in domestic violence in this country, demonstrably. And this report called it for what it is, and it's not very often I'll stand up in this place and give the government a shout out, but I will on this occasion, because the government finally implemented some of these recommendations. I was really pleased to see the Safety Commissioner, Julian Grant, come out and set guidelines and rules for access for sites like Pornhub that require only adults are able to access pornography sites online. Only adults will be able to gamble online. Now, if an adult wants to do that, I don't like it, but that's a matter for them. But what we shouldn't allow is for our kids, as young as 7, that were being targeted by these pornography sites, as young as 7. And that is damaging for all our kids. It's damaging for us as a society. And I'm very pleased to see that Julian McGrant, the E-Safety Commissioner, who was appointed by the Coalition, has finally got onto this and made it clear it's now going to be against the law.
Member's time has expired. The Assistant Minister to the Prime Minister, Public Service, Employment and Workplace Relations.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week was Harmony Week, a celebration of Australia's cultural diversity and the courage, resilience and determination of those who choose to call this country home. Before that was International Women's Day. Modern Australia has been shaped by our migrant story. I want to share with this chamber the story of Lucy Lee Wood, a story of absolute courage and how far we've come as a country, but how far we have to go. Lucy Lee Wood arrived in Perth 125 years ago, the year Australia federated. She came from Guangzhou. She was a suspected victim of human trafficking. On arrival in Fremantle, her name was Hop Ling John. Within days, she was married to James Lee Wood. He was a butcher in Northbridge and a leader in the very small Chinese community in Perth. The discriminatory White Australia policy had just been introduced, and Lucy and James were among just 18 Chinese people across all of Western Australia. In the world in which they lived, discrimination was everywhere, but it wasn't forever. Lucy lived to see her son serve Australia in World War II. She saw citizenship open up to her and her family. She saw her granddaughter graduate from the University of Western Australia. She saw so much progress. She saw Australia become the vibrant multicultural country that we are. She saw doors open up. But she also saw something that endures with us to this day. Lucy's daughter Ruby was killed. Not by a stranger, not by accident, sadly a story far too common. Ruby's husband killed her, the worst form of intimate partner violence, something that continues to this day. Some 1.7 million Australian women have experienced physical or sexual violence. Now, the White Australia policy only exists in the history books. The challenge of this generation is to make violence against women part of history too. The National Plan to End Violence Against Women has been agreed by every state and territory and the Commonwealth. It aims to end gender-based violence within a generation. And the change necessary to make that a reality is happening. I'm proud to be part of government that has invested some $4 billion to address violence against women. We have legislated 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave. We have more than $1 billion going into crisis and transitional accommodation, including at the Angela Wright Bennett Centre in my electorate of Perth. We have some $9.3 billion going into our national agreement on social housing and homelessness. We've got the gender pay gap at a record low. We've got women's workforce participation at a record high. We've got significant investments in gendered parts of our care economy, including aged care and early childhood education, and we've expanded paid parental leave. There's more to do, but I'm really proud of the progress we're making.
Member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about the severe fuel crisis gripping regional Australia. And nowhere is it hitting harder than in my electorate of Mallee. Just a week ago, the town of Robinvale became one of the first in Victoria to run completely dry of fuel over the weekend of March 14-15. Nathan Falvo, owner of the Happy Valley store in Robinvale, has been front and centre in the media this week, and well done to him, telling the unvarnished truth about what our people are facing every day. In over 25 years of running his store and servo, he's never seen anything like this. Farmers pulling up with empty tanks, workers unable to reach orchards or almond blocks, fruit left unpicked because machinery can't run. Nathan described the whole town, one of Australia's key fruit bowls, as being effectively dry of fuel. While the Prime Minister and the Minister for Energy have been at pains to assure us there is much fuel in Australia as there was before the crisis began, Nathan had no qualms assuring the country there has been no panic buying in Robinvale, and this indeed is a supply issue. To the Prime Minister, Nathan said, "Stop lying to your country. All we're asking is for transparency, and I echo those sentiments. We have now learned some 6 shipments have been unable to reach Australia, contrary to the assurance the Albanese Labor government has been giving us. That's from mid-April. This government still insists no national shortage exists, yet towns like Robinvale, Wedderburn, Bonnydoon, all in regional Victoria, are living the reality of empty bowsers and delayed or uncertain deliveries. This government must stop excuses and act decisively, prioritise allocation to regional independence and farming areas, expedite bulk diesel to high-need electorates like Mallee, and build real resilience so we're not this vulnerable again. And it's not just access to fuel that's the problem. People around the country are now starting to feel the impact of surging fuel prices. Shane from Donald watched in horror as the price of diesel increased by 10 cents a day, Deputy Speaker. Not only is it fuel in areas like Mallee, but other liquid fuel-reliant products like urea. Farmers face crippling costs, and families across Australia will inevitably pay the price at supermarket checkouts.
The member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. The Hunter has always punched above its weight when it comes to sport. We've produced a remarkable number of professional and elite athletes, and it's vital that we continue backing the next generation of local talent so future champions also rise from our region.
Great shooters too.
Thank you, Member for Kennedy, because talent and determination alone are not always enough. Competing at a high level comes with real financial pressures, and too often it is the families who are left to carry that burden, travelling across the country, paying fees and supporting their young athletes in every way possible. That is where Local Sporting Champions program makes such a meaningful difference. It provides financial assistance to help young people compete, coach and represent their communities at state, national and international levels. I know firsthand just how expensive that journey can be. These grants may be modest, but their impact is significant for both the athlete and the families behind them. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge and congratulate the latest grant recipients. Alexander Campbell from Toronto and a member of the West Lakes Athletics Club, who will compete in the Australian Junior Athletics Championships in Queensland this April in javelin. Good luck, Alexander. Alexander Lalowitz from Singleton Heights, who represented Northern New South Wales football at the FA National Futsal Championships in Queensland, helping his under-13s team get to the Shield semi-final. Austin Young from North Rothbury, who also competed at the FA National Futsal Championships, representing Northern New South Wales under-16s men's team and likewise reaching the Shield semi-final. Bo Doyle from Bonalds Bay, who will compete in the National BMX Championships in Shepparton in April. We wish you the best of luck, Bo. Kira Carlson from YE Point, who competed at the Australian All Schools Athletics Championships in Victoria, placing 6th in the under-17 women's 400 metres, an outstanding achievement, well done. And Liam Gardner from Cameron Park, who represented New South Wales Country under-18s team at the Australian Youth Baseball Championships in Victoria, finishing 6th nationally. These young athletes exemplify the dedication, resilience and community spirit that define the Hunter. Sport has always been at the heart of our region, and it is inspiring to see so many young people striving for excellence on the national stage. These competitions are more than just events. They are stepping stones towards bigger opportunities and lifelong achievements. To all those athletes, stay committed, train hard and keep pushing yourselves. You never know just where your efforts may take you. And when you succeed, as we know you can, remember the whole Hunter community is behind you, cheering you on every step of the way. Good luck to all the athletes in the Hunter and look forward to seeing what you can all achieve in time. Thank you.
Member for O'Connor.
I rise today to acknowledge one of O'Connor's most dedicated health professionals, Dr Sarah Youngson, who was recently awarded Community Health Professional of the Year at the WA Rural Health Excellence Awards. For more than a decade, Dr Youngson has served her Warren Blackwood community not only as a general practitioner, but as a tireless advocate for better mental health outcomes for young people. Sarah's work reminds us that in regional communities, healthcare is never confined to the walls of a clinic. It is about trust, relationships and a deep understanding of your community. Dr Youngston's award recognises her community health achievements in improving access to care in local schools, reducing wait times for families, and her commitment to suicide prevention. She exemplifies that progress comes through collaboration between health professionals, schools, community organisations and families. That collaborative spirit is embodied in services like Blackwood Youth Action, which Dr Youngston helped establish and chairs. BYA has been a cornerstone of youth wellbeing in the Warren Blackwood, providing counselling, outreach and practical support for young people aged 12 to 25. I first met Dr Youngston in 2021 when BYA secured a Commonwealth Volunteers grant for their op shop, which was their main income stream at that time. She advised me that BYA had recently failed with their bid for funding through the WA Mental Health Commission, but she had a vision for something like a headspace in the Warren Blackwood. Sarah presented compelling evidence of the need for local youth mental health support and of that latent mental health workforce in the region that could service a headspace. This resonated with me both as a parent and as her local federal MP, having witnessed the impact Headspace has had in the Goldfields, Esperance and Great Southern regions of O'Connor. I also knew the socio-economic reality of the Southern Forests, with many communities experiencing unemployment and uncertainty due to the transition away from the native forest and timber milling industry that had sustained them for many generations. On her behalf, I made representation to Federal Health Minister Mark Butler and the WA Primary Health Alliance, outlining the demonstrable need and local capacity to deliver these services. Fast forward to last week when I visited Manjimup and met Emily and Mark of Youth Focus for a briefing on the new headspace set to open mid-year. Dr Youngston sits on the board and will practice here, delivering free, youth-friendly mental health care in the region. Headspace Manjimup will work hand in glove with other local GPs and existing community volunteer organisations like Blackwood Youth Action. So I close by thanking Dr Sarah Youngston for her drive in creating Blackwood Youth Action and her vision for a local headspace, and congratulate her on her well-deserved accolade of WA Community Health Professional of the Year.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. Labor's 3-day childcare guarantee is making a real, tangible difference for families right across the north. Not in theory, not in headlines, but in the day-to-day lives of parents trying to make it all work. This guarantee is about certainty, about fairness, and about making sure families across this country, and particularly in communities like mine, can plan their lives without the constant pressure of rising childcare costs and unpredictable access. Because for too long, too many families have been left wondering whether they can afford to work, whether they could take on extra hours, or whether childcare would simply cost too much to make it worthwhile. Recently, I had the opportunity to visit a Good Start Early Learning Centre in the heart of the north. Walking through those doors, speaking with educators who show up every day with passion and care, meeting mums and dads, doing their best for their families and seeing children engaged, learning and thriving, it reinforced exactly why this reform matters. These centres are not just places of care, they're places of early learning, of development, of confidence building and of opportunity. The 3-day childcare guarantee ensures families can access at least 3 days of subsidised early education and care, regardless of their working arrangements, removing one of the biggest barriers families have faced. In Adelaide's north, where many parents are balancing shift work, casual hours, studying, caring responsibilities, that certainty is not a luxury, it's essential. It means parents can say yes to work, yes to training, yes to building a better future, without the constant trade-off between earning an income and caring for their children. At the centre, I met a mother named Michelle, and her story is one that speaks volumes. Michelle shared that the 3-day guarantee has helped her immensely, easing the financial burden, but just as importantly, giving her the confidence to continue working a full-time job and supporting her family. She didn't overcomplicate it. She summed it up in one word: life-changing. And that word carries weight because it reflects what this policy is doing in real homes for real people. This is about backing working families in the north, strengthening workforce participation and ensuring every child, no matter their postcode, has access to quality early education. It's about giving parents breathing room, giving children the best possible start, building stronger communities into the future. Because when families are supported, when children are given opportunity, the entire North benefits. Just in closing, I also want to send out a huge shout out to our Premier Peter Malinauskas on an historic win in South Australia with a record number of seats. Well done on a fantastic campaign, and hopefully we'll get our our candidate in light over the line in the coming days as the vote continues. Thank you.
There being no further constituency statements by honourable members, the next item of the business will be called on. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Order of the day number 1, Women's Health. Resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Moreton.
The question is the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Grey.
Speaker, I rise today to speak on the government's women's health package. I acknowledge that 12 months into this package, and it's a positive step towards more than 660,000 women. I acknowledge that 12 months into this package, it is a positive step that more than 660,000 women have access to over 2 million scripts for contraceptives, hormone therapies and endometriosis treatments on the PBS. But Speaker, while those numbers look good on paper here in Canberra, they mask a glaring divide. When it comes to comprehensive care, regional South Australia has been entirely left off the map. Nowhere is this more evident than in the treatment of endometriosis. Last year, the government announced 11 new endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. Do you know how many of these clinics were in South Australia? 0. There are currently only 2 clinics in South Australia, one in all of regional South Australia, and it's in Kadina. And I've stated previously, the Primary Health Network allocation for country SA has a population of about 497,000 people. That's 259,000 women, yet a single clinic in Kadina is expected to service them all, from Ceduna to Port Lincoln all the way to Roxby Downs and Coober Pedy. Now, are people going to drive 7 hours for an appointment? No, I don't think they are, especially when diesel costs $3.20 in Coober Pedy right now. That's over $350 for a tank of fuel. To exclude South Australia from these new clinics is yet another example of how regional South Australia has been forgotten. Driving hours to access essential services is unacceptable for an electorate that covers 92.3% of our state. The sheer logistics are punishing. There is no longer a ferry service in Wallaroo, and there are no regional airports in Kadina. When regional women face severe abdominal pain, struggle with infertility and chronic nausea, we are essentially telling them to endure a road trip to get help, to rely on the patient assistant transport scheme to send them to Adelaide instead of treating them locally. As Monica Fulano, the chair of the Endometriosis Australia, rightfully points out, quote, with endometriosis affecting at least 1 in 7 Australian women and an average diagnosis delay of 7 years, expanding access to specialist clinics in the regions and outer suburbs is absolutely vital. Local medical professionals are feeling the strain. Dr Anna Kearney from Kadina Medical Associates notes that receiving no new clinics was, quote, disappointing, but not an unexpected result. Anna highlights that while these clinics prides itself on all-round care, workforce issues are still often unavoidable, and rural doctor retention and with rural doctor retention a national issue. Speaker, our GPs are perfectly capable to deal with the holistic management of period pain, yet the government provides them with little to no support to do so. We must listen to patients with endometriosis. We must listen to patients like the Endometriosis Australia SA Ambassador, Deanna Flynn Wallace. She shared her reality stating, quote, the symptoms, journey, medical gaslighting and life implications are beyond exhausting for so many South Australians. They truly need more clinics, and it is my sincere hope that we get them, especially for our regional warriors. Speaker, our regional warriors. We in the region just put up with being second-class citizens, but enough is enough. Speaker, South Australians were excited to have a health minister from their home state, yet SA continues to be the bottom of Mark Butler's list, with regional SA even lower. The system of allocating our clinic per primary health network is fundamentally flawed when our network covers a vast portion of the continent. This lack of foresight extends across regional women's healthcare, including maternal support. Again, I'm calling on the government to commit to the Australian Breastfeeding Association's 4-year, $14.8 million funding proposal. The ABA has 6 local groups right here in grey. In the last financial year alone, their 24/7 helpline fielded over 55,000 calls. Since 2008, they have supported 1.2 million families, yet their funding cycle has been slashed to just 12 months, making long-term planning impossible. This $14.8 million investment is vital to upgrade their system and maintain their 24/7 services. Speaker, regional women deserve certainty. They deserve care where they live. It is time the government stop abandoning regional SA.
Member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, we know that women are held back because from fully participating in work, family and community because of health issues. And I met a lady in Lutwyche while I was door knocking not that long ago who rarely went out and socialised because of the issues she was facing associated with menopause. She missed work and her illness was debilitating and her treatment too costly. And she's not the only one I've met along the way. Deputy Speaker, this government, this Labor government, is helping to fix this. And with more than 50% of the government caucus women, we are driving that change that's needed for women. We believe that women's health is central to women's equity and our community well-being, which is why it's at the heart of our government's agenda. Us women make up half the population, and yet our issues were often misunderstood, dismissed, and we've heard many stories of them being ignored. And I want to say to all the women in Brisbane and across the country that you matter, and this Labor government is listening and delivering. Last year, our government announced the landmark Women's Health Package, $790 million in women's health. Now, this didn't happen under the LNP. It didn't happen in the 9 years that they were leading this government, this country. This is the single biggest investment in women's health in our history, and it's been life-changing for so many women across the country. Now, this investment improves access to long-term contraceptives and provides better support to women experiencing chronic pelvic pain and menopause. And that funding includes 11 additional endometriosis clinics and expanding all 33 clinics to provide specialist menopause care. And since this historic health package was announced, Deputy Speaker, more than 660,000 women have accessed more than 2 million cheaper scripts. Now, before the listing of Yaz, Yasmin and Slinda, women were paying around $380 a year for contraception. Now they're paying $25 a script. Now, I mentioned this to a number of young women who I saw at the University O Week. A, they didn't know about it, and B, when we told them, most of them being on youth allowance, that they'd only have to pay $770, they were absolutely thrilled. Before the listing of Estradiol, women would have to pay up to $670 a year. Now they're only paying $25 a script, or again, $7.70 if they're on concession. Since this package was announced, more than 71,000 women have now received Medicare-funded menopause health assessments, and 363,000 have saved more than $45 million on menopausal hormonal therapies. In times of when cost of living is tough, that's a lot of money. Now, since 1 November last year, women in Brisbane have also had access to affordable IUDs and birth control implants. Brisbane's first GP endometriosis and pelvic pain clinic is open in Toowong. It provides care for women with endometriosis or persistent pelvic pain, and it will expand to cover menopausal care. The centre has strong connections with local allied health, specialist gynaecology and other services, and that's needed to provide that multidisciplinary health support that women in these situations really do need. And it's the first of its kind in Brisbane, and it's life-changing, and it's changing the lives of women every single day. Gone are the days where women were told by their doctor to just take a Panadol and see if the pain will go away. These changes are helping women not only in Brisbane but across the country by providing more choice, lower cost and better health care. Deputy Speaker, those opposite don't have a strong record when it comes to women's health. It's just the facts. A women's right to choose has always been at risk under the LNP government. In my home state of Queensland, most LNP members sitting in Parliament believe that abortion should be a crime. Even the Queensland Premier has gagged Parliament from debating this important topic. Now, these decisions are never easy for women, and this choice really should only be between the woman and her doctor. It is 2026, and I can't believe we're still talking about this issue, but here we are, and make no mistake, the LNP will always try to take away a woman's right to choose. Deputy Speaker, the former Deputy Prime Minister of this country, former Leader of the Nationals and now a member of One Nation, said in 2006 about the HPV vaccine, "Don't you dare put something out there that gives my 12-year-old daughter a licence to be promiscuous." I mean, come on, I don't even know how you can say that, but anyway, it was said. Australia's HPV vaccination program is a global success story due largely to the former Prime Minister Rudd. We have more work to do.
Member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on this motion, and I'd like to deal with it in a couple of parts. Firstly, by addressing the package, the women's health package, and where it's up to and where we need to be as a nation, and secondly, to reflect on a number of conversations that I've had with very important local groups in my electorate of Monash. It's been 12 months since the bipartisan women's health package commenced, and that's a good thing. This package received support from both major parties of government, and builds on the significant work undertaken by the former coalition government to improve health outcomes for Australian women. The coalition supported this package as an expansion of the historical commitments made in government to advance women's health outcomes. Women's health has long been a priority for the coalition, and this is demonstrated in a number of ways, particularly through the launch of the National Women's Health Strategy 2020 to 2030, which seeks to improve long-term outcomes for women and girls. We welcomed the government's decision to build on this work with an additional 11 endometriosis clinics. Prior to the last election, the coalition committed to matching this important women's health package, including measures which would improve menopause care through the new Medicare rebate, expand health professional training, and develop national clinical guidelines, as well as increase funding for endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to draw attention to perinatal depression and anxiety, which affects around 1 in 5 mothers, impacting nearly 100,000 parents in Australia each year. And with early evidence-informed support, outcomes can improve significantly. Yet access to care is often prohibitive for new parents, particularly around cost, and in regional areas like mine, that access extends. Barriers to access is inhibited. Last year, I met with Arabella Gibson from Gidget House. Gidget House plays a vital role by providing free counselling and support to parental mental health, and the Monash electorate will soon be home to the second Gidget House in Victoria. This is very important, Madam Deputy Speaker, because parents will be able to access up to 10 free psychological sessions each year. Now, this service is named after Gidget, a vibrant young mother who tragically took her own life while experiencing postnatal depression, which she kept to herself. Speaker, 1 in 7 women live with endometriosis, and every experience is different. Symptoms can vary widely and are often invisible, making diagnosis difficult without advanced imaging or surgery. Research from Federation University, a great regional university, shows that 1 in 5 girls aged between 10 and 16 have considered leaving sport due to period-related challenges, highlighting the broader impact on participation. I recently met with Queendo, a not-for-profit support affecting those across Australia, and I commend the work that they've invested in this area. I also want to acknowledge a number of local organisations in my electorate of Monash, particularly Gippsland Women's Health and their CEO, Kate Graham, who has done some outstanding work supporting women and young girls across these areas. I also would like to take the opportunity to raise an issue I care deeply about, and that is around coercive control and the further work that we need to do as a parliament and a nation to effect change. I'm particularly inspired by Change for Sam, which has been established in honour of Sam, a Phillip Island local in my electorate of Monash. Sam was a psychologist, mother and deeply valued member of our community who had her life taken. She was murdered by her former partner, and this organisation has been set up in her legacy. I want to acknowledge her friend, Leah Matthews, who founded Change for Sam and is doing incredible work. They are pushing for practical safety 24/7 monitored duress alarms. I would love to see this funded through a national pilot project. I want to commend Leah and all of the people involved in Change for Sam, because I know there is a family and a friendship circle and a community that is still deeply bereaved by Sam's loss. We need to do far more around coercive control in this country and the impact that it has.
Member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Women's health is about the big things. It's about philosophy and how this government views the importance of women's health. I'm very proud to be a member of the Labor Party, and in particular very proud, after working for half a century in healthcare, to be a member of a government that understands the importance of women's health across the whole spectrum of healthcare in Australia. Our $800 million women's health package announced in the last budget is driving more choice, lower costs and better care for women and girls across the country. We're already seeing better outcomes. We're already seeing an understanding that women's health is very important in family health. I myself have been an advocate for many years of First 1,000 Days policy that looks at children's health from preconception through the first 2 years of life. And Labor's changes to women's health care will make a huge difference in the first 1,000 days for children in Australia. Since introducing the Women's Health Package, more than 700,000 women have accessed over $2.3 million cheaper PBS prescriptions for contraceptives, menopausal hormone therapies and endometriosis treatments. This is really important when you couple this with our 60-day prescribing policies, which was opposed tooth and nail by the Coalition. This is a dramatic difference to women's health care in Australia, and I'm very proud of it, and very proud that we have a health minister who has pushed this policy for the last almost 10 years. So it is fantastic news. We have new contraceptive pills listed on the pharmaceutical benefits scheme, the first in almost 30 years. 2 better contraceptive options, helping over 300,000 women save more than $26 million on 660,000 scripts. We have new menopausal hormone therapies listed where we've had none for 20 years. This supports hundreds of thousands of women and saves them over $50 million across almost 2 million scripts. 7,000 women with endometriosis are accessing over 30,000 cheaper scripts, saving almost $6 million on treatment that previously put major financial pressure on women with endometriosis. We're getting IVF treatments for women earlier and more affordable, with almost 50,000 people getting lower costs of IVF fertility treatment. And since January 2026, PBS scripts are now just $25 and $7.70 for concession card holders, the lowest medicine prices in over 20 years, giving Australian women more cost of living relief and better health care and access to health care that they may not have had otherwise. We also have made major advances in access to genomics and genetics treatments and tests for women who may have had health problems, particularly some of the inherited cancers. This is dramatic improvements for women with major illness. We're delivering new pelvic pain clinics. Again, that makes a huge difference to women and to their families. We're having endometriosis clinics opening up, over 30 of them, that are providing better and more timely and cheaper treatment for people who have endometriosis, like my daughter Amelia. We're providing additional funding to expand services to provide perimenopause and menopause care, something that was needed here for many, many years, but didn't happen under the coalition government. This year, the government will launch Australia's first national awareness campaign for menopause and perimenopause, finally giving women the information and recognition they deserve for decades and decades. This is historic. This is historic women's health care delivered for people in ways that they can access both geographically and financially. We have now also provided treatment for uncomplicated UTIs directly from pharmacies, repeat prescriptions for the contraceptive pill from pharmacies, more affordable access to fertility treatments, as I've mentioned, delivering reform for women's health care that had been denied for far too long. We have the Women's Expert Panel for Cardiovascular Health now being set up by Rebecca White, the Assistant Minister of Health and Minister for Women's Health. These are dramatic changes done on a philosophical basis that proves that women's health is very important to this government. Thank you.
Member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For far too long, women's health has been treated as an afterthought. It was treated as something optional, something secondary. Australian women have been asked to pay more, to wait longer, to justify their pain, and worse still, to simply put up with it or go without care altogether. And we know this because women in our communities have told us. Women who have sat in doctors' offices explaining debilitating pain only to be told it's just bad period. Women who have waited years, sometimes a decade, for a diagnosis of endometriosis. Women who have questioned their own physical experiences because the system dismissed them. Access to affordable healthcare is a cornerstone of our nation's identity, and it is an absolute essential to women's health, to their independence, to their ability to live full, equal and active lives in their families, in their workplaces and in their local communities. That is exactly why, a little over 12 months ago, the Albanese Labor government announced our historic women's health package, making healthcare more affordable, more accessible and far more responsive to the actual realities of women's lives. And let's be clear why this change is finally happening. It's because this Labor government actually reflects the communities we serve. For the first time in our nation's history, we have a majority female government and a majority female cabinet. Women are not just present in this parliament, we are shaping it. We are leading it and we are helping drive the agenda. And when women are at the table, women's healthcare is no longer sidelined, it's front and centre. That is why in just 12 months, more than 700,000 women have accessed 2.3 million cheaper prescriptions through the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, the PBS. That is 2.3 million moments of genuine relief at the local pharmacy counter. It's 2.3 million moments where a woman didn't have to choose between her health and paying a grocery bill. Let's look at what that means in real, everyday terms. More than 328,000 women have saved on the contraception. This is giving women greater control over their own reproductive health and their futures. 383,000 women have saved on menopausal hormone therapies. This provides crucial support at a time in life that is too often has been ignored, brushed under the rug or trivialised. 46,000 women have saved on IVF and fertility treatments, bringing them the dream of starting or growing a family within closer reach for so many. And 7,000 women have saved on endometriosis treatments. These are women who are told that their pain was normal or exaggerated or simply not taken seriously. And while costs are down, access and quality are going up. Through our investments in Medicare, we are making healthcare not just cheaper, but better and closer to home. New Medicare items mean that essential gynaecological care is more affordable. Procedures like IUD insertions and contraceptive implants are now up to $400 cheaper each year, removing cost as a major barrier to effective long-term care. We are also tackling the areas that have often been completely overlooked. Since July last year, more than 71,000 women have accessed Medicare-funded menopause health assessments. We are finally bringing support, clarity and dignity
to a stage of life that has too often been surrounded by silence. We are investing $49 million to deliver an additional 430,000 services for women living with endometriosis, polycystic ovarian syndrome, chronic pelvic pain and other complex conditions. Because women living with pain deserve answers. They deserve to be believed and they deserve the care that meets their needs. We are also expanding our national network of endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics, adding 11 new clinics to the total 33 to bring it to a total of 33 across Australia, including in regional and rural communities. These clinics aren't just medical facilities, they are places built on a deep understanding of our community's needs. This means more women, no matter their postcode, can access specialised, respectful and comprehensive care. Deputy Speaker, this is what it looks like when a government takes women seriously, because this isn't just about healthcare, it's about equality. This is our government's record and this is our promise to keep delivering for women, not just in words, but in real, tangible change that you can see, feel and access every single day in our clinics, in our pharmacies and in our communities. Thank you.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1, a motion on artificial intelligence to be moved by the member for Casey.
Member for Casey.
I move the motion relating to artificial intelligence in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. There's a great saying, Deputy Speaker, if you don't have a destination, any path will get you there. And unfortunately, that saying sums up the Albanese Labor government when it comes to artificial intelligence. No destination, no plan, and even worse, they had a destination that wasn't a destination that Minister Husic was taking them under, and then when Minister Husic got rolled, the destination changed again, and so now industry is left with a world with no certainty, no destination, and changing priorities depending on the minister's whim. And they rightly wonder what happens, to use the words of then Minister Husic, now member for Chifley, still the member for Chifley, if the factional assassins come for Minister Ayres, does the Assistant Minister Charlton get promoted? Does he take it in a different direction? Industry has no certainty because they've seen this play out over 4 years under this government. But let's understand, when it comes to artificial intelligence, how important this transformation is for our society. While the technology is new, the transformation is not unprecedented. Society has gone through big technological changes before: the printing press, electricity, the internet, the smartphone, social media, just to name a few. So it's a question for government of how they capture the upside but make sure that they mitigate the downside. And providing that certainty for businesses to invest, but also for workers, is so crucial. And we have seen silence from this government when it comes to workers and how they will support them. Undoubtedly, they are waiting to get their marching orders from the unions on how they will look after communities when it comes to AI. But we saw this play out in the last term of Parliament when it comes to industrial relations, outsourcing to the unions, resulting in productivity less than a 5% decline under this government, productivity going backwards significantly. But they needed an action plan through micro-credentials, through training people today. It is ways that they can protect people, because we are seeing jobs being lost today. Those opposite will look to spin and look to talk about how they actually have a plan and they are doing things when it comes to AI. They're going to reference, I have no doubt, the plan that they announced in December, and I look forward to hearing the references. What they won't talk about, that within that plan there was no framework, there was no real actions, it was talk about more conversations, and even worse than that, those opposite will potentially talk about the AI Accelerator Fund. They will talk about the money they're spending in the AI Accelerator Fund and how that is going to help businesses invest in artificial intelligence, our community take advantage of it. But that is a false claim by this government, because that fund does not provide money to industry until 2028. The one idea this government has to support artificial intelligence is to provide industry with funding in 18 months' time, 2028, 2 years away. That is a lifetime when it comes to investment decisions, when it comes to artificial intelligence. We are seeing the changes move so quickly. I mean, we know that this government has no plan and all their ideas are talk. And we know how bad it is because the member for Chifley, a member of this government, the former minister in this area, has consistently and publicly criticised this government when it comes to failures in artificial intelligence. For a Prime Minister to talk about how unified they are, how supportive they are, what does it say that a member of their own government is prepared to take the risk to publicly come out and criticise this government? Because we all know what happens to those on the ALP side when they criticise the government. Senator Payman is a living example of that. This is a government that their own members admit have failed when it comes to AI. And this is a technological revolution that will impact every Australian. It is one that we need to get right. There is so many opportunities to drive productivity, to drive economic growth, to improve our communities. And there is downside risk. And we cannot afford to have a government that is asleep at the wheel, sending us in two different directions, then flipping those directions and flipping them again, providing no certainty for businesses, no certainty for community, and no certainty for the workers of Australia.
Thank the member for Casey. Is there a seconder for the motion? Yes. The member for Cook?
Yes, I second the Shadow Minister's motion. The member for... reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, member for Cook. I call the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Artificial intelligence is bringing a massive shift to our workplaces, and this Labor government is working to ensure everyday Australians aren't left behind. Looking at the motion put forward today, you'd be forgiven thinking that they've suddenly become the great defenders of the Australian worker. Frankly, it's a bit rich coming from a party with a long and miserable track record of attacking workers' conditions. They want us to forget that they spent the last decade fighting against better pay, trying to strip away essential protections and literally cheering when our local auto manufacturing industry closed its doors. Now they want to be seen as the saviours of workers facing technological change. Give me a break. We all know what their real approach to technology and industry looks like. Just a few weeks ago, Senator Bragg let the cat out of the bag. When he was asked what his views on AI, his answer was simply that the government just needs to get out of the way. That is completely at odds with what our government believes. We back working people. We know that by getting everyone around the table, unions, employers and the training sector, we can make sure workers actually get ahead. Despite those opposite having no roadmap on AI, they are making an absurd claim that we have no plan for workers whose jobs are changing, and that is simply not true. Helping people navigate these shifts doesn't mean leaving them to fend for themselves, like Senator Bragg suggested that we do. It requires genuine investment in lifelong training, something those opposite have historically undermined through repeated cuts to skills and training. It requires making workplace laws stronger, which again, historically, those opposite have banded against. It means ensuring the enormous economic gains from this technology flow to working people, not be concentrated with a few, as those opposite have consistently preferred. In other words, the work needed to protect workers goes right to the heart of Labor's bread and butter priorities. It's exactly why we've invested heavily in education and why we are rolling out fee-free TAFE. Through our massive $12.6 billion national skills agreement, we are supercharging the vet sector and making sure Australians have the hands-on digital skills that they need for tomorrow. This is what real support looks like, not the empty rhetoric of an opposition that cuts funding to skills and training the second that they get the opportunity. The Coalition also tries to claim that there is policy inertia and confusion on this side of the House. Again, I think they're living in their own fantasy land, not in reality. Our national AI plan is a crystal clear roadmap to make sure these new tools build a fairer country. The economic upside is huge, and we're looking to inject up to $200 billion into our economy every year and generating 150,000 brand new jobs by the end of the decade. We are focused on grabbing onto those economic opportunities, making sure that the benefits reach every postcode and putting the right guidelines in place to keep people safe. And instead of the opposition's bizarre claim that we've scrapped the expertise, we're actually putting $29.9 million on the table to build a permanent, dedicated AI Safety Institute. Getting up and running early next year, this institute will give our regulators the teeth and the expert advice that they need to stay ahead of the curve. And just today, we announced a new strict 5-step framework for tech giants wanting to build data centres and use artificial intelligence in Australia. Under this framework, these companies must help pay for the renewable energy infrastructure and grid upgrades, with the aim of ensuring costs aren't passed onto households and businesses. These tech companies will also need to use water responsibly and make their computing power available to local businesses. Across our government, ministers are moving in the exact same direction. From workplace relations to education, we are heavily coordinating the rollout. We're doing all of this because we know that AI, when implemented with a real understanding of our community's needs, can be genuinely life-changing. Earlier this month, I visited Dementia Australia's pop-up here at Parliament, where they showed how AI training healthcare workers through immersive simulations to better support people living with dementia. It's a practical example of this technology at its best. Artificial intelligence is reshaping the world, but our government's approach is grounded in our Labor values of fairness, inclusion and opportunity. While those opposite often lose sight of these principles, Labor is committed to ensuring AI enhances workers' skills, never simply replaces them.
I thank the member for Maribyrnong. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Cook.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The AI Safety Institute is a good idea. Do you know how we know it's a good idea? Because it was first announced on the 18th of June in 2021. The member of the government said the coalition did not have an AI plan. Well, that's actually incorrect, because on the 18th of June 2021, the Australian government, then led by the Prime Minister Morrison, published Australia's Artificial Intelligence Action Plan. Now, while that was one of the first action plans anywhere in the world, we had to wait years for the Albanese government to come out with something, and when it came out with its plan, it was pretty much a carbon copy of what we had published only 3 years earlier. Yes, we suggested establishing a national AI institute. Yes, we looked at strategies for digital skills. Yes, we looked at AI ethics. Now, Deputy Speaker, Australia has two massive problems. We have chronically low productivity, high inflation and low economic growth. Yet we have a solution staring us straight in the face. Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the biggest lever in the world right now for productivity. Yet Australia is not doing enough. Artificial intelligence is a race, and sadly, it's a race Australia is losing. Right now, the US, China, and many other middle powers are powering ahead, actually securing chips for their country, securing energy, securing data supplies, while Australia idly does next to nothing. We've empowered unions to promote AI. If I think you look around the world at any of these leading countries, be it Korea, the US, China, they do not have industrial unions driving their AI policy. Well, that's what we have here at home. What could the government be better focused on? Reliable energy, reliable, cheap energy that will power this nation and power an AI world. The truth is, Minister Bowen drew up our energy grid plan before the AI world, before blockchain was using enormous amounts of power. And how do we know this? Because the energy market simply does not function anymore. Energy prices are up 40% in a retail sense. Many commercial areas in my area, manufacturers in Cook and Caringbah and Tarrant Point, have energy prices almost up 100%. And what are they having to do to accommodate for these energy prices? They're firing workers. FJP Manufacturing in Caringbah used to have 7 apprentices, it's down to 1. Energy costs are spiking, revenues are declining, and there is no way to claw back these increased costs. Well, in AI, data centres and big tech, we are facing the same energy crunch. We have global companies looking where they are going to invest tens of billions of dollars. What do they want to see? They want to see the Australian government helping secure chips, helping provide security of energy supply and low-cost energy, fast-tracking permitting for data centres and the infrastructure that will build the knowledge revolution of this country. But instead we have crickets. Yes, we have an AI institute, and I commend the government on that. That is smart and clever policy. But this isn't just about putting up an AI safety institute. This is about winning the race. This is akin to COVID. We are competing against the US, China, and the whole developed world for where hundreds of billions of dollars of capital will go, where these jobs will go. And they won't naturally choose Australia. We are a smaller middle power. If we do nothing, this investment will go to the US, it'll go to China, it'll go to Russia, it'll go to these large superpowers. So this government needs to lead. They need to lead with energy policy. They need to lead with securing chips. They need to lead with fast-tracking permitting for data centres. They need to lead with catalysing private capital to invest in Australia. They need to work out copyright solutions so we can not just rely on inference modelling, but build frontier modelling right here in Australia right now. Well, the Coalition is willing to partner with the government on this. If they will come to the table and show how we will catalyse lower cost energy, cheaper chips, secure energy supply and fast-track permitting, we are willing to work with them. But right now we are not seeing that commitment from the Labor government, and sadly, Australia's economic growth, Australia's next generation and the wealth of the Australian households will all be poorer for this.
I thank the member for Cook, and I call the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to respond to the motion moved by the member for Casey. At the outset, it is necessary to address the premise of the motion. It presents itself as a defence of Australian workers in the face of technological change. That is a curious position from those who have consistently opposed stronger workplace laws, argued against lifting wages, and previously supported the exit of industries from this country. The House has been asked to accept that those who say the government should get out of the way are now the principal advocates for workers affected by artificial intelligence. That is not a serious policy position. It is a contradiction. Artificial intelligence is shaping the global economy. It is changing how Australians work, learn and connect. The issue before the House is how that change is managed and in whose interests. The government's position is clear. We do not accept that the answer is to step aside and hope the market resolves these issues. Technological change must be shaped so that its benefits are broadly shared and its risks are properly managed. That is why the government has developed a national AI plan. It is a coordinated framework to ensure AI contributes to a stronger and fairer economy. It is anchored in 3 objectives: capturing the opportunity, spreading the benefits, and keeping Australians safe. Estimates indicate that AI could contribute up to $200 billion annually to Australia's economy and support around 150,000 jobs by the end of the decade. The task is not to resist AI, but to ensure Australians benefit from it. That begins with skills. Supporting workers through technological change requires sustained investment in training and education. Through the National Skills Agreement, expanded vocational education and fee-free TAFE, we are increasing access to the skills Australians need to adapt and succeed. We're also investing in advanced capability in artificial intelligence and emerging technology. The motion suggests that workers will be left behind. That ignores both the current policy settings and the role of our industrial relations system. Workers and their representatives must have a voice in how AI is introduced into workplaces. That is why the government is engaging with unions, industry and stakeholders to ensure deployment is transparent, safe and fair. Artificial intelligence can increase productivity and improve safety, but it also raises legitimate concerns around surveillance, bias and the nature of work. These issues are being addressed through consultation, regulation and the existing workplace protections. Productivity gains should be shared, not concentrated. On regulation, the motion proceeds on an incomplete understanding. Australia already has robust technology-neutral laws covering workplace safety, consumer protection and privacy. These frameworks continue to apply. At the same time, new risks emerge. That is why the government is establishing an AI Safety Institute to support regulators and ensure our legal settings remain fit for purpose. This is a measured and evidence-based approach. The government is also putting in place the conditions for investment and growth. Australia has a skilled workforce, a strong research base and access to clean energy. These are significant advantages in attracting investment in AI and digital infrastructure. The National AI Plan provides the policy certainty needed to support that investment and build domestic capability. The motion speaks of uncertainty. In reality, uncertainty arises when there is no plan. There is a plan. It is coordinated, practical and being implemented in consultation with industry, unions and the community. Ultimately, this debate is not whether artificial intelligence will change our economy. It will. The question is whether the change is managed in a way that reflects Australian values, fairness, inclusion and opportunity. This government's approach is grounded in those values. We support innovation, but we do not abandon workers. We invest in skills, not slogans. And we ensure the benefits of technological progress are realised here and shared by Australians. For those reasons, the assertions advanced in this motion cannot be supported. Thank you.
I thank the member for Moore and I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Acting Speaker, when I started as the federal member for McPherson in my first speech, I made reference to the fact that government needs to have a vision that looks to the year 2100. We need to have a vision that looks beyond each electoral cycle and considers what Australia will look like in the future. And in doing so, considers the needs of Australians in the future and how we're evolving as a society. I think about my electorate when I look at this motion because I have Burleigh Heads in my electorate, which I'm very, very proud of. Lovely. And Burleigh Heads, in addition to being a lovely place, is somewhere that is an absolutely booming area for tech and for the tech startup industry in particular. I recently had the opportunity to host Senator Andrew Bragg in my electorate, and we had a roundtable with a lot of the leaders of sort of tech groups and new startup companies in my electorate. And one of the things that came out of that discussion, which was a really good discussion, was that people felt that government wasn't actually or they felt that government was behind the ball when it came to emerging technologies, including things such as AI. Now, AI is becoming a lot more familiar to Australians. We're seeing it in our daily lives, but there is a part of it that also raises certain concerns. And I hear from people, especially across small businesses, who are starting to see the implications of AI. And sometimes they're good, they enable us to be more efficient and more productive, but sometimes it can also provide a level of concern in terms of job security. And that's why one of the things that this motion actually touches on is the fact that the government has not developed an AI transition plan for Australian workers. Now, that's something that I would have thought for a government that typically talks itself up about what it does for the Australian worker, you would have thought that they would have had some experience in putting something like that together. Partly because we want to make sure that the government's got a strategy, but also partly to provide a level of assurance to the small business owners in my electorate and across the country as well. The scale of AI or the scale of AI change is quite rapid. And we are starting to see routine tasks being automated. And I think as a parliament, we should welcome that. We want to make sure that we're upskilling a new generation. And I go into a lot of my schools and universities in McPherson, and we see it firsthand where the next generation is being upskilled in emerging technologies such as AI. So we can use it productively, but we just need to get that balance right. And that's ultimately where I think this conversation needs to go. It's all about balance and getting the balance right between embracing new technologies as a country, which we haven't always been very good at, and making sure that we are taking the Australian community and the business community with us on the journey. And the only time that Australians will benefit from AI is if this transition is managed effectively. The fact that there is no current plan for workers that would be displaced by AI is problematic, and I think it's incumbent on the government and the relevant minister to come into this place and tell us what their plans are, what their strategies are for those individuals. Now, we need to have a complex approach to that because we need to be targeting education. We need to make sure that those people are, educated in alternative streams of employment. We need to make sure that they're able to use AI, but we also need to make sure that new industries have the support as required. And we all know, especially those of us on this side of the chamber, know that when it comes to making sure that those industries are set up and making sure that they act effectively, it's not typically government that has the best track record of doing so. It is the private sector that does that. And so government should, in coming up with these strategies, work with the private sector. They should take lessons from, for example, the people that I met with Senator Andrew Bragg, the people who are at the forefront of this technology revolution. They're the ones government needs to be listening to. But instead we've had a government that's actually, they don't really know what they're doing when it comes to AI. They've had different messages from one minister. We've had one saying we need to have a light touch approach. Another one said there's no plans to change it. And then there's another one who has publicly called for a dedicated AI Act. I think the people of my electorate, the people in the tech space across this country deserve better. They deserve a government that is prepared to lead so that we as a country can make the most of this transition for the benefit of Australians.
Well done. I thank the member for McPherson and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. To put the concerns of the member for McPherson at rest, the government does have a national AI plan. There are 3 pillars. The second is spread the benefits, and that has a dedicated goal of ensuring that Australian workers are not left behind in the AI transition. It also has a secondary goal of ensuring that Australian workers are appropriately upskilled and trained so they can meaningfully participate in the AI transition and share in the benefits. So the suggestion that the government doesn't have a plan for workers during the AI transition is incorrect. In December 2025, the National AI Plan was launched, and as I said, it includes the direct goal of ensuring that Australian workers are upskilled and can share in the benefits that we will all enjoy through the AI transition. AI is here to stay, and it has boomed in recent years. It's become commonplace in both business and everyday life. People use AI every day to make their lives easier, interacting with AI-powered virtual assistants or programs. Companies use AI to streamline their production processes, make unbiased projections of gains and losses, and predict when maintenance will have to occur. Now, AI can also help the Australian worker by reducing risk of human error, and it can complete particularly difficult or dangerous tasks, meaning humans can mitigate or avoid the risk of injury or harm. So there are many benefits, but like anything, of course, there are negative aspects. Although AI can create original and unexpected ideas, it just can't overtake humans in the ability to be creative, which means it may be prohibited in its decision-making. If companies or governments or individuals are looking for a new or creative solution to a problem, humans are better at providing that solution. And humans, being human, will always inherently consider the emotional ramifications of decision-making. So there will always be that gap with AI and always a role for the Australian worker. There's also a role for government and regulation in AI. It's the role of government to regulate without paralysing innovation and technological development. The role of government is to avoid over-regulation, because as well as paralysing development, over-regulation can create unnecessary fear and uncertainty. Governments have a difficult job of regulating to ensure that AI, which is not going anywhere, improves the lives of Australians in a way that is safe, sustainable and cost-effective. And there is no greater need for balanced regulation than in the industrial and workplace space. This government will always protect jobs and working families. Always, and our track record speaks for itself. with a consistent policy platform of protecting conditions for working Australians, growing wages sustainably, budgeting for continued rounds of tax cuts for every taxpayer, and deliberately creating a pathway for collaboration and partnership between industry, unions and workers. The Labor Party will always stand with workers, and we believe that by working together with unions, businesses and skills organisations, that the interests of workers can be advanced. Now, our consistent approach to conditions and support for working Australians will not change in the face of the disruption that AI does pose in the workplace. We will support working Australians across a range of industries through all facets of AI, the growth, the disruption, the challenges. And we will do this by ensuring worker protections remain a core policy driver, meaning we'll consistently review and measure them to make sure that AI is working for businesses and workers. We will also ensure that productivity gains from AI are shared fairly and not just concentrated, but in doing that sharing, we will insist that the gains are real and measurable. We will also invest in lifelong skills and training programs. As well as being the party of working Australians, Labor is the party of education. We firmly believe that every Australian should have the opportunity to develop the skills and receive the training they want, and that we need to prosecute our policy of a future made in Australia, and so that working Australians can meaningfully participate in a changing workforce in order to earn a fair wage and contribute to the economy and provide for their families. So this is why we have a national AI plan, Deputy Speaker, which has a deliberate AI vision for Australia, where AI is used to build a fairer, stronger Australia, and where every person, especially working Australians, benefits from this technological progress.
Thank the member for Sturt, and I call the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It's a very important topic we're speaking on. I'd take the moment to acknowledge the member for Chifley, sitting opposite, the contributions he's made to this, and the contribution he made to my local manufacturing industry, which relies heavily upon AI and will continue to do so. So when I speak to this, I'm speaking about local jobs, and I think there are many people across the chamber who do still focus on good jobs and good pay, and that's what should be driving this current debate. Speaker, we have seen the largest drop ever in productivity in Australia since Labor came to government, over a 5% drop in productivity. Now, we could have the arguments that the causes of that. Labor government will point to events that have happened outside of this nation. We will speak to policy decisions the government has made, and we can have that debate about what the causes of that are. The important point, though, Speaker, is what are we going to do about it? And what is the government of the day going to do to address that incredible drop in productivity, over 5%? And we're blessed in some ways, Speaker, that at this time in Australia's history, the opportunity that AI presents has made itself available. And what we have to acknowledge, Speaker, is that this is a race across the world, because the people who want to build data centres that would support localised AI within each nation, they do have constraints on their capital, and they are having to make decisions based upon where they can invest and who's going to support that the most. And the countries that are able to best support the investment of data centres are going to have the most benefit. It's a very simple equation. And given that drop in productivity, it's absolutely vital that Australia jumps into that race and leads with it. Speaker, I was recently speaking to the headmaster of the Toowoomba Grammar School about what role AI plays in the education system there. And they've gone from a time where they would actively ban the use of AI in any assessments to considering how do you include the use of AI in the assessment of kids, knowing full well that the jobs of the future will be for people who can use AI and who can use it well and who can understand it in the same way, Speaker, that those of my generation learned how to use the internet, those of the previous generations learned how to use AutoCAD or whatever it was that was the driving technological advantage of the day. AI is going to be a tool that we will have to use, and we have to get into that race. It's as simple as that. So, Speaker, I want to talk to what I think is the most important part of that conversation, which is cheap energy. Because regardless of the moral views that come on the energy conversation. If we want AI data centres to be built in Australia, we're going to need to provide them with cheap energy, or they're going to have to provide it for themselves. And that's a reality that is faced all over the world, and everyone that we speak to who is interested in investing in data centres has a number one concern: what is the cost of energy? Because, Speaker, this is not a technology that can rely upon intermittent power. This is not a technology that can just run when the sun's shining or when the wind's blowing. This is technology that needs to run 24/7. If we don't do that, we will not have the advantage of it. And of course, there is the question that's obviously put forward, well, what about batteries? And to which I would answer, South Australia's battery is charged by coal and gas from New South Wales and Victoria. We can see those numbers from EMO every single day. The cheap energy that Australia needs now, and the cheap energy that Australia will need to get in front of that race for the development of AI data centres, is going to come from things like coal, gas, and who knows, goodness me, maybe if we can get over ourselves and look around the rest of the world, maybe even nuclear. This is how the race is being won by other countries right now. And we have a very short window, Speaker, to decide whether we actually want to be in that race, or if we want to sit back and be bystanders and watch others take advantage. Because the only thing that we can offer at the moment is a stability of government, and that's a good thing, and of course it's Australia's great advantage. We are not building in structural advantages into our system of government as to why you would build an AI data centre in Australia. We do not provide cheap energy. The number one thing that will be needed, we do not provide it. And until we do, until we make that firm decision that that's important to us and that we don't want to miss out on the next great leap forward that is happening around the world, we will fall behind. We will not win this race.
I call the member for Chifley.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. In the last few months, we've seen thousands upon thousands of tech workers retrenched due to AI. Tech workers, workers who were right to believe, who had been made to believe that they'd have a job for life. AI has busted open the sanctuary gates. If those jobs are no longer sacred in an AI future, then what about the rest of our workforce? Because while a serious danger before us is that a lot of jobs will profoundly change or disappear due to AI, the greatest danger is that, as Professor Toby Walsh has put it, we'll sleepwalk into an AI future not shaped by us at all. It's a question of power, of control, of sovereignty. Governments have a responsibility to think ahead, step up and act in the national or local interest, looking out for communities that might be impacted. Governments can't just be cheerleaders for novel uses of AI. They must prepare and dilute the associated risks, and we can't be scared to act because we're worried about the reaction of the Trump administration. We can't have a hands-off, laissez-faire approach to AI or just respond in a knee-jerk, spasmodic way to the AI risks that only threaten the loudest or most powerful voices in society. Saying we want overseas-generated AI models to bake in Australian values is a terrific rhetorical sweetener, but without any legal or enforcement power, simply melts in the heat of big tech obstinacy. We need a comprehensive, economy-wide National AI Act that identifies risks and sets out our expectations for how to manage them and build sorely needed confidence in AI. 65% of Australians believe that overall AI creates more problems than it solves, up 8 percentage points since 2023 according to Roy Morgan Research. Now, linked to this mad rush around AI is a frenzy to build data centres. There are now more than 250 data centres operating in Australia. We attracted $10 billion in data centre investment in a single year, but this expansion is not without consequence. Data centres are extraordinarily energy intensive. Their impact on carbon emissions doubled over 5 years. They could represent 11% of Australia's electricity consumption by 2035, up from 1% today. The demand on our labour force to build this new wave of data centres is also significant at a time we're 90,000 workers short in construction, and at a time we're trying to build 1.2 million homes by 2030, roll out more renewables and deliver a major infrastructure pipeline. Many of these overseas tech firms want governments to move faster, water down regulations, speed up access to land energy infrastructure while in some cases even threatening not to build data centres if they're forced to pay tax. Those points bring into scope fundamental questions about the social licence of many of these tech firms. Now, I want to be clear, I am not anti-data centre, but I'm anti-hype, and I'm very pro getting our act together, devising a structured approach to infrastructure, energy, workforce, taxation, sovereign capability. If overseas tech firms want to build data centres here, then spell out the benefit for the country. Will their computing power be set aside for Australian industry and researchers to help Australia tackle our challenges? That should be a condition of the Foreign Investment Review Board when they attach approvals on data centres that overseas firms want to build here. Overseas tech should be required to show that when they build data centres, they're not going to negatively impact on power and water supply of communities. They should demonstrate they won't compete for labour, especially in regional Australia, that is helping build more homes or infrastructure, work that's vital to the nation. And there's something else that needs to be taken up. Many data centre builders say they'll build new renewable supply to meet their needs. They can't always do that on site. They have to draw supply from elsewhere. That means energy needs to be moved around. Data centre builders should be required to pay the cost of that, specifically via transmission levies contributing to the cost of building transmission lines. That's not radical. Canadian provinces have introduced a data centre levy applied to data centres connected to the grid with electrical capacity or electricity capacity of 75 megawatts or more. This means power-hungry facilities pick up a slab of the cost associated with the energy demand that they created, shielding residential and business customers from paying for this through their energy bills. We need to debate AI openly, have a wider public discussion about artificial intelligence and the infrastructure needed to support it. Yes, we have to act fast. Yes, AI has benefits, but we can't allow AI to reshape our economy or sovereignty on terms the Australian public does not choose or support.
I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At its heart, this motion speaks to the government's current hands-off approach to artificial intelligence. AI is already reshaping economies, labour markets and the information environment. And while its ultimate trajectory remains uncertain, the scale of potential change is enormous. Yet despite this, Australia has done remarkably little strategic thinking about what this transformation means for our economy, our institutions and our society. That gap was apparent in the government's long-awaited National AI Plan. It set out 3 worthy objectives: capturing the opportunities, spreading the benefits and keeping Australians safe. But beyond that, its 37 pages largely collated existing announcements. Somehow both the techno-optimists and the techno-pessimists walked away dissatisfied. There was little ambition in relation to capturing AI's upside and limited reassurance on safety. While I commend the establishment of the AI Safety Institute, the plan did not offer much of a sense of preparedness for the future. The underlying message felt like, let's sit back and see how this develops. That approach is also reflected in investment. Australia's not investing much in AI compared to other countries. Over the last 5 years, Canada has invested 6 times more than us in AI. Singapore has invested 15 times more than us. The UK and Germany have both invested 3 times more than us per capita. To be fair, part of this tentative approach reflects genuine uncertainty. No one knows exactly how powerful AI will become or how quickly. Perhaps today's excitement will amount to little more than a generation of very effective chatbots. But globally, there's an incredible amount of capital riding on the bet that the impact of AI will be much greater than that, and we should be shaping our own future. At present, many of the most consequential decisions are being made by the tech oligarchs on the other side of the world. We must seize the reins. So how do we do this? First, we must deal with the risks and opportunities that already exist. We're already seeing real harms from AI, psychological distress from chatbot interactions, sophisticated AI-enabled scams and fraud at scale. A sensible starting point is a digital duty of care, requiring platforms to take reasonable steps to prevent foreseeable harm. This must extend to include AI chatbots. We should ensure our regulators have the technical expertise to identify and disrupt AI-powered scams. We must also start to develop policy to manage AI-enabled disinformation campaigns, particularly during elections. On the opportunity side, AI's potential in science and research is already clear. Australia should be investing heavily here. The government has already committed more than $360 million through existing programs. That's a strong foundation, but it must be clearly directed towards AI-powered research, and it must be scaled up. Second, we should pursue no regrets policies, policies about our future that make sense regardless of how AI ultimately develops. Strengthening the AI Safety Institute is an obvious one. It has a significant responsibility in monitoring risks from AI and working with policymakers and regulators to manage them. Yet funding for our AI Safety Institute is about 1/16 of comparable efforts in the UK. It needs more funding. It also needs to be protected from the bureaucracy of the standard public service so it can move nimbly and independently, and the government should also consider giving it more powers to gather information so it can effectively monitor the AI risk landscape. Another no regrets policy is investing in an AI-ready workforce, from university training to mid-career transition pathways, and deepening international collaboration with trusted partners on standards, safety and governance. These investments will never be wasted. Finally, we must start planning for the most significant future risks. There are some very dramatic predictions about how AI could change our workforce, society and economy. These may or may not come to pass, but with the speed of AI, we can't afford to wait for them to happen before thinking about how we might respond. Even if the likelihood of some of these scenarios is low, the consequences are so significant that we need to be prepared. A large chunk of the workforce could become unemployable. Economic value could be concentrated in a small number of companies across a wide range of industries, and our tax bases could be undermined. All of these shocks would require a government intervention, and it would take time to build the social licence needed. What is clear is that this hands-off approach is not good enough. The government must take an active approach because we must ensure Australian voices are determining our future, not big tech.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2 for a motion in relation to the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander plan to end family, domestic and sexual violence.
I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move notice number 2, private members' business, on behalf of the member for Lingiari.
Is leave granted? I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you. I move the motion relating to the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander plan to end family, domestic and sexual violence in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, I want to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we gather, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. My husband Josh is a proud Wanyee Kalkadoon man, and I stand here today as the proud mum of 3 First Nations children. It is an absolute honour to speak on this motion, moved by me, but brought to this place by the member for Lingiari, and I thank her for bringing this motion to the chamber and for her advocacy over decades to advancing the interests of First Nations Australians. In February, I had the profound honour of standing alongside my mother-in-law, Sandra Creamer, as the Albanese Labor government launched Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices, the national plan to end family, domestic and sexual violence against First Nations women and children right here in Parliament House. I want to acknowledge Sandra and the many, many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women who have been steadfast in their advocacy to be safe, to be heard and to drive change to ensure this plan became a reality. This plan stands on the shoulders of that advocacy over not years but decades. It is Australia's first standalone plan dedicated to ending domestic and sexual violence against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children. It is a genuine partnership between governments and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, and it is backed by a $218.3 million investment in new funding to deliver real change on the ground. The reality we are confronting is devastating in our country. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women are 7 times more likely to be murdered by their partners than non-Indigenous women. They are 27 times more likely to be hospitalised due to family violence, rising to 41 times more likely in remote and regional communities than non-Indigenous women. This is not just a policy challenge, it is a national crisis and it demands action. Every woman and child deserves to live free from violence. That is not negotiable. This plan is not just about responding to violence, it is about listening and acting. For decades, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women have told us what is needed: community-led solutions, culturally safe services and systems that respect their voices. Through extensive consultation, including direct engagement with women, communities and even children and young people, this plan reflects those voices. It reflects a simple truth that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children are not just victims or survivors of this crisis, they are central to the solutions. As has been said for generations, they are the nurturers, the teachers, the protectors and the carriers of culture and identity, even in the face of profound adversity. This plan turns those voices into action. It invests in a national network of up to 40 Aboriginal community-controlled organisations delivering specialist, culturally safe, community-led services, because we know that real change happens when communities lead that change. It funds practical, immediate supports, mobile outreach teams in remote areas, safe transport and emergency accommodation, so that when violence occurs, women and children can access help quickly and safely. It supports women to leave violent situations and, importantly, to stay safe after they leave by investing in early intervention through initiatives like community playgroups where mothers and young children can connect with elders, accessing parenting support and linked to early help and healing. And it backs prevention through programs that work with men and boys to challenge harmful behaviours and build respectful relationships. This plan also recognises the importance of healing. The impacts of intergenerational trauma, dispossession and discrimination are real and they continue to shape the experiences of many communities. But so too is the strength of culture, connection and country. That is why healing programs grounded in culture and led by community are central to this plan. Importantly, this plan is not operating in isolation. It does contribute to closing the gap, particularly Target 13 to reduce family violence and Target 12 to reduce the overrepresentation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children in out-of-home care. Labor promised to deliver this plan and we have delivered it. The work is not over, it is just beginning.
Is the motion seconded?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, family and domestic violence in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities is a grave and an urgent issue. But acknowledging the problem is not the same as solving it. And the motion in front of me today asks the House to commend a government that has consistently failed to deliver the real outcomes. The motion recommends announcements, plans and funding, but it actually ignores the real-world outcomes. And the government is very good at launching plans, but far less effective at delivering results. Because as we all know, more Labor announcements, more spending, it doesn't automatically mean better outcomes. We continue to see national plans, action frameworks, advisory groups and consultation processes. But despite all of this, many of the key closing the gap targets are not actually going in the right direction. They're going backwards. Community safety outcomes are not improving at the pace that our communities expect. And announcing the program is not the same as delivering a result. The motion asks the House to commend new funding and new programs. But what we've seen is that the government's developed a pattern of avoiding scrutiny when it comes to existing Indigenous programs. For the first time in 17 years, there has been no standalone Senate estimates hearings for cross-portfolio Indigenous matters. We've seen a deliberate removal of a key mechanism here that's designed to test spending, to examine outcomes and to hold ministers and their departments accountable, because we all know that we need to make sure that taxpayer money that is being invested in these programs is actually getting the result, not only for taxpayers, but for the communities and the individuals for whom the programs are targeted. This isn't administrative oversight, it's a conscious decision which avoids scrutiny. And the government has shut down dedicated scrutiny in one of the most critical policy areas. They've reduced visibility over how billions in taxpayer funds are being used. Now, what have we seen in terms of the spending in this space? We've seen a government that's allocated $218.3 million in funding for these services. But given the track record of the government, it would be remiss of me not to question whether or not this spending will be effective. Because what have we seen in the broader pattern of this government's spending on Indigenous programs? We've seen billions spent across Indigenous programs, and I'm sure that that is out of a genuine concern. I don't think those on this side of the House would question that. But we have seen worsening outcomes. We've seen a $300 million Better, Safer Future for Central Australia plan, but we don't think that that's actually made Central Australia better or safer. We've seen a $730,000 bill for the First Nations ambassadors' travel expenses over just 2 years, but I'm still waiting to hear the answer to the question of what the outcomes were that spending delivered on. And importantly, we get up in this place, and we're very privileged to be here, but we get up once every year and we talk about closing the gap and closing the gap targets. But there's very little effort that goes into actually assessing how we're actually going on those targets and calling out the real issues that are preventing us from meeting those targets. We've got just four of the 19 closing the gap targets that are on track. And if you look at the key indicators that are going backwards, these are serious areas that should be of concern. We're seeing key indicators going backwards in terms of incarceration, in terms of suicide, in terms of child development, in terms of out-of-home care, and others. Now, we want to work as the coalition constructively with the government on this because it's in the interests of all Australians. But we need to make sure that we're actually putting forward policies that don't just congratulate ourselves like this motion does, but that actually stand in a way that's going to make lives better for Indigenous Australians, not just throw money at problems that are not being solved. And I say to the government, the fact that we're just standing here commending the government for spending on a new program, a new initiative, a new framework, is not necessarily something that we should be proud of. I'd like to see the results first, and then I'm more than happy to support a motion like this.
I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Before I get into the policy and delivery aspects, I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of here in Canberra, the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, but also of the electorate that I'm honoured to represent, Greater Darwin, the Larrakia people. I was privileged, I think it was the last sitting week, to attend the launch of Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices, the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Plan to end family, domestic and sexual violence over the next decade. It was a wonderful event where I connected with a lot of old friends, First Nations elders, legends, both from the Territory and from around the country, but also made some new friends with one thing everyone had in common, which is to end the violence. And it was inspirational. Maybe if the previous speaker had attended that event and listened to some of the elders there, he might have some ideas. The vision that was set out in the national plan is to end gender-based violence in one generation. And under the plan, under the national plan, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Action Plan was developed, which aimed to address the immediate needs of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, while comprehensive consultation was undertaken. That's the listening part. with community to develop our ways, strong ways, our voices. A driving factor in the development of our ways, through extensive consultation, the government listened deeply and heard what is needed now. Community-led solutions that are flexible and grounded in best practice and local decision-making. The old saying that God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth so we could do double the amount of listening as we do speaking is a good one for a very good reason. But regardless of the politics that some people on the other side still like to play with this issue, the reality is that there's complex issues at play and we need coordinated and bipartisan focus. So I am pleased that our Ways Plan was endorsed by the Commonwealth and all states and territories in late 2025. That even includes the Liberal government-led state territories. I look forward to working with the Northern Territory CLP government and other stakeholders to implement the plan, to deliver the plan, because we all need to be working together, but we also need those jurisdictions to take action. And whilst we want to work in a bipartisan way, people must be accountable for their lack of action. In my electorate, one of the main commitments that I took to the 2022 election was funding from the Commonwealth to establish a youth engagement hub in the northern suburbs of my electorate in Darwin. But with the change of government to the CLP, nothing was done until last week. They, after almost 18 months, put out a media release to say that they've chosen a new location for the Youth Engagement Hub, despite the fact that it was shovel ready to build, but they would be doing something at some point in the future. So I think that governments need to be accountable. We're approaching this in a bipartisan way. In the other city in my electorate, Palmerston, I was extremely pleased last week to attend the opening of Turtleback program. The Turtleback program is funded by the Albanese Labor government and almost $2 million supporting the Adolescents Boys Trial. So that's when the federal government is funding these programs led by the community, and they will get great results. I want to thank my colleague, Minister Tanya Plibersek, the member for Sydney, Minister for Social Services, for her support for that program, but also Kat Lee and her team at Grassroots Action Palmerston for their fantastic work, which absolutely will get results. Let's see some more action and collaborative effort to end violence while we can.
I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this motion and I thank the member for Lingiari for the opportunity to do so. Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices is Australia's first standalone national plan for ending family, domestic and sexual violence against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children, developed in partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. It provides $218 million in new funding for a national network of up to 40 Aboriginal community-controlled organisations to deliver community-led specialist support services. Deputy Speaker, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women are 7 times more likely to be victims of intimate partner homicide. They're 27 times more likely to be hospitalised due to family violence. That's 41 times in regional and very remote communities. In Victoria, the state that I represent, in the year to March 2025, family incidents involving Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people increased by almost 15%, against an overall Victorian family violence figure that itself hit a record high. In Victoria, family violence is the single biggest driver of First Nations child removal. 88% of First Nations children in home care have experienced family violence. That figure is an indictment on decades of policy failure and its intergenerational cost. Victoria is one of only 2 Australian jurisdictions with an Aboriginal-specific strategy on ending family violence. Funding to ACHOs for family violence and sexual assault service delivery has increased tenfold since 2017-2018. And Aboriginal access points operated like organisations like VACA and the Wathaurong Aboriginal Cooperative have opened in multiple sites. But they have consistently raised the lack of ongoing funding for community prevention projects, the competitive process by which funding is administered, and the need to reapply for funding every year, with successful projects often funded only as pilots rather than as ongoing programs. You cannot build a sustained response to intergenerational trauma on annual grant rounds. Victoria's Royal Commission found that lack of funding and short-term funding cycles was undermining efforts for prevention and early intervention, and that insufficient investment in evaluation meant that it was impossible to evaluate target resources appropriately. That finding is now a decade old, but the structural problem that it identified has not been resolved. The Victorian Aboriginal Child and Community Agency has documented that Aboriginal women and children who are fleeing violence often don't feel culturally safe when they engage with mainstream providers. They're often forced to retell their stories across multiple services, and on occasion they have experienced discrimination when seeking emergency accommodation. So the gap between policy aspiration and lived reality continues to affect women and children in the community at a state level and at a federal level. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women have consistently called for action through the Senate inquiry into missing and murdered First Nations women and children, and more recently through the rapid review of prevention approaches. So this plan is a long-awaited response to 8 recommendations from that former inquiry and 12 from the latter, and it provides for the first time a genuine framework to address obligations under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, specifically Target 13 on family violence and Target 12 on out-of-home care. The plan will fund mobile teams in remote areas after violent incidents. It will fund safer transport and emergency accommodation, planning to help victims leave violence and stay safe, community play groups where mothers and babies can connect with elders, receive parenting support and be linked into early help and healing. And the plan also includes outreach programs for men and boys, because ending violence means changing behaviour, not only managing its consequences. Deputy Speaker, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women have been steadfast for decades in their advocacy for a plan like this. During that time, they have buried daughters and sisters while they have worked and called for action. They deserve a parliament which is equally steadfast in its response. And so I commend this motion to the chamber.
And I thank the member for Kooyong. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm supporting this motion from my good friend, the member for Lingiari, and to commend her for a long, steadfast advocacy for the safety of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women, children and communities. This motion is important because it recognises something Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women have been saying for decades. They've been calling to be heard for safety and for action that is led by the community, grounded in culture and shaped by lived experience. That is why the launch of Our Way, Strong Ways, Our Voices, the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Plan to End Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence 2026 to 2036 is such an important step forward. This is the first standalone national plan focused specifically on ending family, domestic and sexual violence against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children. It has been developed in partnership with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and with states and territories. And Speaker, it's backed up by serious investment. Most importantly, it's built on principles that lasting change must come from listening to the communities and backing community-led solutions. The statistics before the House are very, very confronting. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women are far more likely to be victims of intimate partner homicide. They are far more likely to be hospitalised because of family violence, and the risks are even greater in rural and regional remote communities. Behind every statistic is a life, a family, a child, a community carrying trauma that no one should ever have to bear.
as Special Envoy for Men's Health, I want to speak to one part of this motion in particular, and it is that it recognises that we must engage men and boys if we're serious about ending violence. We cannot talk honestly about family and domestic and sexual violence without talking about men's behaviour, responsibility and the need to intervene early. Violence is always a choice. Nothing excuses it. Because if we want prevention, we must understand the pathways that can lead some men and boys towards using violence and act earlier to change that path. That is where men's health perspective matters. Good men's health is not just about physical health, it's also about social and emotional well-being, connection, healing, respectful relationships, and teaching boys that strength is shown through self-control, empathy and responsibility. Too often, poor mental health, unresolved trauma, substance misuse and rigid ideas about masculinity can combine in very destructive ways. None of that removes accountability, but it tells us that if we want to stop violence before it starts, we need to support men and boys earlier, particularly those dealing with trauma and disconnect. That is why this plan's investment in programs that help men take responsibility for their actions and build respectful relationships is so important. That's why men's wellness centres, community-based healing programs and culturally grounded initiatives matter. And that's why Aboriginal community-controlled organisations must be at the centre of this work. The plan also recognises that support must be practical. Mobile teams in remote areas, safe transport and emergency accommodation for women and children to leave violence safely, and support for children to heal from this trauma. Community playgroups where mums and bubs can connect with elders and access early support is also vital. I also want to acknowledge the women whose strength and advocacy have brought us to this point. For generations, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women have carried communities through hardship. They have been protectors, they have been teachers and they have been leaders. This plan stands on their shoulders. I thank the many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and organisations who helped shape this work, including Steering Committee and the Community Controlled Sector. Their leadership gives this plan its strength. This plan also matters because it aligns with closing the gap, contributes to reducing family violence and responds to calls for action from key inquiries and reviews. Parliament should support this plan because it's practical and community-led. For those of us who care about men's health, this is also a reminder that the health of men and boys is so important for the safety of women and children. If we want a safer future, we must back women, protect children and help men change. That is what this plan does, and that is why I strongly support this motion. Cheers.
And I thank the member for Hunter. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Barton.
I rise to support this motion and acknowledge the member for Lingiari for bringing this significant matter before the House. And at its heart, this motion speaks to something fundamental, the right of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children to live safely, free from violence. The Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices plan represents a significant step forward. It is the first dedicated national framework focused specifically on ending family, domestic and sexual violence against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples, and importantly, has been developed in genuine partnership with communities. That partnership matters. For too long, responses have been shaped without fully listening to those most affected. This plan reflects a different approach, one that places Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voices at the centre. And we are here because Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women have led the way. They have spoken out, shared their experiences and called for action, and this plan answers that call. The government's investment into Aboriginal community-controlled organisations recognises that communities themselves are best placed to lead. These organisations are trusted, culturally grounded and deeply connected to the people they serve. In my electorate of Barton, we see this leadership in action. Organisations such as Alawa Aboriginal Corporation, along with other First Nations services across the electorate and neighbouring electorates, play a vital role in supporting women and families. They deliver not just services, but culturally safe spaces where people feel understood and supported. Recently, I had the opportunity to meet with Shaylee Matthews and Charlene McKenzie from Alawa Aboriginal Corporation. We spoke at length about the challenges facing Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women experiencing domestic and family violence. What stood out in that conversation was just how complex these challenges are. It's not just about leaving a violent situation. It is about access to safe housing and about staying connected to culture and community, about trust in the system, and about ensuring that support services are culturally appropriate and accessible. They spoke about the barriers women face, fear, isolation, and the difficulty of navigating systems that are not always designed with their needs in mind. But they also spoke about strength, the strength of women who are seeking safety for themselves and their children, the strength of the communities coming together to support one another, and the strength of Aboriginal-led organisations working tirelessly, often with limited resources, to meet these needs. And this plan backs that work, because the statistics we are dealing with are deeply confronting. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women experience significantly higher rates of violence, hospitalisation, and tragically loss of life due to family violence. These are not just figures, they represent real people, real families, and real communities. Addressing this requires more than one-size-fits-all response. It requires solutions that are designed with community, delivered by community, and grounded in cultural understanding. And that is what this plan seeks to do. From mobile outreach services and emergency accommodation to programs that support women to leave violence safely and rebuild their lives, these initiatives are practical and necessary. Equally important are the preventative measures, programs that support families early, strengthen connections to culture, and engage men and boys in addressing the root causes of violence, because prevention is key to long-term change. This plan also aligns with our commitments under the Closing Gap, particularly in reducing family violence and supporting the well-being of children and families. But beyond frameworks and targets, this is about people. It is about ensuring that every woman feels safe, that every child grows up free from fear, and that communities are empowered to lead their own healing. I also want to acknowledge Auntie Barbara Sims Keeley, a Bidjigal, Weagle and Wandawandi elder, who has generously shared her life story with many people in my electorate of Barton. Auntie Barb spoke not only of the challenges that many Aboriginal women face when dealing with domestic and family violence, but also the strength and the resilience from within the community. Those in advocacy, in community organisations and on the front lines who have driven this work forward. Their voices are reflected in this plan. And our responsibility is to ensure that this is not just a plan on paper, it must translate into real outcomes, funding reaching the ground, services being strengthened, and communities being supported over the long term.
And I thank the member for Barton. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3 for a motion in relation to suicide prevention.
I give the call to the member for Bowman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion related to suicide prevention in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
And the member for Bowman has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today marks 95 years since one of the most esteemed members of this parliament took his own life. 95 years since Major General Harold Pompey Elliott unfortunately, tragically committed suicide. This was one of our greatest Australians. This was a man who served at Gallipoli. This is a man who led troops at Lone Pine. This is a man who served on the Western Front. He was the highest-ranking Australian at Fromelles. He was the victor at Villers-Bretonneux. And he served in the Senate here for 10 years, representing the state of Victoria as a nationalist senator. And in 1931, on this day, he took his own life. He is a demonstration that no matter how strong, no matter how capable, no matter how esteemed an Australian can be, they can be susceptible to the risk of suicide. Now, in the early 1930s, we saw our highest rate of suicides ever recorded in Australia. I think it was probably a mixture of both the Great Depression and the aftermath of the Great War. So in 1931, the year before the passing of Elliott, it was our bleakest suicide year on record. 29.8 men per 100,000 took their own lives. It remains the bleakest year on record for male suicide. But nearly a century later, our rates of suicide across the whole population have only reduced by 25%. And I don't think that's good enough. And I don't think anyone in this chamber and in this parliament would agree that that's good enough when you consider all the medical advancements that we've had over the course of that century and all the advances that we've made in technology, in science, in understanding of mental health. A 25% reduction isn't good enough. And that's why it's important, I think, that we're debating this today on this anniversary, because it's so critical that every dollar that the federal government invests in suicide prevention needs to count. We need to bring that same determination, that same commitment to suicide prevention that Pompey Elliott and his generation of Australians brought to their public service and the duties that they perform for our nation. Now, the Australian National Audit Office performance audit into suicide prevention policy development and monitoring found that the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing's approach to developing and monitoring suicide prevention policy is only partly effective. Now, this report has found that $1 billion in funding is failing to demonstrate a clear impact or accountability. The report also found that 4 to 5 years after the National Suicide Prevention Agreements were signed, the objective of reducing suicide deaths has still not been achieved. I talked about 25% reduction in 100 years, or nearly 100 years. In this century, we've barely seen any reduction at all. It moves around from year to year, but we're still seeing 9 Australians commit suicide every day and 150 Australians attempt to take their own lives. The grant agreements that the ANAO contained or checked through this performance report found that there were no indicators of effectiveness or efficiency, and the findings reflect deep concerns raised by families, clinicians and frontline suicide prevention workers. It simply isn't good enough, and we need to make sure that every dollar is going to count. Not just because it's the right thing to do by Australia's taxpayers, but because 150 Australians are attempting to take their own life every single day, and they are relying on us to get this right. When lives are at stake, it simply isn't good enough for the government to write cheques and hope that they're going to hit the target, that the money that we are investing in this area is going to achieve the outcomes that we want. We need to make sure that they are hitting the mark. Suicide prevention must be treated as a national priority and must be backed by clear and measurable federal investment. The Auditor-General has clearly found a system drifting without clear direction or proper measurement of results. We do need to note the ANAO report with great interest. Taxpayers are funding program after program, yet the government cannot clearly show whether they are working. More needs to be done in this area, and I don't want that to become a partisan thing. It's been a failure of all governments for many decades. It is not good enough, and both sides of the parliament need to be doing better. And I commend the motion to the House.
And I thank the member for Bowman. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and I reserve my right to speak.
And I thank the member for Monash. The question before the Federation Chamber now is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on this motion and thank the member for Bowman for bringing it forward. It's an issue that hits close to home for too many Australian families. Suicide prevention is not just a policy. It's about real people. It's about families losing someone they love, mates losing a mate, and communities trying to make sense of something that should have never happened. Speaker, this House has noted the findings of the Australian National Audit Office, and it's right that we take them seriously. The Department of Health, Disability and Ageing has agreed to the recommendations, and the government has accepted the report, and the Assistant Minister McBride is working through it very carefully right now. People expect that when we invest this level of funding into suicide prevention, it's doing what it's meant to do. They are clear about outcomes, proper oversight and a system that is working, and that's fair. At the same time, we need to be honest about what we're dealing with here. Speaker, 9 Australians die every single day from suicide. More than 150 attempt to take their own lives every day. These aren't just figures on a page. These are sons, these are daughters, these are parents, mates and workmates. As Special Envoy for Men's Health, I see this through a very clear lens. Too many of those lives are men. Men who are struggling, often quietly, often telling themselves to toughen up, and often not reaching out until things have gone far too far. We see it every day in workplaces, in sheds, in sporting clubs. Men are less likely to ask for help, more likely to put it off, and more likely to wait till they're in real trouble. That's why suicide prevention can't just sit in one part of government. It has to be joined up. It's about mental health services. It's also about housing, cost of living, family support, education and community connection. Because the things that push people to the edge are rarely just one thing. The Albanese Labor government understands that. Last year we released the National Suicide Prevention Strategy 2025 to 2035 and we've backed that up with real investment. Since 2022 to 2023, more than $610 million had gone into suicide prevention initiatives, including support for people leaving hospital after a suicide attempt. There's been more than $300 million invested in supports designed to delivered by First Nations communities. Around $200 million has gone into crisis support lines like Lifeline and 13 Yarn, making sure someone's there when that call comes in. On top of that, there's a $1.1 billion investment in mental health services to expand access and make it easier for people to get help. That includes more Medicare mental health centres, more headspace services and new youth specialist care centres. These are practical steps that are helping people on the ground. But the ANAO report makes an important point. That's not enough just to spend money. We need to know that it is actually working. We need clear targets, proper tracking and a better way of measuring outcomes. That's why the work the National Suicide Prevention Outcomes Framework matters. It'll help us understand what's actually making a difference and where we need to do better. From a men's health point of view, this is absolutely critical. If we want to bring those numbers down, we have to meet men where they're at. That means making services easier to access, more practical and built around real life. It means reaching blokes in workplaces, in clubs, in community, and not just expecting them to walk through the front door of a service. It also means getting in earlier, supporting boys and young men, helping them deal with stress, relationships, pressure, and change before it builds up. At the same time, we can't ignore bigger pressures people are under right now. Cost of living, housing stress, family breakdowns, and exposure to violence all play a role. If we want to reduce suicide, we have to deal with those pressures as well. So yes, this motion raises real concerns about accountability, and those concerns should be taken seriously. The government has accepted the ANAO recommendations and is working to strengthen how programs are measured and delivered. Because at the end of the day, this isn't about ticking boxes, Speaker. It's about making sure that when someone's doing it tough, they can get the help they need and what actually works for them. Every life matters, and Speaker, we owe it to every mate, every worker out there, every community member, every family, every brother and sister to make sure we get this right. Thank you, Speaker.
And I thank the member for Hunter. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Monash.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I want to commend my colleague, the member for Bowman, who cares deeply and passionately about this issue for moving this motion. I also want to recognise the very good work that my colleague, the member for Hunter, has done, particularly from a regional area and perspective, and particularly on behalf of men who are overrepresented in this cohort. So to both of you, I want to praise and commend the efforts that you've invested to this very important issue, because it's something that touches many people. And I want to also acknowledge that there are a number of groups in my electorate of Monash who do outstanding work, Zero Suicide Community Awareness, the Gippsland chapter and the people involved in that organisation, Donna, the mother of Daniel, who has an organisation named in his honour, Daniel's Wings of Pride, and my own journey through this issue, starting with Lifeline Gippsland as a board member many years ago in my 20s and serving on the board of Latrobe Regional Hospital, the Flynn ward there, and the very dedicated mental health staff who live with the consequences as well of this issue. In my early 20s, as many young people do, I was touched by two people, Beck and John Michael, who took their lives, and that some 22 years later, I still think of Beck's little sister and John Michael's father at their funerals, and I think about how they're getting on today. Men's suicide is overrepresented in this cohort. Some 75% of people who completed suicide are men. That equates to about 7 men a day as of 2023. We need to do better by husbands and fathers and sons and uncles and nephews and brothers in our community, particularly our regional communities who are, again, overrepresented. And I know it's a real struggle for a number of organisations who do incredibly good work. Just last week I was in Foster at the South Gippsland Hospital, and I want to praise the efforts of community and allied health professionals who do all that they can on scant resources at a state and federal government level with a number of obstacles in their way. They care deeply and they're highly skilled professionals who want to make change in this area. The recent Auditor General's report does make clear that what we're doing with the best of intentions is not good enough. We have critical gaps in how policies are designed, funded and measured. And this is despite close to $1 billion in taxpayer investment. There's no consistent or reliable way to determine whether these programs are actually having an impact on suicide rates. We need to have clear initiatives where we don't have a lack of clear baseline targets or outcome tracking. We need funding agreements to meet meaningful evidence of effectiveness, and we need to have a system with results that continue to make sure that there's more significant resources in clear line of sight. Because behind these findings is a stark human reality, and that is that around 9 Australians lose their life to suicide every day, with more than 150 daily attempts. That's 1 in 5 Australians experiencing mental health challenges every year. And this is despite decades of focus and growing expenditure with organisations like Beyond Blue, Headspace, a proud initiative that I've supported along the way, Lifeline, who do incredible work as well. We've got national suicide rates that have remained largely unchanged, and I think this highlights the urgent need for a more effective approach. We cannot continue on as we are. Australians deserve a system that prioritises accountability, strengthens community-based support, and measures success by lives saved, not money spent. And I know a lot of these organisations live by the smell of an oily rag. When I was involved in Lifeline Gippsland, we would have the op shops across Gippsland. They would have e-waste sales. They would do huge amounts of fundraising to support the incredible volunteer telephone counsellors that save lives and make a huge difference every single day of the week, and I pay tribute to their efforts. Headspace is a great organisation. We've got a Headspace in Wonthaggi and another one in the Latrobe Valley. I desperately am fighting for a new Headspace facility in West Gippsland to meet that growing population need, but I commend the member for Bowman and this motion.
Yeah. And I thank the member for Monash. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before I came to this parliament, I qualified as a child and youth psychologist. That training set me up for a career working with and fighting for people, for children, for families, and enabled me a deep understanding of the impact of mental ill health and of suicide. This area of policy is deeply personal, and mental ill health is a lived reality for many, many Australians. Every life lost to suicide is a tragedy that leaves a permanent mark, not just on families, but on friends and workplaces and entire communities. The numbers are stark, and we've heard every speaker on this motion today talk about the stats, and I think it's really important that we do. 9 Australians are lost every day to suicide, with more than 150 attempts made. But moving beyond those numbers, these are people we know. They are fathers and mothers sons and daughters, brothers, sisters, friends. Lives that should still be with us and whose absence is felt every single day. That's why this government has put suicide prevention at the heart of its mental health and wellbeing agenda. We know that suicide is never just about one thing. Behind every statistic are layers of complex experiences: mental ill health, trauma, loneliness, financial stress, housing insecurity, discrimination, and more. No single agency or initiative can tackle this alone. It takes a joined-up, whole-of-government, whole-of-community effort. The recent Australian National Audit Office report made clear the need to do more to ensure suicide prevention policies are effective and accountable. The government recognises the importance of measurable outcomes and clear accountability. We are committed to making sure not just that we work hard, but that our work makes a measurable difference. That's why we've already taken decisive action. Last year, we launched the National Suicide Prevention Strategy 25 out to 2035, a comprehensive, evidence-based plan for the next decade. But a strategy alone is not enough. It needs to be backed by real investment, practical action, and that's exactly what we're seeking to do. Since returning to government, we have invested over $610 million in suicide prevention initiatives. This includes universal aftercare, so that anyone discharged from hospital after an attempt or is in crisis is supported, not left to recover alone. We have directed over $330 million to culturally relevant, community-led supports for First Nations people, like Culture Connect, Care Connect. Around $200 million has gone to crisis support lines such as Lifeline and 13 Yarn. So help is always there at the most critical moments. But we also know that the drivers of suicide go well beyond the health system. That is why we're tackling cost of living pressures, expanding access to affordable housing and confronting family and domestic violence, all of which are linked to suicide risk. We've made medicines more affordable, restored bulk billing and cut student debt. Through our $1.5 billion housing support program and more than $4 billion in initiatives since 2022 to address domestic, family and sexual violence, we are working to reduce the pressures that can put people into crisis. I'm especially proud that this commitment reaches into my electorate of Maribyrnong. Young people in Melbourne's northwest will soon have better access to free wraparound support through a brand new headspace in Moonee Valley. The Albanese Labor government is investing $6.2 million over 4 years to establish this vital service in my community, expected to open in 2027. This is all part of our broader $200 million investment to deliver 58 new, upgraded or expanded headspace services across the country. Headspace plays a vital role in supporting young people aged 12 to 25 across the mental health, physical and sexual health, substance use, work and study. As a child and youth psychologist, I've seen how early intervention can change people's lives. That is why I'm a strong advocate for Headspace in Moonee Valley and proud to be working with Minister Butler and Assistant Minister McBride to deliver it. As a qualified psychologist, I know firsthand how important it is to understand what works and why. That's why this government is developing a national suicide prevention outcomes framework led by the National Suicide Prevention Office in partnership with the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. I acknowledge the member for Bowman for recognising the bipartisan approach that's needed in this, and in my role as the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Suicide Prevention, I have the privilege of meeting with peak bodies right across the sector. There is always more to do. That is why we're working every day to build a country where help is available, affordable, and help is there when they need it.
Member for Maribyrnong. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to acknowledge the good work of my friend, the member for Bowman, for bringing this motion to the Parliament today. And it's an issue which impacts on all Australians, because whether you have been touched personally by suicide or not, chances are you know someone who has. When I first came to this place 10 years ago, the suicide figures were 5 people a day. On average, 3 men, 2 women. It's now 9. 9 Australians a day take their lives. And I think it's about 6 or 7 men and the rest women, every day. And For every one person that takes their life, there are 150 that attempt to take their life, for every one person. Not week, not month, every single day. And you think about those 150 families, 159 families, and their friends and their colleagues. I've been there. I have a personal connection. And suicide destroys families. It is so hard for families to recover once a suicide has taken place or suicide is attempted. Now, there are plenty of good, well-meaning organisations that do their best to try and help families recover and help with bereavement. But we've got to look to why. Why is it that it is now the leading cause of death for 15 to 40-year-olds in Australia? What is happening in this country that it is the leading cause of death, more so than car accidents, more so than cancer, that the number one cause of death for 15 to 40-year-olds is them taking their own lives, that they have got to a point in life where they have thought that it is not worth continuing on any further, that it is not worth putting their family through things any further. What have we done as a society that has developed this? And there are many reasons, a multitude of reasons. One I spoke about just earlier in this place just an hour or so ago was the rise of pornography in this country. I led the Protecting the Age of Innocence inquiry back in 2020, and the harrowing evidence that committee received from young kids who had been preyed upon by the porn industry, some as young as 7. The rise of pornography in this country has demonstrably led to rises in domestic violence levels. That is clear. It is beyond doubt. There are so many reasons. Housing stress, job insecurity, so many reasons. But the particular issue that the member for Bowman brings to this debate is the lack of accountability. We spend $1 billion, north of $1 billion a year on trying to address mental health, particularly around suicide, and yet we don't know what's working. We don't know what is working, we don't know what's not working. And if we don't track those measurables, if we don't do that effectively in this place, in this government, how do we know what to spend more money on? How do we know what to spend more money on less? I would plead with this government to look more at its deliverables, look more at the accountability of what's working and what's not, because if we don't learn those lessons, we're just pouring money down a black hole and more Australians will take their lives, and nobody wants that.
And I thank the member for Fisher. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There are few things more painful than watching someone you love struggle with their mental health and not knowing how to ease their pain. Too many families in our community know the helplessness of knowing that someone they love is not coping. Too many know the heartbreak of watching a friend, a partner, a child or a colleague withdraw, carry too much or lose hope. Too many of us live in fear of that phone call. We know that sometimes suicide comes with no perceivable warning. It leaves families, friends and communities reeling with shock, devastation and confusion, asking how this could have happened and whether anything might have changed the outcome. That is part of what makes suicide so deeply heartbreaking. for individuals, for families, and for our communities. It is not always visible, and its impact reaches far. This work is deeply personal to me, and it's one of the reasons I came to this place. In Australia, we know that men are disproportionately impacted by suicide, accounting for over 75% of all suicide deaths. And I have known far too many good men who are no longer with us due to suicide. Before entering Parliament, I was the CEO of Kookaburra Kids, a national youth mental health charity delivering evidence-based prevention and early intervention support through peer-based programs and activities. I came to that role because I understood firsthand the impact that family mental illness can have on young lives. And I believe deeply in increasing children's mental health knowledge and encouraging help-seeking behaviour. Over those years, through camps and activity days, I saw firsthand the impact those programs had on young people. I saw friendships form, I saw little eyes light up, and I saw the moment that the penny drops when a child realises that their mum or dad's experiences and what they're going through aren't their fault. You could see years sometimes of stress and guilt or shame begin to lift, and that experience stays with you. It reminds you that suicide prevention is not only about responding in crisis, it's also about early intervention. It's about connection, mental health literacy, reducing stigma and encouraging help-seeking behaviour before distress deepens into despair. I want to give a shout out to Kookaburra Kids and their 42 Challenge, which begins on the 1st of April, with fundraisers completing 42 minutes of movement each day, inspired by the 42% of Australian families impacted by mental ill health. In that sector, as in so many others, important decisions are made here in this place. They shape everyday lives and they can save them. One of the reasons I entered politics was because I want to help shape those decisions here, where national policy can either strengthen the mental health of our communities or sadly leave people to fall through the cracks. That's why I am and I remain deeply passionate about suicide prevention and why I believe that mental health of our nation must remain a national priority. I thank the member for Bowman for bringing forward this private member's business, along with colleagues who have spoken before me, including the member for Maribyrnong, who's a qualified psychologist, and the member for Hunter, who has been working so incredibly hard as our special envoy for men's health. And I also acknowledge the contribution from the member for Monash. Deputy Speaker, suicide is complex. There is no single cause and no single fix. Suicidal distress can be shaped by mental ill health, but also by trauma, family violence, financial pressure, insecure housing, loneliness and isolation. That's why preventing suicide requires all levels of government services and the broader community working together. It requires a joined-up approach across health, housing, education and social services, because people do not experience these pressures in silos and our response cannot be siloed. That's the thinking behind the National Suicide Prevention Strategy 2025 to 2035, released last year by our government. It recognises that if we are serious about prevention, we must not only respond when someone is in crisis, but also address the broader conditions that lead to suicide and suicidal distress. We've made a significant $1.1 billion investment to support the mental health of Australians more broadly, including through Medicare mental health centres, an expanded Headspace network and a new network of youth specialist care centres. Because this is life-changing and life-saving work, and it's work absolutely worth doing, and it's work that we must keep doing together.
And I thank the member for Griffith. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Grey.
Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the member for Bowman Henry Pike for bringing this important matter to this chamber. And I'd like to acknowledge the immense pain felt by those who have lost loved ones to suicide. I bring this topic to this chamber today with the utmost respect for their grief and their ongoing trauma. In regional Australia, with communities like Streaky Bay and the neighbouring Elliston district, the heartbreak of severe mental health issues is palpable. Recently, those communities have endured an agonising series of losses. The beautiful community of Streaky Bay on the far west coast. It is incredible. I encourage everyone to go and visit this amazing town. But this community of less than 2,500 people has had 7 suicides in the last 2 months alone. For a community of that size, that is absolutely unacceptable. And just down the road in Elliston, a community of less than 1,000 half, they've had 3 suicides in recent times, ranging from teenagers to locals in their 70s. Speaker, our farmers, teachers, ag workers and regional families are grappling with immense compounding pressure, and we all feel it. From soaring fuel prices to the unforgiving reality of drought, the weight on their shoulders is heavy. Too often in the country, a culture of suffering and silence prevails. People shoulder impossible burdens completely alone, and they do not ask for help when they desperately need it. I must acknowledge the tireless work of my predecessor, Rowan Ramsey, whose dedicated advocacy secured centres in Port Lincoln, Whyalla, Port Augusta and Port Pirie. These are Headspace centres, and I also acknowledge him for getting a Medicare mental health clinic set up in Port Pirie. These services are essential lifelines, but communities like Streaky Bay, they're a long way away from Port Lincoln or Whyalla, and these are the sorts of communities that are missing out. And I encourage the government to focus on these smaller communities in the more remote and regional parts of Australia and indeed South Australia. So earlier this year, I had the privilege of speaking with April and Georgia, incredible youth advocates from Reach Out Australia. They reminded me of the vital importance of safe, anonymous online support for our young people navigating complex modern challenges. And I too, in another career, helped the Black Dog Institute develop an app for mental health in our young people in this country. Yet despite these essential services and fantastic organisations, vast and dangerous gaps remain across the electorate of Grey. And Speaker, it's because of these remaining gaps and staggering human reality of 9 Australians losing their lives to suicide every single day that we must look critically at how national resources are being deployed. More than 150 Australians attempt to take their lives each day. Speaker, when the Coalition was in government, we proudly backed a $2 billion mental health and suicide prevention plan. We expanded the Headspace network to over 150 centres, many in Grey. Over 150 centres and funded 40 adult mental health services to support people closer to home. In stark contrast, recent years have seen a retreat. The current government has reduced Medicare-funded mental health sessions from 20 to 10 at a time of growing demand. Key coordinating bodies have been absorbed back into the department, severely reducing oversight. Speaker, we must shift from a focus of inputs and short-term announcements to a relentless focus on results and outcomes. I call on the government to strengthen transparency in funding. Every dollar spent must be tied to clear, measurable outcomes and evaluation. Community-based services must be prioritised as our best place to engage locals practically and accessibly. A consistent national framework for accountability must be reinstated so programs can be properly assessed and improved over time. Speaker, Australians deserve a system that measures success by lives saved, not just by money spent.
And I thank the member for Grey. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber will suspend until the chair is resumed at 4 p.m. this afternoon.
Are there any statements by honourable members? Member for Bradfield.
Thank you.
Deputy Speaker.
Like in so many places all around the world, Iranian Australians wake up every morning desperately checking to see what's happened overnight in the war in Iran, desperately hoping for confirmation that their loved ones are safe. My team has been meeting with impacted Bradfield constituents to understand what, if anything, we can do to help them. And one young woman had a clear message for our government, which I've promised to pass on. She urges the government, the Australian government, to take a clear, principled stand with the people of Iran. As the regime continues to lose legitimacy, she says that it's vital that Australia does not offer even symbolic support. She has three clear asks. Firstly, reject the regime, ensure Australia does not participate in any mourning of the late Supreme Leader or allow any platform for his praise. Secondly, end the silence, pressure the regime to immediately restore full internet access. The current digital darkness is a deliberate tactic to stop the world from hearing the people's cries for help and to hide mass executions. And thirdly, support a democratic transition, recognise the need for a stable transition to a secular democracy. I stand with my Iranian Australian constituents at this time of immense upheaval and stress.
Member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It was recently my honour to attend the induction of Reverend Adam Richards as the Rector of the Liverpool South Anglican Church. The occasion of Adam's induction was a joyous and happy occasion for the church and its community, and the church has served in our local community for several decades. Also in attendance was Bishop Lynn and the Senior Minister David Clark. I'm proud to say I've had a long association with the church. All of my children were baptised there. Reverend Richards is no stranger to the southwest of Sydney and is wonderfully qualified for his new position. He served in ministries at Western Sydney University at Campbelltown, St Barnabas in Ingleburn and the Anglicare facility at Minto. Along with his wife Trudy and family, I'm confident that Adam will make a genuine and real difference in the lives of many. My community is one that is defined by faith. Sometimes the faith is expressed in a church, such as the one Reverend Richards is now serving, but it's also expressed in temples, mosques and community halls throughout Werriwa. I wish Reverend Richards every success in his ministry and look forward to working with him to build and strengthen our community. I'd like to also take the opportunity to thank the church wardens and the congregations for welcoming me to the ceremony. It was a wonderful night.
Member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Agricultural shows have been part of Queensland's story since 1822, and nearly 2 centuries on, that tradition is still alive, with around 128 shows held across the state each year. These shows just don't happen by chance. They are powered by dedicated volunteers and supported by proud local communities, ensuring our children and grandchildren can experience these traditions and enjoy some good old-fashioned fun. From livestock competitions to local crafts and sideshow alley and country hospitality, agricultural shows are a celebration of rural and regional life at its very best. But, Deputy Speaker, these traditions are under pressure, and this year would have marked the 79th annual Mount Perry show. However, unfortunately, due to skyrocketing fuel costs, rising insurance premiums and growing shortage of volunteers, the Show Society at Mount Perry has made the incredible difficult decision to cancel the annual local show. And Mount Perry is not alone. Across regional Queensland, show societies are struggling to keep their gates open. I'm a proud supporter of local shows right across the region, and often you'll see my team and myself set up a mobile office at these shows. From Mount Larkham to Mundubbera, we enjoy engaging with the locals and backing these vital community events. However, if we want to preserve these traditions for the future generations, we must do more to support the volunteers, ease the cost of pressures and ensure these iconic events continue to thrive and survive.
Member for Jagga Jagga.
Deputy Speaker, tomorrow is World Tuberculosis Day, and for many Australians, TB can feel like a disease from another time. Consumption was in some ways seen as a romantic disease in the 18th and 19th centuries. It claimed the lives of artists such as Keats and Emily Bronte. But the reality is that TB is not just a historical anomaly. Despite being preventable and curable, TB remains the world's deadliest infectious disease, claiming around 1.25 million lives every year. Here at home, rates in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities are around 4 times higher than for non-Indigenous Australians. And in our region, the challenge is great, with the Indo-Pacific carrying more than half the global TB burden. The health burden falls on our neighbours in PNG and in communities linked there in the Torres Strait. And that's why Australia's role matters. The Albanese government has continued our strong commitment to the Global Fund, investing $266 million to combat TB, as well as HIV and malaria, with a clear focus on our neighbours. I'm proud to once again serve as chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Australian TB Caucus in this Parliament, and I look forward to working with the members for Mackellar and Monash as we continue raising awareness and pushing for practical solutions to tackle TB. Because while we may not always see it at the moment, it is very real, and together we can be part of a global movement to end TB.
The member for Clare.
The people of the Central West are being treated like second-class citizens, and we've had enough. Our region is in an unprecedented state of economic siege, caused by a double failure of infrastructure and essential fuel supply that is threatening the food bowl of our nation and the survival of our businesses. Right now, farmers are staring at empty diesel tanks at the very time that seeds need to hit the soil. If this government cannot even secure the fuel needed to sow a crop, then it's failed its most basic duty to the Australian people. Let me be clear, if our farmers cannot plant, this nation does not eat. But the pain doesn't end at the pump. The catastrophic indefinite closure of the Great Western Highway at Victoria Pass is also an absolute disaster. In the Hartley Valley and around our region, local businesses are being smashed. They're watching their customer traffic vanish, their bookings dry up, and diversions destroying their livelihoods. From Lithgow to the Darling Causeway, the diversion roads are not built to carry the extra heavy traffic. It is a recipe for tragedy. The Great Western Highway is not fit for purpose. We are done with the Band-Aid solutions and the forever roadworks. We are done with waiting and being told to be resilient. Enough is enough. I call on the government to immediately guarantee country Australia's fuel supply and provide a support package for all the businesses affected by this infuriating and entirely foreseeable failure of a bridge built by a convict chain gang in the 1830s.
Members' time has expired, and I'll remind members that members can be heard in silence. The member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, what is the size of 16 Suncorp stadiums? The answer is the Acacia Ridge TAFE. It's the largest trade training facility in the Southern Hemisphere, both in footprint and in student numbers. And Deputy Speaker, it has over 1,000 students a day, 6 tonnes of potato gems a year, 6,000 litres of iced coffee a year. And I visited there with the Minister for Skills and Training on the 16th of March to talk about the $1.8 million for EV skills training facilities through Labor's TAFE Technology Fund. It means more than 400 students a year, both in Brisbane and Townsville, will benefit from EV training facilities, enabling new skills and new careers and good jobs in clean energy. Deputy Speaker, I want to congratulate and acknowledge South's Rugby Union Club, the Magpies, in my seat of Brisbane. On Saturday, the 14th of March, we went there to celebrate a big facilities upgrade, and it has transformed that club. Because the beating soul of that transformation is Chris Horrigan, the chair of the Building and Infrastructure and Community Committee, and the president, Brett Wally. It proudly boasts being the most successful rugby club in Australia, has produced over 70 Queensland representatives and over 30 Australian representatives. And the federal government contributed funding for a 39.6 kilowatt solar system for the clubhouse roof. Deputy Speaker, these upgrades provide the community with better quality facilities that can be enjoyed by all.
The member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, it's 1 year this week since the federal government rushed through changes to the EPBC Act to exempt the salmon industry in Macquarie Harbour from oversight and, in doing so, knowingly hastened the extinction of the Maugean skate. This was an egregious act of environmental vandalism done for the grubby purpose of harvesting votes in the seat of Braddon. And it was done despite the Environment Department's own expert conservation advice detailing the catastrophic impact of salmon farms on the skate and recommending a significant reduction in stocking. Moreover, just this month, we've also learned from FOI documents that the Environment Minister ignored the department's recommendation to revoke salmon farming expansion approvals in January last year, months before the government brought those amendments to the EPBC Act to the House. Now, Speaker, there are many people in Australia and right around the world who haven't forgotten this and continue to fight for the skate. And to that end, I'm pleased to welcome to Parliament many who were involved in the documentary Love Letter to the Unseen, which follows youth conservationist Spencer Hitchen on a journey to understand more about the skate. The film will be screened in Canberra this week, and I hope it might provide a fresh perspective from a young Australian, which can educate my colleagues and the new Environment Minister about the need to act now to save the skate for future generations. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to reflect on a visit I recently made to Open Place in Richmond, where I met with forgotten Australians and listened to their experiences. Forgotten Australians are people who, as children, were placed in institutions, orphanages and out-of-home care. Many were neglected, mistreated and failed by the very systems meant to protect them. After that visit, one person reached out to me, thanking me for taking the time to listen, to hear about their childhood in those institutions, and they said something that stayed with me. They said how they felt warmth, sincerity and compassion in being listened to, that being heard mattered. They also hoped, from hearing their stories, I now understood the challenges forgotten Australians have carried throughout their lives. Because for too many, that moment of being heard came far too late. Open Place has created a space where those stories are finally acknowledged, but listening is only the beginning. We must remember, we must carry these stories forward because we cannot forget what happened, we cannot let it happen again. So this is a task in front of us, to listen, to remember and to make sure the stories of forgotten Australians shape what we do next.
Member for Moncrief.
Australians don't need spin. We need honesty. And right now, the reality is the economy is weak. Fuel supplies aren't guaranteed and Australian families are hurting. Households are being squeezed from every direction. Grocery bills are climbing, energy prices are biting, and now uncertainty around fuel supply is adding yet another layer of pressure. For families already struggling to make ends meet, this isn't abstract economics, it's real, it's daily stress. And where is the government? They're missing in action, MIA. Instead of getting ahead of these challenges, they've been reactive, slow and out of touch. At a time when Australians need confidence and certainty, we're getting confusion and excuses. There's no clear plan to strengthen fuel security, no serious effort to bring down costs, and no urgency to address the economic fragility that's becoming impossible to ignore. A strong economy doesn't happen by accident. It requires leadership, discipline and foresight, qualities that are severely lacking under this Albanese Labor government. Australians deserve better than this. They deserve a government that understands the pressure they're under, a government that takes responsibility and acts decisively to secure our energy future, restore economic strength and ease the cost of living burden. Because right now, the message from households across the country is loud and clear. Aussies are hurting and they're not being heard by this woeful Labor Albanese government.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I want to recognise our construction industry in the Northern Territory, particularly those in my electorate of Solomon, Darwin and Palmerston. I attended the Master Builders NT members' milestone dinner earlier this month, where we celebrated Territory businesses with 10 years, 15 years, 30 years, even 40 years of membership with Master Builders NT, building the Territory. I was proud to present certificates for 10 years service building the Territory with Selina Yubo, the leader of the Territory opposition, to Asset Construction and Maintenance, to Fusion NT, to Bear Homes, to McMahon Services, to NT Electrical and Air Conditioning, to Precision Shower Screens and Wardrobes. That was for 10 years. I also want to acknowledge the 15-year milestones to Bachelor, to Fife, to KG7, to Northern Trade Solutions and Ward Keller. The 30-year milestones were awarded to All Cast NT, DOCH, old mate, Sunbuild, and finally the 40-year milestones to Nolan Builders and Sitzler, that great territory company. There was a fantastic atmosphere in the room. I want everyone to know that our construction industry in the Northern Territory is strong and continues to deliver quality jobs and outstanding infrastructure for the Territory. Thank you to all.
Member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Fuel security is national security, and this government is gaslighting Australians. Last sitting it was, there is no problem, there is no issue. This sitting, it's the Australian people, they're the ones who are taking too much fuel, and we still have lots of fuel to go around. Well, if that was the truth, then we wouldn't see fuel stations shut up, can't get fuel, and people not being able to fill up their cars, businesses going without. Now, it's not just people around the country that are doing it tough because of this failed Labor government's policy on fuel security. Small businesses like Sun City Skips, who are doing it tough. Meals on Wheels, who provide an essential service to give meals to the most vulnerable, are all feeling the pinch. Now, we heard today from the Minister for Energy. He put his hands up in the air and he said, "I'm done." He threw the toys out of the cot. He can't blame Australians anymore. He can't gaslight you. He has no solutions, and people are going to be paying more at the Bowser. This isn't good enough. People are already doing it tough. And we need a government that puts Australians first. Not gaslights them, not tells them that they've done the wrong thing. People are filling up now because in a week's time, when it's $3.50, they won't be able to afford it. People are filling up their cars because it is a tough place to do business.
Member for Tangi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recently, a Tangi constituent told me about his battle with prostate cancer. He broke down in tears and shared his struggles. His diagnosis has greatly affected his mental health. He is not the only one. Many Tangi constituents have told me about their prostate cancer diagnosis. Men who were not aware of or who dismissed early symptoms. Others who had no idea about risk associated with family history or who generally ignore their health. All of them spoke to me shocked that they had happened to them. They speak with deep regrets. Some have long-term physical and mental effects from their treatment. Others are on the other side of treatments and are now strong advocates for more awareness, more conversation, more testing. It is easy to put off difficult conversation with doctors, but we have seen the consequences of not having these important talks. Open conversation like those I had recently in Tangi with community groups like the Melva Manshade and the Sikh community leaders need to happen more frequent, more often. We need to be more aware and be more proactive. Our lives depend on it.
Time has expired. Member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Fuel and fertiliser supply disruptions are now being felt across Australia. While national fuel stocks remain stable for the moment, price shocks and supply risks are escalating, particularly in regional areas. Industries are already experiencing sharp increases in fuel costs. Freight and logistics operators have imposed steep fuel surcharges, with air freight seeing sudden increases and shipping lines adding emergency container fees. Many businesses are absorbing these costs in the short term, but they have made it clear they cannot do this into the future. There is a growing concern about diesel availability, especially in regional rural communities. Higher fuel costs are also impacting workers who rely on travel. Beyond fuel, we are seeing industrial supply chain disruptions, particularly in petrochemicals, plastics, construction materials and fertilisers. Nitrogen is fundamental to Australian productivity, and any sustained disruption to supply has serious implications. It has implications for food production, farm input costs and broader food security. Disruption will feed into inflation, which was already a problem because of the Albanese government's record spending and failure to address productivity. But diesel's needed by Matt to harvest his pears, Luke to plant his wheat and Mandy to milk her cows. And if they can't get diesel and carry out those operations, Australia is in real trouble. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Whitlam.
I rise today to recognise Bob Delahunty, who is President, Chief Pilot and a life member of the Historical Aircraft Restoration Society, which is known as HARS, and it's located at Shellharbour Airport in my electorate of Whitlam. HARS is a not-for-profit organisation run by volunteers. It operates an award-winning aviation museum that is admired around the world, as well as the Australian Aviation Hall of Fame. Bob is a veteran pilot who was awarded a Medal of the Order of Australia in the year 2000 for service to the preservation of Australian aviation history, particularly through HARS. He has been the heart and soul of HARS for decades, leading its mission to recover and, where possible, restore to flying condition aircraft or types of aircraft that have played a significant part in Australian aviation history. There are over 50 aircraft on display at HARS, with about 20 of them still airworthy. Bob is central to the preparations for the arrival, expected in May, of one of the remaining parts of a Boeing 707, donated by John Travolta, who is a renowned aviation enthusiast and a former ambassador for Qantas. Adding one of the last surviving examples of this rare Boeing 707 to HARS will further boost Bob's legacy. I thank Bob Delahunty for his huge contribution to the Shellharbour region and more broadly to preserving the history of Australian aviation for both current and future generations. Thank you.
Member for Kooyong.
Deputy Speaker, in 2024 the government passed legislation promising to get the NDIS back on track. But what was sold as a crackdown on fraud has instead clamped down heavily on participants. Clients, advocates and lawyers have reported that new support definitions, funding caps, travel billing restrictions, narrower review pathways and changes to funding periods have reduced participant support. As a result, almost one-third of NDIS participants whose packages have been reassessed since May 2025 have had their support reduced. And there is huge anxiety in the disability community about the support needs assessment tool, which is due to be rolled out in mid-2026. I'm hearing from providers like Learning for Life in Kew and Abacus in Hastings that support for children in the NDIS early childhood pathway is decreasing and that they do not have a clear pathway for transition into the Thriving Kids program. Deputy Speaker, I believe in the promise of Thriving Kids, but lack of timelines and lack of clarity regarding its rollout are creating anxiety for parents and they are threatening the financial viabilities of providers. I'm calling on the responsible ministers to give constituents and their carers greater clarity and confidence in Thriving Kids, in that rollout and in the government's full commitment to the NDIS.
Member for Macquarie.
Last Saturday, Hotel Etico's CEO and co-founder, Andrea Comastri, finished a 400-kilometre, 13-day run right here at Parliament House. I was among those who waved Andrea off from Mount Victoria on Sunday the 8th of March as he began the long run to inclusion. The mission was to connect Hotel Etico's original home in Mount Victoria, which I officially opened in 2022, with their two new academies of independence in Leura and Canberra. Hotel Etico is a multi-award-winning not-for-profit social enterprise hotel, the first in Australia, and a trusted industry partner in tourism and hospitality. Their innovative model lets young people with disability work alongside hospitality professionals to build skills, confidence and real-world experience that supports their transition into open employment. Since it began, Hotel Etico's employed and trained 50 young people, with an 86% of its graduates gaining secure, ongoing employment in the tourism and hospitality industry. Their run wasn't all easy, but they arrived in Canberra on World Down Syndrome Day, dancing on the front lawn and finally finishing in the rain at the Mercure Canberra, the site of their new Academy of Independence. I congratulate them and thank them for their ongoing dedication to inclusion.
Member for Groom.
Well, the show season on the Darling Downs. Last weekend I went to the Oakey show. I want to thank Judy Byers and all her team for the great show they put on. But there is nothing bigger at the Oakey show than the Supreme Grand Champion Bull. This year Mr Jasper took it out. He's taken out titles in Pittsworth, Kuya and Allara, a massive, massive beast. I haven't seen that much bull since the last election, Speaker. Huge big thing. But my favourite event of the show season, of course, at Toowoomba Show, the emerging Leaders Breakfast. Now, this is a breakfast we put on, Speaker. The sub-chamber put it on, President Lyndall Neal, Secretary Lorraine Crothers and Treasurer Adele Seville. They put it on so that the showgirls and the rural ambassadors get some great experience in leadership, standing up and talking to people, leading their communities. It's one of the best things on the show circuit because you get to watch the next generation of regional leaders come through. The showgirl circuit's been doing a wonderful thing in my region for a long time, and I think it's an important part of our local communities, and it's a great way for young people to get the opportunity to speak out and to learn. Speaker, the Toowoomba Heritage show has been going on for 165 years. It's the longest event of its type. This is a great event. I want to thank everyone who's involved in this. I want to thank the community who gets behind it. Every year we get people from right across the region turning up and supporting this great community event. It's one of the best things in Toowoomba.
Member for Sturt.
The RSL Life Care Home is a war veterans' home located in the quiet, leafy eastern suburb of Myrtlebank in my electorate of Sturt. It was officially opened on the 24th of March 1917 following 18 months of community fundraising by the Soldiers Home League, and shortly thereafter it became known as the War Veterans' Home Myrtlebank. Now, accommodation in the War Veterans' Home at Myrtlebank is offered as a priority to veterans, war widows and their dependents, and is home to 95 residents. When I recently visited the RSL Life Care, I met Jacko, a veteran herself, who was very much running the show, although I'm sure she would deny it. The care, empathy and dedication that Jacko showed not only to the residents, but also to her colleagues, is something I'll never forget. Whilst the grounds, rooms and facilities at the RSL Life Care are lovely, what really makes it special is the standard of care that is being provided to residents. Jacko knew the residents by name, including Angus, Wilf, Wes and Nance, all of whom I met, and all of them over 100 years old or getting close. Jacko really is illustrative of the wonderful Australians who not only served our country, but who are now working in aged care, supporting our veterans and giving every part of themselves to ensuring that dignity and kindness is afforded to older Australians every single day.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And today I rise to tell this House the importance of where our economy is at. Our economy is weak, fuel supplies aren't guaranteed, and Australians are hurting. And a story that illustrates this, regrettably, is a story from a friend of ours who is the manager of a local Woolworths. She's told me that in the last 2 weeks, she has had 3 staff members that she's had to fire because of theft from that store. Not theft of things that would be the nice-to-haves in life, but food and toothpaste, pasta sauce. And why? Why are these staff working in a retail environment having to steal food and the basics? Because under this Labor government, their standard of living has slipped enormously. We must restore Australia to be a country where life is affordable, where our kids can buy a home, where you can raise a family, and where there is a fair go once again. A country of strength and unity, and only the Coalition will restore Australians' standard of living.
Member for Braddon.
Thank you. Through the Australian Government's $150 million Remote Roads Upgrade pilot program, the Albanese Labor Government is backing projects that strengthen our regional communities. As part of this program, Central Coast Council received $7.5 million for the Ironcliff Road upgrade, which I officially opened last week. The project has upgraded 8.6 kilometres of Ironcliff Road, with road widening and sealing, safer curves, upgraded intersections and lighting, new line marking, safety barriers and footpaths. These works have delivered safer travel for all road users, improved access for residents and stronger connections for farms, businesses and homes right along this important road. Importantly, the upgrade increases freight capacity for high productivity vehicles, a lot of farming and Tourism businesses are up this road, supporting the efficiency and growth of our local agricultural sector. But I also especially want to acknowledge the contractor of this project, Hardings Group, a Tasmanian-owned and operated company and a cornerstone of our state's civil construction industry. This year, Hardings celebrates 40 years of operation, growing from a two-person business into a trusted and respected business, employing more than 100 Tasmanians. Their local knowledge, skilled workforce and long-term commitment to Tasmania is critical to delivering high-quality infrastructure that regional communities rely on.
Member for Parkes.
Deputy Speaker, it is apparent to anyone living and working in the communities across the Parkes electorate that there is a dire lack of access to childcare. In fact, the region is often described as a childcare desert. That's why it was so worrying to me to hear that a preschool in Broken Hill had closed suddenly in November last year, leaving many families without the care they need for their children. No trustworthy, reliable care means a lack of working options for parents and very much limits their ability to earn a wage. Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to report that another early learning centre, Explorers Early Learning Long Day Care Centre, has just opened, a great result for families in Broken Hill. Of course, the opening of this centre was not without its hiccups. Explorers wrote to me on the 17th of February this year in desperation, seeking my help to expedite the assessment of their childcare subsidy application. The application had been filed in January, and 2 weeks later the centre reached out to the New South Wales Department of Education to see how it was progressing. The short answer was it wasn't progressing. Without approval, the childcare subsidy application, the families were facing full fee costs to put their children through the centre. Explorers sought help through my office, and I was able to advocate on their behalf, seeking the urgent assessment for their application and highlighting how important it was to provide childcare in Broken Hill as quickly as possible. I applaud the people behind the Explorers Early Learning Long Day.
Time has expired. Member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. People in my electorate of Banks remain concerned by the cost of living, and understandably so. But last week, households in my electorate got some very good news. The Australian Energy Regulator published the latest draft default market offer, which shows electricity will be getting cheaper from the 1st of July this year in my home state of New South Wales. This will be welcome relief for households and businesses in my state, as well as for Victorians, South Australians and the people of South East Queensland. This is all down to more renewable energy and batteries powering the grid, like the 10 megawatt Padstow community battery that is powering homes in my electorate of Banks and giving residents access to cheaper electricity plans. The reductions in this DMO will save households in my electorate hundreds of dollars per year, which is why, Deputy Speaker, unlike the Leader of the Opposition, when he was Energy Minister, we are not changing the rules to hide this default market offer from the Australian people. Deputy Speaker, this draft DMO is positive proof that the government's agenda is working, with more renewables, more cheaper home batteries and a more secure energy grid for communities like mine in Banks.
Member for Hickler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On International Women's Day, I had the great pleasure of sponsoring and attending the Zonta Club of Bundaberg's brunch. The Young Women in Leadership Award finalists featured a group of 5 focused and driven young women, and I had the opportunity to announce the overall winner, Imogen Anderson. The inaugural Robin Raybine Yellow Rose Award recipient was Anne Vorton. Congratulations to Imogen, Anne and to all nominees, and to Zonta for supporting, empowering, uplifting and celebrating women and girls. Deputy Speaker, customer service is always the #1 priority when it comes to doing good business. I learnt that lesson from a young age when I worked in the deli at Woolies on Thursday nights and Saturday mornings. So it felt like being at home when I got to visit Woolworths Capnock in Bundaberg to celebrate the remarkable achievement of Rebecca Irwin, the national winner of the Woolworths Fresh Leader Award. It recognises someone who brings passion for fresh in stores. Beck's extensive knowledge and passion for developing others, particularly women in leadership, empowers her team to succeed. Congratulations, Beck, on this national award. Deputy Speaker, in my quest to visit every single school in my electorate and spread the word about civics, I was pleased to present flags to the Pyalba State School captains Devon and Averley last week, along with Principal Matt Winter, who advised that the school is the oldest in Hervey Bay, at 142 years old. On Friday, I also attended Childers State School for a flag presentation and Harmony Day celebrations. Deputy Speaker, our future is in great hands.
Member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. In a world that often feels fast-paced and unpredictable, many in our community in Bullwinkle are feeling the ripple effects of global uncertainty, whether it's the rising cost of fuel or the weight of the international unrest. Yet in times like these, we are reminded that our greatest strength isn't found in global headlines, but in the local connections that ground us and keep us moving forward. In my electorate, I see the strength and the incredible power of our local religious and cultural groups, the quiet architects of peace and social cohesion. Over the past few weeks, I've been privileged to witness firsthand how these communities are actively choosing connection over isolation. Last sitting, it was an honour to host an iftar in Parliament, sharing a meal and reflection during the holy month of Ramadan. I also joined Roya and Tracy from the Gosnell Safe community now to welcome the Persian New Year, the Nowruz, a beautiful celebration of renewal and hope. In Orange Grove, I joined Councillor Tony Thomas from the City of Armidale at the St Joseph Syro Malabar Parish for the Feast of St Joseph, experiencing the vibrant faith and hospitality that defines their community. Speaker, in these gatherings, we are seeing community groups that choose peace over discord. Thank them for being the steadying ground that they...
Member for Cowper.
Well, today I'm taking the opportunity to celebrate a huge win for the Nambucca Valley. As of last week, the long-awaited CT scanner is finally operational at Maxwell Hospital. And this critical piece of machinery will enable early diagnosis, support emergency and inpatient care, and increase overall access and availability in the Nambucca region for imaging. No more travelling the 120-kilometre round trip to Coffs Harbour, and the knock-on positive effect for Coffs Harbour-based hospitals' overreached emergency department will be immediate. They'll no longer have to take on all those patients from the Nambucca Valley. Since 2019, I've been campaigning alongside community health leaders for this life-saving machinery to be delivered, and despite securing funding in 2021, it's been a bumpy ride. But on Thursday, I received fantastic news from the Mid-North Coast Local Health District Chief Executive, Jill Wong, that not only is the scanner functional, but it will be operating 7 days a week with additional radiographers now employed and plans in place to accept outpatient referrals in the future, significantly increasing service access to the entire Mid-North Coast. I'd like to thank Jill for her collaborative approach in working with me to see this come to a reality. And in her first year, or the end of her first year, I look forward to many more years of joint advocacy together.
Member for Newcastle.
Thank you, and I'd like to pay tribute to two steadfast members of our Labor family, Robert, or Bob Ireland, and Barry Hoare, whose lives were defined by service to our movement, to education and to their communities. Bob Ireland was born into a proud Labor family in Sydney in 1943, and his commitment to the Australian Labor Party began early, joining at just 17. In 2009, he was awarded life membership. Across decades of branch service, including many years at Caringbah and Adamstown branch, where he served as president, Bob fully embodied Labor's values of solidarity, fairness and community. Bob also made an extraordinary contribution to education. As a teacher, a head teacher and principal, and through his commitment to special education, he devoted his life to creating opportunities for young people. He was also devoted to his beloved wife, Ludi, and their 3 children, David, Kath and Peter, and 6 grandchildren. And in recent years, Bob cared for Ludi with endless love and compassion. I also want to honour the remarkable life of Barry Hoare, who recently passed away at the age of 98. Barry was a treasured lifelong member of Newcastle City Day Branch and a true Labor stalwart. He was a staunch advocate for seniors and pensioners throughout his life and remained engaged for as long as his health allowed, always sharing stories from his working life, including his time as a train conductor and his memorable meeting with Gough Whitlam when Cabinet travelled in rail to Newcastle. Varley, Bob and Barry.
Member for Wright.
Cynic Rim Business Excellence Awards were hosted the other night and it was a great evening. Category winners included in the food and beverage and dining section, roast beef and the frog at the Overflow at Warralong Dam. The reason they call it the frog is because the chef is a Frenchman. Excellence in accommodation went to Clandala Cottages Farm Stay at Boylan, and excellence in tourism went to the Calbar Sunflower Festival, which they actually have to cap the numbers at 5,000 because it's so popular. Excellence in education went to Boonah State High School, who edged out Macaulay College from Beaudesert. The Health and Wellbeing Award went to Tamborine Mountain Psychology, and the Sustainability and Innovation Award went to Edge Hairdressing at Tamborine Mountain. The Excellence in Retail went to My Country Escape at Canungra, a very popular winner, and the Trade Construction Award went to Franklin Plumbing and Gas, also up at Tamborine Mountain. The boys are doing an amazing job. And the most outstanding new business went to Canungra Beauty. And of course, we have to promote the next wave of business people coming through. The Trainee and Apprentice of the Year went to Rose Heggie, Boonah State High School, doing a an apprenticeship with Hair Shine Fashion. We've had over 60 nominees. Please, if you haven't been to the Scenic Rim, do yourself a favour, come and enjoy the beauties that our offer.
I called the member for Blair.
Speaker, it's been a huge week in my electorate of Blair with a number of exciting announcements. First up, last Tuesday I announced a new 24-unit social housing project is under construction in North Ipswich thanks to $14.2 million in funding from the Albanese Labor government. The complex is being delivered by the Queensland government and is due to finish later this year, delivering much-needed social housing for fast-growing Ipswich. And on the same day, I was honoured to help open the new independent liquor group Swanbank Distribution Centre. This $35 million investment will create over 400 new local jobs in Ipswich and support around 500 family-owned independent liquor and hospitality businesses across Queensland who are ILG members. Then on Wednesday, I was thrilled to speak at and help with the sod turning and the launch of the future Forgeworks Swanbank steel mill in Ipswich. This will be Queensland's first ever steel manufacturing facility and the first steel mill in Australia in over 30 years, producing recycled low emissions green steel, reinforced bar or rebar for the construction industry, and very likely for the 2032 Olympic bid. Future Forgeworks are working with the federally funded National Reconstruction Fund for funding. I congratulate them. It's a game changer. It will inject $100 million into the Ipswich and South East Queensland economy and deliver hundreds of local jobs.
Member for Curtin.
Tomorrow marks 1,000 days since Peter Murphy, the former member for Dunkley, introduced the You Win Some, You Lose Some report into the Parliament and reported that to an empty room. No action has happened from the government in the 1,000 days since then on gambling reform, and I am devastated about it. During that committee inquiry, we heard evidence, about 45 hours of evidence from people whose lives were being destroyed by gambling. And there is broad public support for gambling reform, and yet there has been radio silence from the government. And we can only conclude that that is because the government is listening to the money and the power more than the people of Australia. Sports codes benefit from gambling revenue. TV stations benefit from it as well, from all the ad revenue, and the betting companies themselves make political donations and make millions of dollars from Australians every single day. On the anniversary tomorrow, I would ask every member of the government to really think about Peter Murphy's legacy, what she did when she was here. I loved being on that committee. It was collaborative. It had agreement from across the political spectrum on 31 recommendations, and the time is overdue for action on gambling reform. This is what the Australian community wants.
There being no further statements by honourable members, the next item of the business will be called on. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 4 relating to agriculture, fisheries and forestry.
Member for Paterson.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I move the motion relating to agriculture, fisheries and forestries in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. I rise today to speak about the strength, resilience and future of one of the most important sectors in our nation, Australian agriculture, and what it means for communities like mine in the broader Hunter region. Across our region and right across the country, farmers, fishers and freight operators are navigating a period of real uncertainty. The world is in flux at the moment. The ongoing conflict in the Middle East is creating pressure on supply chains and global markets, and people on the ground are feeling it. We see you. In the Hunter, where agriculture, transport, mining and regional industry are deeply connected, we know these global challenges are never far from the farm gate or the supermarket shelf. But what I see every single day in communities like mine is resilience. I see producers who keep showing up, adapting and adopting, getting on with the job of feeding and clothing our nation and our neighbours in the Asian region. And recently, Deputy Speaker, I had the privilege of seeing the future of that resilience firsthand when I attended the graduation at Tokal Agricultural College on Friday. There I stood among hundreds of students, young people who've chosen a life on the land or in the agricultural industries. I saw graduates stepping forward with skills, confidence and determination, and some of the best 70s mows and mullets I've seen in a long time from some of those lads. And the amount of young women was just incredible. These people are embracing agriculture as the future. I also saw tens of scholarships awarded to current students, real tangible support that is helping them stay in their training and education, building their knowledge and pursue careers in agriculture and the ag tech services as well. It was a powerful reminder that while we often talk about challenges in the sector, there is enormous optimism and so much youthful energy, because the next generation of farmers is already in the making and doing. They're learning how to innovate, how to adapt and how to lead. They understand that agriculture today is not just about tradition, it's about technology, sustainability and global opportunity. And that gives me so much confidence in the future of agriculture in regions like the Hunter and Australia more broadly. And despite the challenges, despite the droughts and the floods and the increasingly unpredictable weather, there is a very strong story to tell. The latest forecasts from the Australian Bureau of Agricultural Resource Economics and Science, ABARES as it's affectionately known, show that the value of Australia's agricultural production is on track to exceed 100 billion with a B this financial year alone. That's an extraordinary milestone. It means we are set to meet and exceed the National Farmers Federation 2030 target 4 years ahead of schedule. Just a few years ago, it seemed impossible and we're already beating it. When our government came to office, agricultural production was valued at around 88 billion. Since then, it's grown by 15%. Exports are also reaching record highs, with agriculture, fisheries and forestry expected to hit almost 85 billion this financial year. That's more Australian produce meeting and reaching more markets than ever before. And that matters to regions like mine and our country. Our farmers don't just produce world-class food and produce, they underpin our regional economies. And that's why the work we're doing to diversify trade opportunities is so important. By removing trade barriers and restoring access to key markets, including securing the return of $20 billion worth of trade with China, we're making sure our producers have more options, more resilience and more certainty. But I know this government knows that behind these numbers are real people. Behind these numbers are real problems too. People have faced floods. They're dealing with increasing costs, managing the stress of an increasingly unpredictable climate and world. It has been a difficult period for many, and we get that. That's why our focus is not just on growth, but on support. We're strengthening biosecurity to protect our industries. We're investing in the agricultural workforce. We're backing innovation and sustainability so that farmers have the tools they need to adapt to the changing challenges and conditions, because we know that getting it right is so important for our farming futures.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion, reserve my right to speak.
I call the member for Monash.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my colleague, the member for Patterson, who I'm pleased to be co-hosting a screening of Just a Farmer, a really important film next week in this Parliament to promote the importance and understanding of mental health in our farming communities. Now, in the Monash electorate, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to represent a community that grows, makes and manufactures things the rest of our country relies on. When my region does well, the rest of Victoria and Australia succeeds. And so this week, I'm really looking forward to the annual Farm World event. It's one of our largest field days events in Australia. I think it's the best field days event in Australia, and it's the hottest ticket in West Gippsland this week. Farm World is a celebration of our region, of the produce and the people that are behind our agricultural sector, and it's going to celebrate 59 years. Now, I think give or take maybe 3 or 4 years, I've attended every Farm World event over the last 20 years. This year it'll run for 3 days and draw more than 40,000 visitors to our region. We'll see close to 500 exhibitors showcasing 700 brands across 100 acres. It never fails to draw a big crowd, providing an opportunity for local farmers to browse machinery, share best practice, look at the latest technologies, talk with experts, and most importantly, have that peer-to-peer connection, which is so important for our regional and agricultural communities. All visitors can browse an array of stalls showcasing items from lawnmowers to plants and clothing, enjoy the equestrian showcase, rodeo action, motocross, and a number of working animals in action. It educates people from the city on regions like Monash, electorates like Monash, which grow and make things the rest of our country rely on. I will be sad to miss the Women in Ag lunch this Thursday due to parliamentary commitments, but I know it will be a great success. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been working with local farmers who are waiting on fuel orders to arrive. I'm speaking with dairy farmers who have been forced to make several trips a day into town with jerry cans while they're waiting on those fuel orders, because without fuel they can't operate machinery to feed their herds, harvest or irrigate. And I know that is causing a lot of mental and emotional stress to local farming families in my electorate of Monash right now. I don't want to say to them, I stand with you, I'm standing up for you and doing everything I can to back our community through this fuel crisis. Added to this stress, a number of farmers from my electorate have also reported diesel thefts from their properties. These farmers are already paying through the roof for fuel, and now they're facing thieves on their farm. I know of a number of situations where farmers are sleeping next to machinery or driving all the equipment off farm as far as 30 minutes away to guard against thieves drilling into tractor fuel tanks and siphoning diesel. And I want to acknowledge Crowera farmer Shane Uren, who had 250 litres stolen from a tractor at 2 a.m. on Friday. Nyora farmer Russell Follett last week discovered a drill hole in his tractor's fuel tank, and Crowera farmer Andrew Thomas, who's also had some concerning incidents on his farm. I want to say also, Madam Deputy Speaker, that along with Farm World, I'm a huge supporter of agricultural field days across Australia. There are around 35 agricultural field days across our country, and they play an incredibly important role in sharing best practice, availing farmers of the latest technology and providing that really important peer-to-peer support. That's why I'm backing the Association of Agricultural Field Days for the federal government to step up and recognise events like Farm World in my local electorate as essential regional infrastructure. We know these events are key to Australia remaining a world-class provider and producer of food and fibre, and I want that contribution to be recognised, understood and supported at a federal government level. Collectively, those 35 national field days represent over 1 million visitors annually, 20,000 plus participating businesses, $2 billion plus in facilitated trade every year, and $120 million in regional economic output. And they have over 50% farmer attendance. Many of these events have operated continuously since the late 1800s and remain a critical economic driver for federal electorates like mine. But since COVID, with flood, drought and bushfire, operating costs increasing up to 300% and a reduced capacity for sponsorship, a lot of these field days are under great strain, and that's why I'm standing up on their behalf.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Paterson for the motion. I acknowledge her long-standing commitment to the regions and to our farmers and primary producers in agricultural, fisheries and forestry. The recently released forecast from the Australian Bureau of Agricultural Resources, Economics and Science, or ABARES, was terrific news. And it shows that Australian agriculture is due to hit over $100 billion, in fact $101.4 billion this financial year. And what this means, of course, is that we've hit $100 billion for 2030, for 4 years ahead of what the National Farmers Federation target was. They anticipated and hoped and aspired to $100 billion of production by 2030. Now, we've got it this 4 years ahead of schedule, and this is up from $88 billion when we came to power in May 2022. It's a target set by industry, and we've achieved this by working together, industry, our farmers and the Albanese Labor government. Our government's careful and considered approach to restoring international relations has helped Australian agriculture, and our support for Australian agriculture remains strong during this period. We know, of course, there have been many challenges, and that's why the $100 billion is totally worth supporting and celebrating. The $100 billion target has come at a time when we know some of our farmers have been impacted by drought and by floods and rain, and by what we're seeing in terms of trade displacements across the globe, and of course conflicts like we're seeing currently, and the flow-on effects in terms of localised food shortages in some areas. And I see that in terms of the floods and rains and cyclonic conditions across Ipswich and the Somerset region in my electorate, and the fires which have impacted as well the farming communities. So this is an extraordinary result, and it's a testimony to the hard work of Australian farmers, industry and government working together. Now, our trade is more diverse than it's ever been, and we're on target for agriculture, fisheries and forestry's $85 billion in exports during the financial year. It's a very significant figure, and of course it's down to our careful and considered work that we've been doing in terms of restoring our trade relationships. I pay tribute to Don Farrell, the Minister for Trade, and of course working with industry. Over 250 new market achievements have been reached by this government since we came to office. They're working with industry closely and carefully, working with international partners to achieve this record figure that we're talking about in this motion today. This is important for many communities in my electorate in rural parts of Ipswich and the Somerset region, where beef farming in particular and poultry production are major industries. So this $100 billion forecast translates to thriving regional communities, thriving rural places, and that's great for a country as big as Australia. This year's outlook is a remarkable achievement and testimony to the immense resilience and skill of our agricultural workforce. We've worked to ensure Australians can gain the skills they need for good, secure regional jobs that help keep Australian agriculture strong. At the same time, it's worth noting the PALM scheme is one of the things that has helped achieve this $100 billion figure. We've got over 17,000 people contributing to our agricultural sector through the PALM scheme, including some in my electorate and surrounding areas like the Lockyer Valley in southeast Queensland. It's been an outstanding success for this country, but also working with our neighbours at the same time to give people opportunity as well as financial security both here and their home countries. So there's 10,000 workers who are working in meat processing as well. So that again gives you a sense of the workforce and the work that's going on in this area and the contribution that's needed to achieve the $100 billion figure. We've got a number of big meat processors in my electorate, including JBS at Dinmore, at Ipswich, Kilcoy Global Foods in the Somerset region, both in Kilcoy and Caminia. They're some of the biggest employers in the region and make a huge contribution to local economies, and farmers who produce beef, cattle, send their produce to these particular meat processing areas. So I'm very proud to be part of a government that supports our meat processors and our farming communities. I want to congratulate the NFF for their vision and the government. Over $100 billion for Australia's agricultural production is significant and it's worth celebrating. It's a result of the advocacy from the NFF, and I want to congratulate them in particular and the cooperation and collaboration we've had with them. I acknowledge the challenge our farmers are experiencing now and look forward to our recommitting ourselves to their welfare and their
Member
families.
for Mallee. Member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. How refreshing to hear Labor talking about productivity and agriculture. Farmers know very well about supply and demand, but unfortunately Labor doesn't. Energy Minister Chris Bowen claims there's no fuel supply issue, but we now know 6 supply ships have been cancelled or delayed so far. In Mallee, fuel is running out. Farmers can't sow the seed, spray the weeds, dry out their wet crops after unseasonal rain or harvest without diesel. If farmers don't plant a crop or lose yields or are downgraded on quality because they don't have fuel, guess what? The export returns that the member for Paterson talks about will simply evaporate. Labor doesn't understand supply or demand and certainly doesn't understand regional Australia. The former coalition government bolstered diesel supplies by increasing our storages by 40% when we were in government. Great farm gate returns are one thing, but huge spikes in input costs is another. One of my Mallee constituents saw fuel prices at his local Bowser go up 10 cents per day. Fertiliser is another major input cost, and the conflict blocking the Strait of Hormuz is impacting around 2/3 of Australia's annual urea imports. Prices have gone up from around $840 per tonne to about $1,400 per tonne, higher than the spike we experienced when Russia invaded Ukraine. The Coalition understands urea supply, which is why we funded the Perdaman Urea project through the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, which we gave major project status. Perdaman will produce around 2 million tonnes per year of urea, starting in less than a year's time, 2027, and estimated to reach full production in June 2027. You're welcome. 1 million tonne of that output, about half, has been earmarked for the Australian market, which would meet about 96% of our total domestic demand, with Incitec Pivot through Macquarie Group to manage all of the offtake from that project. The Coalition supported Perdaman through the NAIF and the Export Finance Authority. Some $744 million in support has been provided for the $6 billion Perdaman project, largely through NAIF loans to support the ports and water supply elements that Perdaman needs to be successful. Through the NAIF, the former coalition government also funded the Water Corporation Seawater Scheme to the tune of $95 million to underpin the industrial precinct in the area, including Yarra Pilbara, which I visited in my former capacity as Shadow Minister for Regional Development in October. 1 million tonnes per annum of urea, meeting almost all of our demand. That's what the Nationals, as a party of government in coalition, delivers for regional Australia and for our productivity into the future. We have a fuel supply and price emergency in Australia, particularly in regional Australia, right now. Without fuel, Australian farmers won't produce the food we need. The last thing we need during Labor's homegrown cost of living crisis is fuel and a food price spike that further reduces the value of Australian wages. Australians deserve better than this Labor government.
Thank the member for Mallee, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and thank God there is a federal Labor government, because people listening may be a bit confused, but under those opposite, we went from 6 refineries down to 2 refineries. And most of the fuel reserves were offshore, somewhere in the United States, whereas we have ramped up fuel reserves so that we can respond in times of crisis like this, but have that capacity here on shore or in our EEZ, and that is important, and that is helping us manage the situation at the moment. I want to celebrate our primary producers, but right from the outset I do want to acknowledge that we understand that it has been a difficult period for many farmers across the country. Australia's weather extremes, a place of drought and flooding plains, such as what we're seeing in the Territory at the moment, means that it has often been a hard time to be on the land, which makes it even more impressive that ABARES, the Australian Bureau of Agricultural and Resource Economics and Sciences forecasts that in the current financial year we're on track to reach that $100 billion in agricultural output, which is outstanding, 4 years earlier than the 2030 target. And I want to give a shout out to the National Farmers Federation and everyone who has advocated to help our primary producers reach that target. The metres of rain, such as that's falling on the Territory, is good for feed, but of course it degrades the roads over which cattle trucks, as an example, travel along, necessitating repair and investment. Now, the conflict in the Middle East is a reality. It's affecting the globe, and it's creating renewed uncertainty for our producers and our regional communities. From day one, our government, the Albanese Federal Labor Government, has been working closely with industry, monitoring the impacts of that conflict and helping to keep our food and fibre moving across the country. We've released reserves, we're working with stakeholders to keep Australia moving and to keep Australia's primary producers moving. Since coming to government, we've backed Australian agriculture in very practical ways, strengthening biosecurity, boosting the ag workforce, opening new trade opportunities and supporting more sustainable and climate-resilient production. Now, that's important because if we get that balance right, we protect the future of the sector while creating the conditions for even continued and further growth. And nowhere is that more important than the place that I'm proud to represent, the Northern Territory. The top end, as all honourable members know, is famous for its capital, is cattle, and it was great to catch up with the Northern Territory Cattlemen's Association President Henry Burke and their CEO Romy Carey just in the last few days in Darwin at their annual conference. The cattle industry alone is valued at $1.2 billion, and in 2024, those ringers from the top end exported 274,181 head of cattle from the Northern Territory through Darwin Port, up from 184,597 the year before. So a big increase, and well done to all our cattlemen and cattlewomen. While the NT is known for its vast cattle stations, its agricultural story is bigger than that. In financial year 2024, the agricultural story is for forestry and fishing industry, contributing around $1.4 billion to the Territory economy, which is up 10% on the previous year. Territory is also Australia's largest mango producer, generating $128 million in gross value of production and accounting for more than half of national production. Over 4 million trays annually. So the melons, watermelons, rock melons, honeydews, even pumpkins are the second largest horticultural activity in the Territory, valued at $70 million, making up around 23% of the national supply, and aquaculture, driven primarily by barramundi and pearling, was valued at $77 million in financial year 24. It's huge. Ag is so important to the Territory. And last but not least, the Territory is famous for its crocodiles, not just for tourism, but crocodile farming is a serious export industry. I want to celebrate all the primary producers in the Northern Territory and around Australia. Our federal Labor government has your back. We are working with you as valued and respected stakeholders.
Thank the member for Solomon, and I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to speak on the importance of agriculture to our nation. And not as a man who spent his life in Canberra behind a desk, but as someone who's actually got dirt under his fingernails. I have a generational experience and understanding of what it takes to work this land. Labor want a pat on the back for a $100 billion production forecast, but that success doesn't belong to the government. It belongs to the hard-working families of our primary producers. It belongs to the men and women who battle the elements, and not the bureaucrats who battle these producers. And trust me when I say these producers certainly have a battle against the bureaucrats. I want to bring your attention to the final point of this motion, because I can't believe this government has the gall to brag about climate resilience while they're strangling our farmers with environmental green tape. I have seen correspondence from the Department of Environment and Water sent to farmers in my electorate. Families have used their land for primary production for decades. These people are being penalised, their businesses are in limbo, and they're being targeted by a government obsessed by locking up productive agricultural land just to bank carbon credits. One of my constituents received a letter from an environmental investigator from Mr Watt's department, a bureaucratic gag order that has put their livelihood on ice. It tells the farmer that the department has found no breach in practice, but the farmer should cease any land clearing activity. What does that imply for the person on the land? Guilty until proven innocent? It means that even though they have Category X listed land, and even though that they should have the right to clear the land and develop that land for cane, they can't. Instead, they're being forced into a state of paralysis. They've been told to stop work, and while their equipment sits idle, their legal bills mount up and their income evaporates. The EPPC Act reforms were rushed through in this Parliament in a shady deal with the Greens, a deal designed to win inner-city votes at the expense of regional survival. Our farmers are being treated like criminals. And for what crime? Wanting to grow the food that keeps this nation fed? And while they're being demonised by this Labor government, they're being squeezed at the other end by the big supermarkets. It's been around a year since the ACCC price inquiry, and where is the action? 40% of vegetable farmers are considering leaving the industry because there's no margins and their lifestyles is crushed. We need big stick legislation. We need divestiture powers. We need to protect our producers from retribution from retail giants. And the hypocrisy continues in the international trade. This motion brags about diversification, while the beef industry is facing a $1 billion reduction due to China's new 55% tariff. Where is the Prime Minister in this? Where is the Trade Minister? While our premium beef is being priced out of the market. Finally, Deputy Speaker, let's talk about the fuel crisis. Our farmers can't get supply, and they're paying exorbitant prices for those who can. And these pure input costs are exploding. With Australia most effectively blocked, the global supply chain for urea and fertiliser has snapped, leaving our growers vulnerable while the Middle East conflict swells. Every hectare now that is planted is a financial gamble because this government refuses to guarantee the delivery of essential chemicals. Deputy Speaker, this motion is a slap in the face to every person who toils in the sun to feed this country. because this government is failing agriculture at every level. Our farmers don't want belated praise. They want their freedom to farm back. Farmers need to spend their time growing food and fibre, not doing endless compliance, ridiculous paperwork, never-ending bookwork, dealing with red tape, with green tape. The best thing a government can do, give the freedoms back to the farmers, let them do what they do best, grow food and fibre for this country, and get out of the road.
I thank the member for Dawson, and I call the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I rise to speak in strong support of the Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry motion. It's a privilege to stand in this place and acknowledge the sheer scale of the success currently being seen across our agricultural landscape. We're witnessing a historic moment for our Australian primary production, one that underscores the resilience of our farmers and the strategic vision of the Albanese Labor government. The latest forecasts from ABARES are quite frankly staggering. Australia's farm gate production value is now forecast to exceed $100 billion this financial year. To put that in perspective, we have hit the National Farmers Federation 2030 target 4 years ahead of schedule. Furthermore, our exports are set to reach a record high of almost $85 billion for the 2025-26 year. Speaker, this isn't just a number on a spreadsheet, it represents the premium value that the world places on Australian food and fibre, from our grains to our livestock to our world-class forestry products. The Product of Australia brand has never been stronger. However, these milestones didn't just happen by accident and they didn't happen in a vacuum. They were achieved through the grit and resilience of our primary producers who faced droughts, floods, global market shifts with unwavering resolve. They were achieved through the innovation and skill of the industries and who are constantly finding ways to do better, to do more with less. And on behalf of our Labor government, I want to say to farmers, fishers and foresters, we see your hard work. We thank you for feeding and clothing not just this nation, but across the world. The Albanese Labor government understands that global success requires domestic support. We haven't just cheered from the sidelines, we have made significant structural investments to ensure that this growth is sustainable. And I have a few examples. Biosecurity. We've committed over $2 billion in new biosecurity funding. In an era of global travel and trade, our biosecurity is our strongest shield against invasive pests and diseases that could devastate industries overnight. We are tackling the labour shortages that have long plagued the sectors by bringing employers, unions and government to the table. We're ensuring that the people who harvest our food are treated fairly and that farmers have the workers that they need. Trade diversification. Since July 2022, we have achieved 256 market access milestones. We're ensuring that our eggs are not all in one basket, making our trade more diversified and resilient than ever before. And climate resilience. We know the climate is changing. That is why we're backing the Agricultural and Land Sector Plan with over $2 billion to ensure our producers can remain productive and profitable in a changing environment. Speaker, the Australian agricultural sector and other primary producers are the powerhouses in the engine of our Australian economy, and they're also at the heart of our regional communities. By supporting this motion, we're not just celebrating past achievements, we're committing to a future where Australian agriculture and primary producers continue to lead the world. I commend this motion to the House.
I thank the member for Bullwinkle and I call the member for Forrest.
Deputy Speaker, I woke up almost like I was in an alternate universe reading this motion because, frankly, the hypocrisy of Labor MPs who crow about agricultural, fisheries and forestry exports reaching a high of some $85 billion in this financial year comes as a complete shock to the fishermen in my part of the world, in the southwest of WA, who have had their businesses cut from underneath them by the decisions of the Labor government there. They crow that this is recognising a significant milestone achieved with hard work, resilience and skill of Australia's primary producers. The same primary producers, the same fishermen indeed, that have had their businesses lawfully cut from under them by the Labor government. To listen to a Labor MP just quote, "Global success requires domestic support," will come as an absolute slap in the face to the Bunbury fishermen who, like I say, have had their licences cancelled with less than 1 month's notice just before Christmas. Because we hear in this motion, moved by the Labor Party, that there is more demand than ever for Aussie produce. So if that's the case, why are they standing by and allowing their state counterparts to impose this destructive and reckless demersal fishing ban? They talk about exports, but I want to talk about the result, and that's imports, because Australians love to support Australian businesses. Aussies love to eat locally grown or locally caught produce. The reality is the WA demersal fishery produces some 400 tonnes of fish each year across both the recreational and commercial sectors. But thanks to Labor, that figure will be less than half this year. Aussies will be eating God knows what, caught God knows where. Because the reality is the supply gap will be filled with imported produce. And we can tell you exactly where that's coming from. It's coming from less sustainable and less ethical fisheries across Asia. Last year, Australia imported 211,000 tonnes of seafood from Asia. That accounted for more than 70% of the seafood consumed in this country coming from elsewhere. And yet Labor have got the gall to come in here crowing about their support for the global success of Australia's primary producers. It is shameful, Deputy Speaker, and I won't stand for it, because if you look at Vietnam as just one example, the degree of fish extraction per square kilometre of fishery controlled means that Vietnam fishes at a concentration of some 23 times higher than the WA demersal fishery. And yet this government's looking West Australians in the eye and claiming that the fishery is unsustainable. Just 33 days after the Commonwealth signed off on the fishery as sustainable and in fact meeting global standards for sustainability, the state government knocked these businesses out at the crease. So it's another example of a government obsessed with its image rather than the reality experienced by locals. Because last month, hundreds of angry locals rallied together to support our local fishing industry and to cry out for a fair go for our recreational anglers. Where was the state member for Bunbury? He was having dinner in Perth. Well, if you've got a job title like Minister for the South West, it's time you got out from under the doona-don and did your job, standing up for the people of the South West who have been hit with this unfair and unexplained fishing ban. It is frankly disgraceful that he's got plenty of time to turn up for photo opportunities, but when it comes to listening to locals who have been impacted by a decision of his government, by a Labor government, he's nowhere to be seen. Every day, this ban is having a detrimental impact on my community. Last week, I visited a fish and chip shop who's proud to source his produce locally, prepare it locally and sell it to locals. The reality is that prices are going to escalate for him and the supply will have to come from elsewhere. Local people who enjoy eating local seafood are now, as a result of the Labor government, going to be eating God knows what, caught God knows where. So to come in here and listen to the hypocrisy of a Labor government that's crowing about its support for Australia's primary industries is shameful.
I thank the member for Forrest. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 5, relating to women in defence, standing in the name of the member for Lyne.
I call the member for Lyne.
I move the motion relating to women in defence in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion. Reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Member for Gippsland. I call the member for Lyme.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. It's a great honour to present this motion here today, as women have played a role in our Defence Force since 1899, and today 20% of our service personnel are women. Whilst their sons, husbands, fathers and brothers answered their country's call, so too have successive generations of daughters, wives, mothers and sisters. When World War I broke out, the role of most women in Australia was that of unpaid homemaker. Whether married or single, women generally stayed home to look after the household and any children or dependents. During the 4 ensuing years of war, many women took on a different paid and unpaid war roles, serving in the Australian Army as nurses, volunteering in the Red Cross, working for soldiers' comfort funds and raising funds for wartime charities that worked overseas. In World War II, almost a third of working-age women would participate in paid work, many in roles unavailable to them before the war. Valuable duties were also performed by women volunteers, often without any government funds to address manpower shortages. During this time, the Australian Women's Army Service, Women's Auxiliary Australian Air Force, Women's Royal Australian Naval Service and the Australian Women's Land Army were established to free men from non-combat roles, with women who filled crucial positions as cooks, drivers, agricultural labourers, signallers, intelligence and anti-aircraft gun crewing. Many of these women were born and bred in my community or would later settle in the Lyne electorate. Women like Mary May Hogan from Cundletown, who joined the Australian Women's Army Service in June 1943 and as part of the Central Bureau, an Allied intelligence unit, intercepted and deciphered Japanese military and naval radio messages. Renee Harper, who joined the Women's Royal Australian Air Force during World War II and later settled in Taree. Doreen Rosenbaum, who joined the Australian Women's Army Service in World War II. Dorothy Greening, who served in Tripoli, Crete, Borneo and Singapore as part of the Australian Army Nursing Service in World War II. Dulcie Balderston, who enlisted in the Women's Auxiliary Australian Air Force in December 1944 and worked as a stores clerk. Una Keast, a young nurse who, keen for adventure, signed up to serve as soon as war was declared in 1939. During the course of World War II, Una nursed under canvas in the war zones of Greece, narrowly escaping German invasion, in the trenches in Crete, in the dust in the Middle East and in the jungles of New Guinea. Eunice Hilda Oakley, who joined the Royal New Zealand Nursing Corps and became an invaluable supporter of the local veteran community. Annie Beatrice May Starling, who was posted to Rocky Creek in the Atherton Tablelands, a 2,000-bed hospital under canvas, and then in Borneo treating POWs before eventually returning home and settling in Tairai in the Upper Manning. Lucy Monk, a Taree local who was part of the 52nd Searchlight Battery, and Sister Hannah Pankhurst, who at the age of 22 enlisted with the 3rd Australian General Hospital in July 1915 and commenced duty on Lemnos, where she took care of the Gallipoli wounded. She later was moved to Cairo and then Brighton Hospital in England, before eventually returning to the Manning and continuing her lifelong career and devotion to nursing at the Manning River District Hospital. And there are many of my constituents today that remember her great work there. We will be forever proud and grateful for the contributions of all Australian women who served and are serving today. And indeed, I had the great pleasure last year when I participated in my first Australian Defence Force Parliamentary program at Williamtown, to be hosted by Wing Commander Vicky Bazudenhout, who's the senior commanding officer there, and it was a great program, and I thank her most sincerely for her support while I was there. But look, as I come to conclude here, I want to thank the President of the Taree sub-branch of the RSL for his discussion with me at the Taree Hub Market that led to this motion today. and our meeting last week in front of the fantastic display at the Club Taree, which recognises local women who've served. We will remember them lest we forget.
I thank the member for Lyne. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this motion acknowledges the profound and enduring contribution of women to the Australian Defence Force for over a century. While women today serve in every capacity across our Navy, Army and Air Force, we must remember that this path was paved by the extraordinary courage of those who came before. In my electorate of Bullwinkle, named in honour of a true Australian heroine, we are reminded daily of the debt we owe to Lieutenant Colonel Sister Vivian Bullwinkle and her colleagues. To appreciate the security and freedom we enjoy today, we must look back to February 1942. Vivian Bullwinkle was one of 65 Australian nurses who reluctantly evacuated Singapore aboard the SS Vinabrook due to the Japanese invasion. When the ship was sunk by Japanese aircraft, Vivian and a group of survivors eventually washed ashore on Banker Island, and what followed remains one of the most harrowing chapters in our military history. On that ratty beach, 22 surviving Australian nurses who under the Geneva Convention should have been taken as prisoner of war were instead ordered to march out into the ocean. They knew what was coming. Vivian recalled matron Irene Drummond saying, "Chin up, girls, I'm proud of you and I love you all." And so they walked with their heads held high, supporting one another, displaying a calm dignity that defied the horror of the moment, and they were mowed down by machine gun fire. Vivian was the sole survivor, only a few years older than my own daughter is today. Struck by a bullet that passed through her hip, she feigned death until the captors left. For 12 days she hid in the jungle caring for a wounded British soldier before she was forced to surrender and spend 3.5 years as a prisoner of war in trying conditions. Speaker, Vivian Bullwinkle did not just survive, she bore witness and later testified at the War Crimes Tribunal in Tokyo, and she carried the memory of her 21 sister-in-arms back to the Australian shores. She ensured that their sacrifice was not lost to the tides of Banker Island, but was instead etched into the soul of our nation. Vivian's story is the pinnacle of a century-long narrative. From the Australian Army Nursing Service in World War II to the intelligence officers, pilots and combat medics serving in the Middle East and the Indo-Pacific today, women have been serving our nation with remarkable contributions. As the member for Bullwinkle, I am humbled to represent the electorate that carries her name. We do not just honour a person, we honour a standard of selfless service. Let us use this motion to recommit ourselves to supporting women currently serving in the ADF, ensuring that they have the resources, the respect and the recognition they deserve. We stand on the shoulders of giants like Vivian Bullwinkle and her 21 fallen colleagues, including Alma Beard from 2J, which is in my electorate. We will remember them, lest we forget.
Thank you, Member for Bullwinkle, for that fine contribution. I call the member for Gippsland and the Leader of the Nationals in the House.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in joining the motion, I want to commend the member for Lyne for presenting it to the Federation Chamber today, but also congratulate the member for Bullwinkle not only on her election but on her fine tribute to Nurse Vivian Bullwinkle and the extraordinary story of courage and heroism which occurred on Banker Island. And in that vein, I think it's important that we recognise all Australian service women who are serving today and thank them for their service, but also thank our veterans for their service to our nation over the past 100 years. It's incredible contribution to the safety and the security of Australia that has been made by women in uniform, and it's something that I think is only appropriate that the House recognises today. Today, Deputy Speaker, women make up about 20% of the Australian Defence Force workforce. In the Navy, it's about 24%, Air Force 25% and Army 15%. And I know the service chiefs across all three are working to increase the level of female representation in each of our forces. It's important to note, Deputy Speaker, that since 1899, women have served in the Australian Armed Forces, but it's only since 2013 when combat roles opened up to women, and by 2016 all roles, including Special Forces entry, were open to women, that they were fully able to participate in any role in the Australian Defence Force. And that has been an extraordinary capability boost for our service personnel. I've been very fortunate in this place to participate in the Australian Defence Force Parliamentary program, and also as the Minister for Veterans and Defence Personnel. And in that time, I have been exposed to a number of women in leadership roles which have impressed me enormously. I can recall, Deputy Speaker, being on a naval patrol boat off the coast of Darwin, and the commander of the ship was a female officer, and the way she managed her crew was something quite extraordinary and impressed me enormously. I remember another occasion, Deputy Speaker, I was on the deck of one of the Australian naval vessels, and there was a young lady there, would be no more than 25 or 26, and looked like she could have been your typical hairdresser, standing beside this burly guy of 120 odd kilos with a big bushy beard. And the reason she looked like she could have been your typical hairdresser was that's what she did before she joined the Navy. And this young lady at 25, 26 was actually the officer in charge teaching the big burly 120 kilo fella how to do that job. And just goes to demonstrate, Deputy Speaker, you should never assume anything when it comes to Australian Defence Force about who's in charge and who's actually giving the instructions. And I have met women in leadership roles in our military who have been some of the finest Australians that I've ever had the pleasure of spending company with. And I think about Lieutenant General Natasha Fox. Natasha is serving today. She is the first female Deputy Chief of Army and the inaugural Chief of Personnel. She has been extraordinary in her efforts to improve the transition for our Australian Defence Force personnel. I think about Air Vice Marshal Tracy Smart, the former Surgeon General of the ADF. Now, Tracy has retired, but she continues to work tirelessly around supporting veterans and the wellbeing of their families. I think about the aide-de-camps I had the great fortune of working with me, Fiona, Lisa and Libby. Their organisational skills were extraordinary, even trying to keep a recalcitrant National Party minister on time at the right place at the right time. One, though, who sticks in my mind, Deputy Speaker, most recently, was a Labor name of Major General Liz Cosson. Liz was the first female Major General of the Army, and not being satisfied with that extraordinary achievement, when she retired from uniform, she went on to become the first Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs. Now, during my time in that role, Liz was an incredible, important ally in terms of working to improve outcomes for veterans and their families. Her lived experience, I think, made her perhaps more empathetic than other secretaries in the public service may have been. And without her support, we would not have been able to bring in the reforms that we were able to bring in. And under her guidance and her leadership, I am confident that we set in train some reforms which will continue to deliver long-term benefits for veterans and their families. Now, Deputy Speaker, I want to finish where I started in commending the member Lyon for bringing this motion to the chamber to recognise and say thank you for your service to all Australian Defence Force personnel and our veteran community, and finally to recognise the incredible role that women have played in the Australian Defence Force and continue to play, and I wish them safety, security and good fortune as they continue to keep us safe. And thank you for your service, lest we forget.
Thank the member for Gippsland, and I call the member for Hasluck.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to support this motion and thank the member for Lyon for bringing it before the House. This motion matters because it recognises two things at once. First, the long service record by women in the Australian Defence Force, and second, the very deliberate reforms that are changing the shape of the force today. For more than a century, Australian women have served, initially in nursing support roles and often in volunteer capacity, often without recognition as well or equal opportunity. Australian author Miles Franklin was a volunteer orderly and cook with the Scottish Women's Hospital in Macedonia from 1917 to 1918, supporting the Serbian army during World War I. Working at the Ostrovo Field Hospital under extremely difficult conditions, treating wounded soldiers and fighting the typhus epidemic, And in more recent times, Lieutenant Colonel Vivian Bullwinkle's story as the sole survivor of the 1942 Banker Island massacre has become widely known and celebrated. And I join with the remarks of the member for Bullwinkle in talking to her extraordinary story and life service. Today, women are engaged across all services and make up more than 25% of new recruits each year. I personally joined the Signals Corps in the Australian Army Reserve, and back then it was a time where women's roles were perhaps more limited. Notwithstanding that we were trained for combat, we invariably didn't have combat-facing roles to serve within. But since then, there's been real progress. All roles in the ADF have been open to women since 2016, serving across the land, the sea, the air, cyber and space. And importantly, we're on track to increase women's participation further over the next decade, driven by our stronger recruitment and better retention strategies. The outstanding performance of our female officers is being recognised. 3 were made members of the Order of Australia this year, including being Air Commodore Maria Brick for her service in legal and staff appointments, Group Captain Alicia Broadhead for her contributions to the F-35A Lightning II introduction and air traffic management, Wing Commander Nadia Harrison for developing the expeditionary cyberspace capabilities, and there were many more who were recognised for their professionalism and achievements. Earlier this year, at the last post-ceremony marking the commencement of Parliament, I had the opportunity to meet a number of women serving at the very centre of defence leadership. These are not symbolic roles, they are operational, high-trust positions supporting the most senior leaders in the ADF. Captain Oliver Bowen-Wall serving as the aide-de-camp to the Chief of the Defence Force. Flight Lieutenant Aya Khalid, the aide-de-camp to the Vice Chief of the Defence Force. Lieutenant Geraldine Gray of the Royal Australian Navy, aide-de-camp to the Chief of Personnel. Lieutenant Millicent Nye, aide-de-camp to the Chief of Joint Capabilities. Flight Lieutenant Lee Park, aide-de-camp to the Minister for Defence Industry. These roles require judgment, discretion and a detailed understanding of how the defence operates at the highest level. They are often given to people who are expected to hold significant leadership roles and positions in the future. And alongside them, I also met 2 of the most senior officers in the ADF. Lieutenant General Natasha Fox, AOCSC, Chief of Personnel, responsible to the workforce that underpins the entire Defence Organisation, and Lieutenant General Susan Coyle, AMCSC, DSM, Chief of Joint Capabilities, the first woman to lead a warfighting capability domain in the ADF. These are not modest achievements. They reflect a Defence Force that is beginning to shift at its most senior levels, something that has taken time and care to achieve and something we can all be proud of. I was very proud to have my picture taken alongside these women. A modern Defence Force cannot afford to draw from only part of the population. It needs the full range of talent, skills and experience available to it. The pipeline matters, recruitment is strong, early retention is improving, but command track participation and senior representation are where the next gains must be made. So today we recognise more than a century of service. We recognise the women who have served when opportunities were limited and those serving today with far greater scope. To all the women who have served and who continue to serve in the Australian Defence Force, both directly but also those who work in support of their partners who are active members. Your service is strengthening the Australian Defence Force and I thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hasluck. I call the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This motion rightly acknowledges, recognises and thanks the women who have served and continue to serve in Australia's Defence Forces. Australian women have been a central part of our Defence Force for over a century in every element of our forces. From the beginning of the Anzac legend in World War I, when women served as nurses on the front lines, to today's personnel operating across land, sea, air and cyber domains. Their contribution has been constant, essential and too often, sadly, goes under-recognised. Throughout all conflicts involving Australia, our nation's women have been there to protect us, to care for us and sacrificed their own lives for ours. In World War II, women played a critical role in protecting Australian shores from potential Japanese invasion. With many of our soldiers fighting in Europe and Southeast Asia at the time, it was up to the women at home to take up the fight. Thus, the Women's Australian National Service was formed, followed by the Australian Women's Army Service, Royal Women Australian Naval Service and the Women's Auxiliary Australian Air Force. In total, over 50,000 women served in these groups. I recently had the pleasure of experiencing 21 Hearts. This is a theatre production by Theatre 180 of the compelling true story of Vivian Bullwinkle and the nurses of Vina Brook. When leaving Singapore following the Japanese invasion, the group's ship was bombed, forcing the nurses to spend days at sea before finding Rajik Beach on Banker Island, where they surrendered. Despite surrendering to and treating the Japanese soldiers for their injuries, the 22 nurses were forced into the water where they were shot at. It was one of the most shocking and vile instances of war, with the nurses turning and facing towards the horizon. As they walked into the ocean, they were machine gunned down. This was on the 16th of February 1942. Doesn't feel like such a long time ago. Just one nurse survived to tell of the ordeal, and that was Lieutenant Colonel Vivian Bullwinkle. Now, I just want to give a shout out because that production has now left Western Australia and is now travelling around the East Coast with the support of the Department of Veteran Affairs. So to anybody out there, please look out for the wonderful story of 21 Hearts. This story symbolises the courage, strength and resilience all women in our Defence Force have shown over many years. Whether serving in logistics, intelligence, combat support, peacekeeping missions, or now in fully integrated combat roles, women in the Australian Defence Force have demonstrated professionalism of the highest order. They have led troops, piloted many aircraft, commanded many naval vessels, and contributed to complex operations both at home and abroad. Service women have broken down barriers not just for themselves, but for future generations who now see defence service as a path open to all Australians, regardless of gender. Today, around 20% of our Defence Force are women, a number, I'm sure I'm not the only one who thinks this, but I think for me personally, I would like to see that to be increased to reach the goal of at least 25% by 2030. Challenges are still being felt by our service women, with underrepresentation in combat and technical roles. While increasing representation, well, of course, that is critical, it is equally important to recognise the challenges that are facing service women do not end when their service does. We must all do better to support our women veterans, who are twice as likely to die by suicide compared to civilian women. 80% of victims of military sexual conduct are women, with 25% of women experiencing sexual harassment in the last 5 years in an ADF workplace. Just shocking. Of course, these numbers are simply too high, and more must be done to better acknowledge and support women in their service of Australia. I would like to acknowledge the member for Lyons who has brought this very, very important motion to the House, and I would like to acknowledge the member for Bullwinkle who spoke previously about Vivian Bullwinkle and her incredible courage, and want to acknowledge it's just a wonderful thing that we now have a federal seat named after Vivian Bullwinkle.
Thank the member for Durack for that fine contribution, and I call the member for Petrie.
Deputy Speaker, for more than a century, women have been part of Australia's defence story. Their contribution has been central to how our nation has protected itself and supported others in times of conflict and crisis. From the very beginning, women chose to serve their country, often without the recognition, the opportunities or pathways afforded to their male counterparts. They stepped forward regardless, motivated by a strong sense of duty and a deep commitment to our nation. For far too many years, women were largely confined to nursing and support roles. And over time, that contribution has evolved significantly. Women in uniform now serve in every command of the ADF and across the full spectrum of national service roles and specialities. They operate across land, sea, air, cyber and space, reflecting both the changing nature of warfare and the growing recognition of their capabilities. What has remained constant, however, is the standard of service and the ability to rise to any occasion. Australian women in uniform have consistently demonstrated professionalism, courage and resilience, whether serving in combat zones, contributing to peacekeeping missions or responding to humanitarian disasters here and abroad. Women like Olive King, Vivian Bullwinkle and Florence Mackenzie were trailblazers that cleared the way to allow women like myself to enter officer training at Duntroon. I'm proud to be a small part of a large history of women who put themselves forward to serve their nation. In the modern Australian Defence Force, women are no longer in the margins, they are leaders, specialists and decision makers. They command units, manage complex operations and contribute to some of the most technically advanced areas of defence. Just last week, I was at the Gallipoli Barracks Open Day commemorating 125 years of the Australian Army, and I got to meet Brigadier Jennifer Harris, who is a senior Australian Defence Force officer who is a shining example of how women are now serving critical leadership roles, serving in critical leadership positions within the ADF. That said, progress has not come overnight. While women have been serving in uniform for generations, access to combat roles was only open to women in 2016. That milestone marked a significant shift, but it also highlights how recent some of these changes have been. The growing presence of women has strengthened defence, not only in capability, but in culture. The hard work of women throughout the history of the ADF has made it crystal clear that inclusion and diversity is one of our greatest strengths, making the ADF one of the best defence forces in the world. Today, women serve across every command and every speciality, from flying fighter jets to working in cyber operations, from frontline army to complex intelligence and logistics functions. They are a vital part in Australia's defence capability. Women now make up more than a quarter of the defence workforce, and their contribution continues to grow. They bring skill, determination and leadership to their roles, strengthening the ADF in every way. At the same time, it's important to acknowledge that many women have faced challenges throughout their service. When I was in training, the bridging programs were not appropriately designed to accommodate for the lighter body weight of women. I suffered an injury as a result, and so did many of my female colleagues. Everyone in this parliament would agree that we should not lower the fitness requirements of the military. However, when I was in training, it was clear that we need to be accommodating of different body types. It was clear that a one-size-fits-all approach risks sidelining capable recruits. I saw too many strong, determined women leave, individuals who had the potential to make significant contributions to our Defence Force. That's why I've since raised this directly with the former Chief of Defence Force, Air Chief Marshal Sir Angus Houston, who is now the Chancellor of the University of Sunshine Coast. I've raised this to the Minister for Defence and the Minister for Veterans, advocating for a more considered approach that maintains standards whilst recognising difference. I will continue to advocate for a Defence Force that upholds readiness and capability while ensuring that we are getting the best out of every person who has signed the dotted line. My electorate of Petrie has over 5,000 veterans, many of them are women. These women have had to fight to be included in all aspects of the ADF, fight to be equal to their male counterparts, and fight for the respect they deserve, whilst fighting to defend our nation. If we are serious about building a Defence Force that is ready for the future, we must continue that work. Supporting women in defence, removing the remaining barriers and fostering an environment where everyone can contribute fully is not just the right thing to do, it is essential to maintaining a capable and ready force. Today, we acknowledge and thank the women who have served and who continue to serve in the Australian Defence Force. For their skill, for their courage, I recognise them and respect them. Thank you.
Thank the member for Petrie, and I thank her for her service too. I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I also thank the honourable member for her service to the ADF and to all men and women who have served this country in uniform. But seeing as though we're talking about women in uniform, well done, and a big shout out also to Linda Reynolds, former Senator, who was an Army brigadier who served this country with distinction and is still doing so, just in a different way.
Deputy Speaker, at a time when we mark 125 years of the Royal Australian Navy, it's fitting that we reflect not just on capability, but on the people who have served under our national flag. It's a privilege and an honour to serve under that flag, as it's always been. And for far too many Australians, that service has come at the ultimate cost. Some 103,000 Australians have made the ultimate sacrifice in serving this country. Many more have carried the invisible wounds of that service long after they take off their uniform, and increasingly that involves women. We know that too many of our veterans, including ex-serving women, are dying by suicide at rates higher than the general population. That is something that should concern every single one of us in this place, because when Australians are prepared to give everything in service of our nation, we have a duty to stand by them when they come home. The story of women in our Defence Force is one of evolution, resilience and progress. For much of our history, women's roles were limited. They served with distinction in nursing and support roles, often in some of the most dangerous conditions imaginable, but without the same recognition or opportunity afforded to their male counterparts. Over time, that has changed. Barriers have been broken down, continue to be broken down. Opportunities have expanded. And today, women serve across more than 200 roles in the Australian Defence Force, including in combat roles, in command positions and in some of the most technically complex and strategically important areas of our military. That progress matters because a modern Defence Force must reflect the nation it serves. Today, women make up just over 20% of the Australian Defence Force. That's up from around 14% just over a decade ago. In raw numbers, that is more than 17,000 women serving in uniform. We're seeing strong representation in recruitment, with women making up more than 23% of new enlistments in recent years. We're also seeing progress in leadership, with women now holding senior officer roles and commanding positions across our services. But we also know there's much more to do. Representation remains uneven across the services. The Navy has made strong progress. The Army still has more ground to make up. Retention remains a challenge, and for younger women, the decision to serve is not always an easy one. So if we're serious about building the Defence Force Australia needs for the future, we must continue to remove barriers, support careers and create an environment where women can not only serve but thrive. Deputy Speaker, as someone who's worked closely on national security and defence issues in this parliament, I say this clearly. Capability is not just about submarines, ships or aircraft. It's about our people. It's about ensuring we attract and retain the very best Australians, regardless of their gender. Because in an increasingly uncertain strategic environment, we cannot afford to limit ourselves to half the talent pool. Doesn't seem to be a really novel concept. And as we invest in projects like AUKUS, as we build the next generation of our Defence Force, that principle has never been more important. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the 10 years I've been in this place, I've had the privilege of being on a submarine, flying in RAF aircraft, out in the field with our defence personnel. And I've seen the way that our women have served this country with great distinction. And I tip my hat to them because whether it's in the Middle East or whether it's here in Australia, they have impressed me greatly with their professionalism, their willingness to serve wearing the Australian uniform, and we owe them a great debt of gratitude. Whether it's male or female, every single person who has served in this country in uniform deserves our respect, whether they are male or female.
Thank the member for Fisher. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 6, relating to income splitting, standing in the name of the member for Kennedy.
Call the member for Kennedy.
Speaker, no wonder the Liberal Party is where it is. I mean, a person that is absolutely known, knows nothing about what he's talking about.
Speaker will address this motion.
No, I'll move on. I wish to move the motion relating to sinks and dinks as it appears in the notice paper.
Continue on.
Madam Speaker, we have the great honour of belonging to a vanishing race. Bob Burrell, Dr. Bob Burrell, said that our population will be 7 million people. Towards the end of this century, we will vanish as a race of people. Now, I personally love Australians. I'd like to see a lot more Australians. And I'm not going to, I don't have time to go into the reasons why we are not having Australians. But we believe profoundly that if women are provided with $65,000 at the birth of a baby, then we will have a lot more babies in Australia. Whilst the current birth rate is 4.4 million a year, that should, I think on any reasonable, be over 1 million a year, Madam Speaker. So what we are advocating is $65,000 on the birth of a baby. And people say, oh, well, we're going to buy babies now. It changes the attitude of people. Young people are desperately trying to buy a house. And they can suddenly see, oh, geez, that would be good, you know. And it will change the attitude, and that really is much more important than the actual $65,000 in itself. Madam Speaker, you say, well, that's a lot of money. Income splitting. I mean, at the present moment, dinks versus sinks is what they say. Double income, no kids, that's the dinks. Well, they get $110,000 a year. They pay tax. They got nearly $80,000 in disposable income. Well, if you're a sink, that's single income, a number of kids. Let's say you have 3 kids, non-working wife. She stays at home to look after the kids. Then we have a sink situation, single income and a number of kids. And they will be on $15,000 a year. So the question is, do you want to be on $75,000 disposable income, or do you want to be on $15,000 disposable income? Needless to say, Australians are not having a lot of babies. And if we've got a value system which we impose upon the people of Australia, where you are brutally punished if you have children, and you're on easy street if you don't have children, well, please excuse me for having our young people not have any children. If you say, where are you going to get that money from? Well, Madam Speaker, it behoves me to say that you build the Bradfield scheme, not exactly a fool, built the Sydney Harbour Bridge, built Sydney's water supply, built the underground railway system, won the World Prize for engineering, not exactly a fool. And that brings in, it diverts the water where it can be used, where it rains all the time in the electorate I represent, where it never stops raining, and out to the other part of my electorate where it never starts raining, the Bradfield scheme. We import $62,000 million worth of petrol every year. What sort of brainless country are we? We send our petrol overseas, and we get $8,000 million for it, and then we spend $62,000 million buying that oil back as petrol. Madam Speaker, what sort of brainless country are we? We buy all our motor vehicles from overseas. 23% of the motor vehicles bought in Australia are bought under a government contract. Well, if you want to get your car free under a government contract, then you will drive a motor vehicle made in Australia, Madam Speaker. And we'll have secondary industry back in this country as well as providing a huge income for Australia. Our gas we gave away for nothing. Qatar exports the same amount of gas. This figure's about 12 years old. It's much worse now. But they get $29,000 million for their gas. We get $630 million for our gas. They get $29,000 million for theirs. It'd be nice if we got a bit of return on gas, Madam Speaker. So with the water development programs, We have a proposal called Copper String, which will open up the mineral wealth of North Queensland, and the Bridle Track Tunnel, which will open up the mineral wealth of North Queensland. We'll give you back about $30 billion a year if you give us a little bit of wire going out west and that little tiny tunnel, 1 kilometre long. Brisbane's got 27 kilometres of tunnels with 1 million people. We've got 1 million people in North Queensland. We've got no
time has
tunnels.
expired. Is the motion seconded?
Second the motion,
Member for
Deputy
Mayo.
Speaker, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Member for Mayo. I call Member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The first thing I'd say is that I'm always open to hear from the contribution of the member for Kennedy. As somebody who's 53 years old, you've been in Parliament, state and federal, I think for 2 years less than I've been alive, so yes, I think you absolutely should be given the respect. And I may not have either. The other thing is too, you're a former Bajelki minister. I mean, you've been around for a long time, and you've seen it all. Sorry, Deputy Speaker. So that the move of the motion is a former Bjelke-Petersen minister, which I think is really just shows the length and depth of experience that the member has. So this is an idea which shouldn't be just dismissed out of hand. But the two things that I'd say to substantially address the motion is that in terms of acknowledging and giving monetary value to the incredible work done by stay-at-home parents. Yes, absolutely. That they do deserve that recognition, and I think that's what family tax benefit was about. I mean, my understanding, it was something introduced by the Howard government, particularly family tax benefit B, which really was focused on stay-at-home parents. I think once as a second income earner, your income gets to about $6,000, you start to lose that FTB Part B. So there is an incentive there at the moment. And the other thing I'd say that in terms of allowing couples to start or grow their families so that the nation stops relying on migration for growth, yes, we do absolutely want to lift the national birth rate. But I think income splitting doesn't do that because it doesn't target specifically to people that are staying home to look after kids. And so ultimately, I think that yes, in an ideal world, there is absolutely a hunger in the community to be paying less tax. I think in the community we know that there is that the tax burden falls unfairly on pay-as-you-go income earners. But that is something I think that this government is addressing also through income tax cuts. Repurposing the income tax cuts which the Morrison government left us with to be more fairly applied across the community. I think that the 2 income tax cuts that the government took to the last election is about getting to those lower income earners and spreading it evenly. So I think yes, the intent of this is 100% obvious, and I think that's why there's an acknowledgement in the government that it needs to be fairer, and the action of this government is about making it fairer, and not just. And the other thing is, as the honourable member would understand through his time, is the importance of the social wage. That it is not just ultimately what's left home in the take-home pay, but Medicare itself is something which fundamentally is part of that social wage that provides benefits to people fairly and equally across the economy and across the community. Superannuation as well is something which is also looking, apart from the fact that some of the changes we've made around the listo really target those lower income earners, and I think in the electorate of Ford alone there's something like 14,500 people that will benefit from those changes to that by making the tax on their superannuation less. 14,500 low income earners. I think 7,600 who are women. Somewhere around 68% are women. And with superannuation as well, it's also now being paid on maternity leave, on the government maternity leave. So again, you know, there are incentives there which are fairly targeted across the community to encourage people to stay home and to raise their kids. Finally, you know, there's the changes to childcare to make childcare cheaper, to remove the activity test. There's the work that we're doing around bulk billing. There's a lot of work that while I agree with absolutely the intent of the motion, Deputy Speaker, that I think that this government is doing it in a fairly and targeted way as we move to a fairer system.
Thank you. So the question is the motion be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I commend the member for Kennedy for this motion because this is about choice and this is about fairness. And it is currently untenable for one parent to care for children at home if they wish to do so. Fewer young people are having children. Our current birth rate is just 1.5 for every couple. Over half of Australians under 35 have delayed parenthood due to cost pressures. And we seem to have forgotten that parents are the first and the best teachers, and parents should have the choice to be able to raise their children at home if that's what suits their family best. During the last decade, the proportion of one-year-olds in childcare has gone from 25% to over half. We pay for private childcare centres over $30,000 in many cases to fund the care of a child, but we place very little value on the parent or indeed the grandparent. Real wages have not kept up with the increased cost of living. Each household now needs 2 full-time workers to cover a mortgage and just the absolute basics. There were 1.2 million two-parent families who were eligible to receive Family Tax Part A in 2001. Now that's just over 600,000. That's because we haven't lifted the threshold, that threshold limit of 120,000 to be eligible for Family Tax Part B. We know that going back when I had young children, honestly, as a family, we very much relied on Family Tax Part B. My husband was a tradie. Back then, there were 26,000 families, just over 26,000 families in 2001 who received Family Tax Part B. Now that's only 7,500 because the thresholds have not kept up. And going to the member for Kennedy's motion, when we look at tax distribution, it is fundamentally unfair to families where there is one parent at home raising children and one parent going off to work. So if we look at families where you've got 2 parents each earning $100,000 each, so a total tax income of $200,000, they pay $41,000 in tax. If one parent earns $200,000 and the other does not earn an income outside the home because they're doing the most important job of all, being raising children in the home, that same family would pay $56,000 in tax. So $41,000 or $56,000. The same income is coming in under the main roof. That is patently unfair and must be addressed. If we look at lower income families, where there's a couple earning $60,000 each, they would pay $17,500 in tax. Now, if we have same amount of income in a family, $120,000 under the roof, but one is out earning and one is taking care of the children, they pay $26,000 in tax. So 22% of their income versus just 14% of the previous family scenario. This is unfair. This is disincentivising families caring for children themselves. Yes, we've got paid parenting leave of 26 weeks a year, but then what happens? What happens when the baby's 26 years of age? Well, no family in Australia can afford to stay home with them still. They bundle them off to childcare, and I see them in the morning, 6 a.m, 6:30 a.m, in the dark. They're having to drop babies off, and I talk to so many families in my community. They say the ultimate dream for their family is to be able to have one parent staying home and raising the children and one going off to work, just for those early years. This is about choice. Now, for many women, they would like to go back to work. Absolutely, that is your choice. But at the moment, we're taking away that choice from from where there's one parent that doesn't want to go back into the workforce, that wants to be able to stay home and see those first steps and hear those first words. So we must do better. And it seems patently obvious to me that we need to do income tax splitting when you have children who are under school age. It is a fair thing to do. It's something the government must absolutely do. If we want to lift our birth rate, there is no other choice that we have aside from making sure that we have incentives there for families, and we're then valuing families and valuing the role of the stay-at-home parent, because we did that in 2001, but now it's 2026. I feel that that value is not there and not being recognised. We can do better.
Give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I would like to acknowledge and thank the member for Kennedy for bringing forward this motion. I would in particular like to acknowledge the intent of this motion, which is very clearly supporting families, something I know the member for Kennedy is passionate about and a passion that I share as well. Deputy Speaker, in Griffith, families are doing what families right across Australia do every single day. They are working hard, juggling care, managing school drop-offs, shift changes and stretching every dollar as far as it can possibly go. So when a proposal like income splitting is put forward as support for families, we owe people an honest assessment. Does it make life easier for the families under the most pressure? And does it reflect how the majority of Australian families actually organise their work and care today? And that answer is no. When it comes to tax, this government's policy is clear: to deliver a system that is fairer, simpler and more sustainable, and that helps Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn. Labor's first round of tax cuts has been flowing since July 2024, benefiting more than 14 million taxpayers, with further tax cuts legislated for this year and next year. Combined, they are expected to deliver an average annual tax cut of more than $2,500 in 27-28. And this is relief for every taxpayer. It does not depend on whether a household has one income or two, and it does not build dependence on the tax system. Alongside those tax cuts, Labor has increased the Medicare low-income thresholds. So more than it's his passion, Deputy Speaker. I hear your passion, Member for Kennedy. Labor has increased the Medicare levy low-income threshold so that more than 1 million Australians on lower incomes continue to be exempt from the levy or pay a reduced rate. We've also boosted the low-income superannuation tax offset from 1 July next year, benefiting 1.3 million Australians, around 60% of them women. Families deserve support, and we already have tools to provide it, like the family tax benefit. Part A helps with everyday costs of raising children, while Part B supports single parents, grandparent carers and some couple families with one main income. That's targeted support which recognises need directly without distorting the income tax system.
What is the point of order? Sorry? What is... Yes, no, I'm under what standing order? What is your point?
Misrepresentation of what is proposed in this proposal. The proposal is to get a fairness
not a point of order,
between this group of people and that group of people.
You need to sit down. Please resume your seat. The member for Griffith is completely being relevant, and that's the only point of order that you might have been referring to, so I'm going to ask you to resume your speech.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The same is true of paid parental leave. The scheme is already at 24 weeks for children born or adopted after 1 July last year, and that will expand to 26 weeks from 1 July this year. 4 weeks can be taken concurrently, giving families more flexibility to share care. Superannuation is now also being paid on government paid parental leave, directly addressing one of the long-term financial penalties that caring has imposed, especially on women. Our cheaper childcare reforms follow the same principle. They are ensuring around 1 million families receive more help with childcare costs, and the 3-day guarantee means 100,000 families will receive more subsidised early education and care. These policies reflect how families actually live. They support children, parents and workforce participation. Income splitting does the opposite. It rewards stepping back from paid work, particularly for the second earner in a household, who in Australia is very often a woman. Treasury's tax review stated clearly that individual assessment supports workforce participation by secondary earners, and that progressive individual tax system is far more efficient than family taxation. Then there's the cost. The Parliamentary Budget Office costed a similar proposal in March last year.
This is your motion. Have a bit of respect, please. Member for Griffith has the call.
The Parliamentary Budget Office costed a similar proposal in March last year and found it would reduce the fiscal and underlying cash balances by around $12.4 billion over the forward estimates and by $68.9 billion in 34 to 35. That's a staggering amount of money for a policy that is poorly targeted and does nothing to address the structural barriers that real families face. Deputy Speaker, income splitting is not a fair reform. Families in Griffith deserve better than that.
Thank you. Now we're going to continue this debate without interjections. It's a good motion that the member for Kennedy has put forward, and the whole point of that is to enable a debate. So I'm going to give the call to the member for Grey now.
Thank you, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Kennedy, Bob Carter, for raising this motion on income splitting. And let's talk about fairness, not the kind of fairness that gets used in political sound bites, but the quiet, everyday fairness that happens or fails to happen around the kitchen table of Australian homes. Let us consider a simple scenario. Imagine two households living side by side in any suburb or regional town in my electorate. In house number one, we have a couple. Both are in paid employment. They have no children. Together, they bring home a combined income of $250,000. Under our current tax system, they will pay approximately $67,000 in combined tax. Now look at house number two. This family also has a household income of $250,000, but here only one parent is in the paid workforce. The other parent is at home doing the vital, exhausting work of raising their children. Because our tax system treats them as isolated individuals rather than as a family unit, this household pays $88,000 in tax. That is over $20,000 more. And Speaker, while we're on the topic of tax, I'd love governments, no matter their colour, to index the tax brackets because, Speaker, Labor's inflation means that more and more tax is raised each year due to our antiquated tax system. So the current approach is punitive. It punishes single earner families. It ignores the reality that in a household, income is shared, expenses are shared, and sacrifices are also shared. Well then, should the tax burden not be shared as well? The solution is practical and it is already staring us in the face. Income splitting. It will allow a couple to divide their income before tax is calculated, just as they do in other modern economies. Speaker, income splitting is already a reality for the wealthy. Through family trusts, those in certain professions can legally distribute income to spouses and adult children to ease their tax burden. But a standard wage earner, they are locked out. Income splitting would democratise this system. It would level the playing field. But this is about more than just economics. This is about a national future. We are facing a declining birth rate. We are increasingly reliant on migration to sustain our growth. If we want young couples to start and grow their families, we must stop penalising them for it. And Speaker, in the year 2025, South Australia grew by approximately 19,500 people, with a natural increase of 2,700. That means migration contributed to 88% of the growth in my great state of South Australia. And one of the key issues is childcare in regional South Australia, or should I say lack thereof. My electorate of Grey faces a severe childcare shortage that forces secondary earners to stay home instead of working. It's deeply unfair that the system punishes families who simply have no childcare options, while favouring those who do. Income splitting gives tangible monetary value to the incredible work done by these stay-at-home parents and incentivises those in this position not only to feel financially comfortable enough to have more children, but also to stay in the regions that they otherwise might have to leave to find childcare. Critics suggest this reinforces an outdated model or that it removes incentives to enter the workforce, but this makes no sense. This is not about forcing anyone into a specific role. This is about choice. It is about removing the financial penalty for a family that chooses or is forced to have a parent at home when their children are young. Speaker, we must reform this inflexible system. We must recognise that families are the foundational building blocks of our society, not just individuals to be taxed at the highest possible marginal rate by an aggressive Labor Treasury. It is time to share the burden fairly. It is time to value the sacrifices of parents. It is time to bring some common sense to taxation.
33 seconds. Member for New England.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I support income splitting. I think it's incredibly important. If you want to know where you're going to get the savings from, close down the Climate Change Department. All those savings can more than cover the cost of income splitting, because it's totally unfair that you have one couple where they are discriminated against because one person chooses to stay home. You shouldn't have to stay home, but if you want to stay home, you should be allowed to stay home, and that should be recognised.
And the time allotted for this debate has expired. And I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Private members' business, notice number 7, relating to the Osborne Submarine Construction Yard, standing in the name of the member for Sturt.
I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the Osborne Submarine Construction Yard in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, this motion speaks directly to the huge opportunity before us. It's an opportunity with many parts, but principally it's an opportunity that speaks to the Albanese Labor government's deliberate decision to build a future made in Australia. First and foremost, this motion is about our sovereign capability and defence industrial base, which means our sovereign supply chain and skilled workforce. There has never been a clearer moment to argue in favour of efficiently and effectively entrenching our sovereign defence capability. Now, I want to be clear that in doing this, it doesn't mean turning our back on our allies or reacting impulsively because of shifting international relationships and the changing approaches of the world's great powers. What it means is acting every time in Australia's national interests by shoring up our own national security and sovereign capability in partnership with our allies when appropriate. No rational person wants conflict or war, no one. But we are an island nation and we need a capability that is effective as a deterrent, and we need to continue to prosecute strategies that shore up our seaborne supply, now more than ever. Just as no reasonable person wants war, no reasonable person could possibly argue against self-sufficiency, conflict deterrence and protection of our maritime supply chains, so critical to the security of this country. Now, secondly, the opportunity before us as we embark upon that sovereign capability journey is also an economic one. Well-paid, meaningful, secure and highly skilled jobs for decades. That is what is on offer for kids who haven't even been born yet. This national security and economic opportunity is what underpinned the Albanese Labor government's initial $3.9 billion down payment investment in the submarine construction yard at Osborne in South Australia to deliver the infrastructure needed to build at least 8 nuclear-powered SSN-AUKUS-class submarines. AUKUS is a national endeavour. It may have its heart in South Australia, but the opportunity is there for all states and territories to contribute to Australia's national security and to embrace that economic opportunity. Small, medium and large businesses are already benefiting. People are moving to South Australia for the work opportunities on offer, and most importantly, we are on a pathway, quite rightly with our allies, to a greater deterrent capability. At the submarine construction yard at Osborne, where I proudly used to work, the $3.9 billion investment means support for the creation of thousands of jobs, numbering approximately 4,000 for the construction phase and 5,500 for the peak submarine production phase. And those workers will be highly skilled. We need them to be. This underscores the government's commitment to ensuring Australia has both the capability and the skilled workforce needed, as outlined in the 2024 National Defence Strategy. Importantly, the government has called for and supports partnerships with the private sector. AUKUS, as I said, is a national endeavour and cannot succeed without the government's support or the support of private industry. New and innovative ways to reward innovation and risks taken by the private sector in supporting this endeavour will be required, with a particular focus on speed to capability. Again, however, none of this is possible without skilled workers, which is why, in addition to the $3.9 billion investment, the Albanese Labor government invested $480 million in the Skills and Training Academy campus at Osborne to train the skilled workforce for constructing and maintaining nuclear power submarines, providing young Australians pathways in the AUKUS submarine industry through these skills and training programs. I recently met 2 young Australians, Deputy Speaker, who were working for BAE Systems at the shipyard as apprentices at the same time as completing their studies at the Regency Park TAFE. We often hear that young people have no hope for the future, they're despondent about work and life. Deputy Speaker, these young Australians were not despondent. They were excited about their career prospects. They are young enough that in their late 20s and early 30s, they will literally build the nuclear-powered boats when submarine construction begins in the 2030s. The opportunities underscored by this investment are immense, Deputy Speaker, an economic opportunity, but more important, a sovereign defence capability imperative.
Is there a seconder for this motion?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. So the question is that the motion be agreed to. I'm giving the call to the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this motion relating to AUKUS and the future of Australia's submarine capability. And let me say at the outset, this side of the House will always support investment in Australia's defence capability, because the first duty of any government is to keep Australians safe and protect our way of life. But support for capability must be matched with strategy, leadership and seriousness of purpose. AUKUS did not begin with this Labor government. It was conceived, negotiated and delivered by the former coalition government as one of the most significant defence partnerships in our history since the ANZUS Treaty in 1951. AUKUS is about deterrence, capability and ensuring Australia can operate with our partners in the UK and US in an increasingly contested Indo-Pacific. As Chair of and Deputy Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security and the Defence Subcommittee, I've seen firsthand the scale of the challenges that we face. The strategic environment that we are in is deteriorating and deteriorating rapidly. It's more uncertain, it's more contested and it's more dangerous than at any time since 1945. This motion speaks at length about infrastructure, jobs and training. And yes, these things are very important, but defence policy is not an employment program. It's not a regional development strategy dressed up as national security. It is about keeping Australians safe in a dangerous world, and that is where this government continues to fall short. I ask this question, Madam Deputy Speaker, where is the government's national security strategy? It's all well and good to have a defence strategy, but where is its national security strategy? Where is the framework tying together defence, intelligence, cybersecurity, space, critical infrastructure and economic security? We've seen announcements, we've seen press releases and we've seen spin, but we have not seen a coherent plan. And without one, even the biggest investments risk being poorly directed, delayed or diluted. Deputy Speaker, Labor is very good at spending. We all know that, but spending isn't always delivering. We are seeing delays, uncertainty and serious questions around AUKUS timelines. Capability gaps are emerging. The government talks about submarines in the 2040s, while the threat is real today. The government has even ordered the Auditor-General to stop producing its major project review on Defence's biggest projects which are collectively over 33 years in delays. That is the reality that Australians are facing today. The workforce challenge is real. Building and sustaining nuclear-powered submarines will require tens of thousands of skilled Australians: engineers, trades, technicians, defence personnel. We support investment in skills, but where is the pipeline? Where is the plan to attract, train and retain that workforce? This cannot be switched on overnight. And while we build this workforce, the government continues to fail to recruit and retain members of the Australian Defence Force. This requires long-term planning and coordination with industry and education providers. AUKUS must be about building sovereign capability. That means backing Australian industry. It means ensuring small and medium businesses are not locked out, and genuine partnership with the private sector, not just rhetoric, because our national security depends on our industrial capability ourselves. Oh, that's sovereign capability. We are living in a time of growing strategic competition in our region, an increasingly unstable period that demands a clear government-led response. We're seeing militarisation, coercion and instability. AUKUS is critical, but it cannot stand alone. It must be part of a broader national security strategy, built on stronger sovereign capability. Australians expect strong leadership on national security. They expect clarity and consistency and a government that understands the seriousness of the moment, not one that plays catch-up after it's too late. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition will always support measures that strengthen Australia's defence capability. We support AUKUS, we support our submarines and we support our ADF personnel.
Question is the motion be agreed to. I give the call to member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The delivery of AUKUS is one of the most significant nation-building efforts in our country's history. AUKUS is a central pillar of the Albanese government's national security policy designed to protect Australia, our interests and our place in the world. It is something I feel passionately about as one of the co-chairs of the Parliamentary Friends of AUKUS, because the strategic environment we face is becoming more complex and more contested and more uncertain. As the National Defence Strategy makes clear, we are confronting the most challenging circumstances since the Second World War, at a time when our economic connections to the world have never been greater. That reality demands a new approach. It demands that we build an Australian Defence Force with greater reach, greater endurance and greater capacity to project greater capability. Not for conflict, but for deterrence, for stability and for security across our region. That is what AUKUS delivers. Our investment in conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines represents a step change in Australia's capability. It will allow our Defence Force to operate over longer distances, remain undetected and respond to challenges with confidence. We recognise the scale of this investment. It is one of the largest industrial undertakings Australia has ever seen, shaping industry, infrastructure and jobs for decades to come. This is about building sovereign capability here at home, a future made in Australia. We're acting to bridge the capability gap, bringing forward the acquisition of these submarines by a full decade. That acceleration matters because capability delayed leaves Australia exposed. Through AUKUS, Australia will join a small group of nations globally, one of only seven to operate submarines of this capability. That is a significant shift in our strategic position, and it is one we are delivering with purpose and responsibility. Nowhere is that transformation clearer than in South Australia. At Osborne, we are seeing the foundations of this national effort take shape. In February of this year, the Prime Minister announced $3.9 billion investment as a down payment for the Osborne submarine construction yard. This investment is not just about infrastructure, it is about jobs, skills and opportunities for future generations. The construction of the yard itself will support close to 10,000 jobs, with projections of up to $30 billion in total investment flowing to South Australia over time, driving economic activity, strengthening local industry and delivering benefits across the state. This is a game-changing project because it is building a workforce, training Australians in highly skilled roles that last for generations. Jobs that are secure, skilled and future-focused. At Osborne, up to 4,000 jobs will be created to design and build the yard and trading academy. And once operational, a further 4,000 to 5,500 direct shipyard jobs will support submarine construction, almost double what had previously been forecast. Already, Australians are stepping into these roles. Around 180 workers are currently training at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipbuilding Yard in the United States, building the expertise we need here at home. The scale of the build is extraordinary. A construction yard 10 times larger than the previous developments, requiring tens of millions of hours of work, and vast quantities of material, including steel equivalent to 17 Eiffel Towers. This is a project of national significance, and alongside it, the government has committed $310 million to secure long lead components from the United Kingdom, supporting the delivery of critical systems for our first SSN AUKUS submarines, ensuring we are building capability in a timely and coordinated way. But AUKUS is not confined to a single site. Its benefits extend across the entire country, through supply chains, small businesses and advanced manufacturing. We are opening doors for Australian companies to participate. Through the Australian Submarine Supplier Qualification Pilot, businesses can enter the US submarine supply chain, working alongside global partners to deliver components and expertise. And through the Defence Industry Vendor Qualification Program, Australian firms are being supported to meet the standards required to supply into both UK and US programs. This is about integration. Ensuring Australian industry is part of the global effort while strengthening our own sovereign capability. At every step, the focus is clear: maximising opportunities for Australian workers and businesses, because this is a once-in-a-generation investment, one that will strengthen our economy, secure our future and support thousands of families. Thank you.
Question is the motion be agreed to. I'll give the call to member for Riverina.
I find myself in furious agreement, Deputy Speaker, with the member for Spence. And when I finish my remarks, the member for Spence, if he's still here, and the member for Adelaide should absolutely applaud. And I tell you who else should be applauding is Tom Koutsatanis, the Treasurer of South Australia, because but for the investment and the hope and the opportunity that the Morrison-McCormack and the Morrison-Joyce government put into shipbuilding in Adelaide, then his coffers would be nowhere near what they are going to be in the future. And I speak to the Treasurer of South Australia often. He's a good fellow. He's a good fellow. And he would, I'm sure, in a bipartisan way, acknowledge the work the former coalition federal government did in this space. And I know the member for Sturt has brought this important, and I will say it's important because AUKUS is important private members' bill into the parliament. Now, and I know that Labor often does this victory lap when it comes to talking about defence spending and investment in the most critical area of government, and that is protection of our people. But just listen to these couple of statistics. These are from the former coalition government, 3 years of delivery in numbers. And in just the last 3 years, 70 defence vessels and 1,700 vehicles being built in Australia. 100,000 defence industry jobs and 15,000 small and medium business supported by both the member for New England and I, as former Deputy Prime Ministers, supported by the Coalition and supporting Australians. And there is no more critical investment right now than in defence investment for our nation, because the world is a volatile place. We are facing headwinds, both on an economic but certainly on a defence position that we haven't seen since 1945, the end of the Second World War. And they are worrying times. They truly are. You only have to turn on the news of a night, just look at your phones any minute of the day, and you'll see the contest for the Strait of Hormuz. You'll see the price of petrol and diesel at the Bowser. And this is all because of global worries and global concerns and global interventions. Now, the AUKUS timeline is an interesting read, because you see in late 2019, then Prime Minister Morrison tasking defence officials to look into the feasibility of acquiring nuclear-powered submarines after doubts over the French contract. And I was part of all of those discussions, and I know full well why we had those doubts and why we did what we did as far as AUKUS was concerned. And there are no greater friends, let's face it, than the United Kingdom and the United States when it comes to defence. The proposal for AUKUS was presented in May 2021 to full National Security Committee and given permission to approach US and UK leaders with an official government policy, brought about because of what was going on at the time and what, of course, has followed on since then. Now, when AUKUS was announced, 15 September 2021, it was a red letter day for Australia, and a red letter day for South Australia no less, because it did mean that there was going to be ongoing jobs and security. And I appreciate that in Adelaide it suffered greatly when the car manufacturing companies left. And we needed to absolutely make sure that all of those highly skilled jobs were retained in Adelaide, in South Australia. It's an important part of our national fabric, certainly our manufacturing in this country. Now, in September 2021, an 18-month consultation period began into how Australia would acquire nuclear-powered subs and which model it would go with. Now, I know that there are important talks going on between Prime Ministers Morrison, Johnson from the UK, and then President of the US, of course, Joe Biden, agreeing to determine by March 2023 the optimal pathway for an Australian conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarine capability. And I spoke to former President Biden on the sidelines, I suppose you could call it, of the late Pontiff's funeral in Rome. And he was so pleased that they were partnering up with Australia, because if you ask any American Marine, any American serviceman or woman, they will tell you that the best partners in the world are Australians, because they know of our defence capability. They know we train them well, of course, at Wagga Wagga through the Home of the Soldier, Kapuka, and they know that if Australia gives its word, it means it.
I give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I rise in support of this motion, and I do so because it is one of the most important projects that's been undertaken in South Australia, not just for South Australia, but for the entire nation, for Australia, for our defence industry, for manufacturing and for creation of jobs. And I heard what the member for Riverina was saying, and I do accept that the Morrison government did put things into action to ensure that we had AUKUS in South Australia being built, and this project, the AUKUS partnership, to ensure that submarines, the nuclear-powered submarines, which are so important to our defence strategy, are built in South Australia. But I also would like to say that prior to that, Deputy Speaker, there was a lot of campaigning taking place from the Premier, Jay Weatherall, previously, right through to the then opposition, Malinowskis, etc., to make sure that these projects come to fruition, that work is done to ensure that we get this project up and running. Now, when I think of AUKUS in South Australia, you think of anything up to 30,000, 40,000 jobs being created in our state just to support AUKUS. Up to 10,000, 5,000 to 10,000 jobs at AUKUS, plus another 30,000 to 35,000 in small manufacturing, cutting-edge technology jobs for AUKUS and to support AUKUS. And when I think of AUKUS, I think we're on the cusp of the next cutting-edge manufacturing revolution in Australia. And I say so on previous history of South Australia. Back in the 40s, there was a factory called Holden's that was producing cars, got together with General Motors from the US, and they produced a manufacturing industry and manufacturing industries that produced motor vehicles for the next 60, 70 years. Back then, there was two people that had a vision. There was Premier Playford, a Liberal Premier, and I give credit to him, and Ben Chifley, who got together, supported the industry, and at the time, there was a lot of sceptics around saying this cannot be done. This won't be done. We can't produce like Ford in the United States. But these two had a vision, and they created it. And what that did is created jobs for South Australians and in Victoria and other places for many years to come. My father was one of the beneficiaries of General Motors Holden's, where he worked there most of his life and supported his family, us, etc. So thousands of people work there, not only in General Motors Holdens, but also in the manufacturing jobs that supported Holdens. Today, we have that same opportunity with AUKUS. We have that same opportunity to ensure that it goes smoothly, that people with vision are supporting it. We know that the United States is supporting it. We know that Britain is supporting it, and the creation of jobs and the creation of work for future generations of Australians. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, for governments to get this right and to ensure that it takes place. When we look at the types of jobs that are being created, and I've been down there on a number of occasions with ministers, with shadow ministers over the years, we are creating cutting-edge jobs. Jobs of the future with good pay, with good conditions, and at the same time ensuring that we are looking after our defence needs in a region that we will need to look after for many years to come. So, Deputy Speaker, this is, as I said, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We're on the cusp of this manufacturing revolution that will create jobs for many generations to come. We just have to make sure that we get this right, that we put everything in place, and things are already starting to happen down there. We've just starting to build the factory down there, or the premises that will house AUKUS, and just there alone there's about 2,000 to 3,000 jobs. Once AUKUS gets up and running, there'll be thousands and thousands of jobs, but also the important thing is the industries that will feed into AUKUS. And already I've seen statistics in South Australia where people who have moved to South Australia and got their front-end offices already set up in the hundreds already. So this is a magnificent opportunity. We should all be supporting it, and we want to see it come to fruition, which will provide jobs for the future for many generations of South Australians and Australians.
Member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge, along the lines of the member for Spence, the member for Sturt, the member for Adelaide, in acknowledging the great work that this government is doing to support AUKUS, of course started under the Coalition. And I also acknowledge the initial $3.9 billion investment in the submarine construction yard at Osborne in South Australia, my home state, to deliver the infrastructure needed to build at least 8 nuclear-powered SSN AUKUS submarines here in Australia, which is a fantastic initiative. So the South Australian Osborne construction yard will begin construction in 2030, and this will be the home of Australia's domestic submarine building capabilities. The funding of $3.9 billion is in its first stage towards a $30 billion worth of work to get the yard up and running. And this is a good thing because sovereign capability in Australia is extremely important, whether it's submarines, whether it's steelworks, whether it's making fertiliser. And I think we've seen what happens as of right now when we don't make stuff here, especially in the current fuel and fertiliser crisis. We must support AUKUS for the good of Australia and the safety of Australians and the broader Asia-Pacific region. And Speaker, AUKUS has wide-reaching impacts across Australia, not just in South Australia, and that'll be it.
Then the time allocated for this debate has now expired, and I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Private members' business, notice number 8 for a motion in relation to the cost of living.
Thank you. Member for McPherson.
I move that the motion relating to cost of living in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Thank you. Thank you, Acting Speaker. Acting Speaker, when I put this motion forward, it noted that the cash rate had risen to 3.85%, which marked at the time the 13th interest rate rise under this government. What we've seen since is that we have now had yet another, the 14th interest rate rise under this government, taking the interest rate to 4.1 or 4.10%. Now, what we've seen is the impact of this affecting significantly not only young people in my electorate but also older Australians, and that's in particular what I'd like to touch on today. I rise here because too many Australians are being forced to work longer. And this isn't by choice, this is by necessity. We have a situation where people who have worked very hard for the benefit of this country thought that they would be retiring comfortably and planned out their life in a certain way. But now, because of the real financial pressure that Australians are under, they're having to work longer. And this motion highlights a deep and concerning trend in Australia. The cash rate now, like I said, 14 increases under this government. It's not something that hasn't come out of nowhere. It's something that is as a result of a government that is addicted to spending. And because of this economic vandalism, we are seeing inflation hurting Australian households across my electorate of the Southern Gold Coast, but across the country as well. We're seeing 16% more for food, 18% more for health, 22% more for rents and 39% more for insurance. And as we all know, almost 40% more when it comes to electricity. Mortgage holders are paying a lot more now than what they had to previously, in the thousands per year. And this isn't abstract economics. It's pressure felt at every kitchen table, it's pressure felt across every bill payment and mortgage repayment or even on rent day. Now, despite the fact that the Treasurer may insist that this is something that is attributable to what is happening abroad, we know that this is homegrown inflation, and the 13 interest rate rises prior to the most recent interest rate rise and prior to what's happening in the Middle East are a testament to that. We're seeing a situation where government spending is outpacing economic growth by a measure of 4 to 1. We're seeing $50 billion in new discretionary spending, and savings are simply reallocations of existing expenditure. We all should adhere to one principle here, and that is that you cannot spend your way out of inflation. You will only make it worse. But while this motion talks to what is happening to older Australians, others are not exempt. Young people are not exempt, and people who have entered into the housing market are not exempt. We're seeing now the long-term consequences as well of this government expenditure. We're seeing a situation where Australians are now facing $1 trillion in debt right on their doorstep, and $1.2 trillion in debt by the time we get to the next election. And so that means that we're going to see less money for services, more pressure on those who are holding the tax burden, and every dollar that's spent on interest is a dollar that is not spent on Australians. The largest collapse in living standards across the developed world is something that we should not be proud of in this parliament. It's something that this government should not be proud of, because Australians are working harder and they're falling further behind. And it's because of this. It's because of this situation. I represent an electorate that has an average age that is slightly higher than the national average, and I expect that many of the people in my electorate who thought they would be at the point of their life where they're ready to retire, spend time with their families, maybe travel, see the world, they're now facing the tough economic choices where they're having to work longer. It's just not good enough. And people who have worked and contributed to this country for so many years deserve better. They deserve access to that retirement, and they deserve a government that is going to stand up for them, get their own expenditure out under control, that is government expenditure, reduce the pressures on inflation, and make it a situation where people who have worked for this country can retire comfortably and not have to keep working.
Thank you. And is there a seconder for the motion?
Yes, and I reserve my right to speak later.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Inflation is a huge challenge.
Sorry, just one moment. State the question that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Sturt. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Inflation is a huge challenge. There is no doubt about it. We have not shied away from this at any stage. We have an inflation challenge in our economy likely to be exacerbated by the conflict in the Middle East, and that requires action. It has a 3 in front of it now, but without a dedicated focus on utilising all available mechanisms, it is likely to increase. It may increase anyway because of the myriad of factors that are beyond the control of the government, beyond the control of business, of the RBA, of industry and of individual Australians. The volatility in the global economy and the escalation of tensions in the Middle East could add further pressure to inflation in the coming months. We know this. We've been clear with the Australian people about this. We haven't just started the work on meeting the inflation challenge because of the recent conflict. We've been doing the work and implementing policy to support Australians through this inflation challenge since we came to government. Now, there are a number of parts to the Albanese Labor government's response. Firstly, the forthcoming May budget, which will be underpinned by restraint, reform and measures to increase productivity. The Treasurer has been absolutely clear on this. We must take steps to reform in order to put a bomb under productivity growth, to encourage it, to further stimulate the private sector, to encourage investment and innovation, and to cement and then further grow our economic prosperity. The budget bottom line has also been improved through the finding of efficiencies. MyInfo illustrated that we are $233 billion better off than when we came to government, and $144 billion in savings were found in the budget through finding more efficient ways to provide services and do business. Budget savings cannot just be implemented by cutting services and cutting support to Australians who need it. Finding more efficient ways to provide services and support, more efficient ways to do business is what our policy agenda is focused on, like asking APS departments to examine their operational discipline in order to find 5% of savings. So the policy mistake of only cutting services and only cutting support in order to improve the bottom line means that the first objective of structural budget repair and economic reform must be carefully balanced against the second, which is to help working Australians, individuals and families and young people and retirees, a complex web, deal with the cost of living challenge that inflation can present. The government acknowledges that people are under pressure, and we're doing something about it with tax cuts for every taxpayer, more bulk billing, cheaper medicines, backing higher wages and slashing student debt. Now, the third lever is the labour market and a focus on low unemployment, sustainable wages growth, stimulating private sector growth and investment, and the continued emphasis on a framework where governments, business, unions and workers partner and walk forward together to not only ensure these goals are met, but met in a way that benefits all stakeholders as much as possible is the Albanese Labor government way. These goals, Deputy Speaker, are complicated and challenging, but they are necessary to strive towards. The country needs people who are working hard to boost productivity and to contribute to the economy. We need policies that are designed to increase wages sustainably, not a deliberate policy of low wages, which was the policy agenda of the previous government. And in this respect, we are seeing results, with the overwhelming story being one of stronger wage growth and rising living standards. Annual nominal wages have grown above 3% for 14 quarters in a row, the longest streak in more than a decade and a half. The national accounts for the December quarter showed that real incomes per capita grew 2% through the year to the December quarter and are growing at more than twice the average of other comparable major advanced economies. We have also seen more than 1.2 million jobs created under the Albanese Labor government. This is stronger growth than any major advanced economy, with more than 4 out of 5 of these jobs having been created in the private sector, which has been and always will be the engine room of our economy. Our economic policy agenda is underpinned by a focus on good jobs, higher wages and increased productivity. This must always be at the heart of decisions we make in the course of the fight against inflation.
Thank you, and I give the floor to the member for Grey.
Speaker, Australian families are at a breaking point. From the kitchen tables of my electorate to the checkout counters across the country, the story is the same. Australians are working harder than ever, yet they are falling further behind. Under this Labor government, we have seen the biggest falls in living standards in the entire developed world. But instead of taking responsibility, what do we hear from the Prime Minister and the Treasurer? Well, Speaker, the latest trick is to point fingers overseas. They want you to believe that your mortgage is up and your grocery bill is skyrocketing because of the Middle East crisis. Speaker, let's be crystal clear. The inflation we're experiencing right now is not a product of the Middle East. That's coming. The cost of living crisis was not imported. It was manufactured right here in Canberra. The government keeps looking for a global excuse, but the data tells a different story. Inflation in Australia is now higher than in the United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, Germany and Japan. Are we to believe the Middle East crisis only affects Australia? Of course not. The difference isn't what's happening in the world, it's what's happening in this budget. This inflation right now is homegrown. It is the direct result of a Prime Minister addicted to spending and a Treasurer who continues to put debt petrol on the inflation fire. Think of the economy like a local market. If the government floods that market with billions of dollars of new money while the amount of goods stays the same, prices go up. It is simple maths. When the government spends recklessly, it competes with every Australian family for every resource, driving prices higher. Government spending is now at a 40-year high outside of a recession. Labor's debt is ticking towards a staggering $1 trillion. And Speaker, to put that into perspective, Australians are now paying more than $50,000 every single minute just to service the interest on Labor's debt. That's $50,000 a minute that isn't going to hospitals, schools or tax relief. And it's not even paying down the principal. And the way that I like to relate this to individuals is from a workforce point of view. In South Australia, if you collect the Labor state debt and the Labor federal debt and you put it together, the average South Australian worker owes their governments now more than $100,000. Now, because this government refuses to stop spending, the Reserve Bank has been forced to do the heavy lifting. We have seen 14 interest rate rises under Labor. These aren't just numbers on a page. They represent an extra $27,000 a year for the average mortgage holder. That is the Labor tax on every Australian family with a home loan. The RBA governor hasn't ruled out a recession because of how this government has mismanaged the economy. While families are cutting back on meat, cancelling holidays and struggling with school costs, this government refuses to live within its means. We are forced to tighten our belts, so should the government. Look at the wreckage of their policies. Insurance up 39%, energy up more than 40%, 32% in this year alone. Rent is up 22%, food is up 16%. And let's talk about energy. Minister Chris Bowen's wind and solar-only approach ideology is steamrolling common sense. We see electricity prices up 32% in this year. We see a fuel supply chain in shambles. One day the government says there is plenty of supply. The next day there is a national crisis. They blame Australians for buying too much petrol rather than ensuring the supply chain works. When my colleague Angus Taylor was the Energy Minister, he didn't make excuses. He got on the phone, worked with suppliers and ensured fuel reached the families and farmers who needed it. He understood that you needed a backbone to run an economy, not just a printing press. We have offered a bipartisan task force to control spending. We have called for a revitalised charter of budget honesty. Honesty, the response from the Prime Minister, silence, nothing, tumbleweeds. Speaker, the conflict in the Middle East didn't drive up childcare costs by 11%. The Middle East didn't cause $1 trillion in debt. Labor did.
Give the call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It takes a bit of chutzpah to come in here. These are the people that wasted $20 billion on JobKeeper, paying money, by the way, to companies that made money and whose profits went up. They wasted $20.9 billion in the last year alone, I might add, on outsourcing up to a third of the public service, on consultants. That's what it was found, independently assessed. And then, of course, who can forget the COVID app, the $21 million on the COVID app, where only 17 people were identified as close contacts. They splurged money left, right and centre, left us with $1 trillion of debt. And then, by the way, it talks in the last paragraph here, calls on the government to take urgent action to address cost of living crisis. They oppose student debt reduction. They oppose free TAFE. They oppose energy bill relief. They opposed tax cuts. They opposed cheaper childcare. They opposed 60-day scripts. They opposed 25-day scripts for non-concessional income earners. They opposed $7.70 for concessional income earner scripts frozen until 2030. They opposed, by the way, the Homes for Australia plan, 1.2 million houses, $45 billion. They opposed the Medicare urgent care clinics and they were going to close them. They opposed the mental health urgent clinics as well. Again and again and again, they opposed cost of living relief. They voted against it in Parliament. They had policies at the last election. They were going to increase the debt and deficit. That was their policy. They haven't identified in this debate one example of money that we have spent that they wouldn't have matched as well. In addition to that, the Liberal and National parties are the party of higher taxation. They're the ones who increased the government expenditure to debt ratio. They're the ones. Since John Howard and of course Scott Morrison, the Liberal and National parties have told the Australian public to believe what I say, not what I do. And when they get into power, they splurge money again and again and again. We were the ones, by the way, that provided 2 budget surpluses. They promised, Joe Hockey promised, the shadow treasurer, he promised that they would have a surplus each and every year of their rule. 9 years, they didn't produce one surplus. And it says to support people in dignified retirement in the 5th paragraph here of this motion. The Liberal and National parties have opposed superannuation increases every step of the way and then froze the increases when, of course, Tony Abbott was the Prime Minister. Again and again and again, they opposed relief for working class people and pensioners. They opposed, for example, the rental assistance that we provided for people who needed it, increasing in the last few budgets. They opposed it. They voted against it again and again, each and every time. And when they said, by the way, when their former illustrious leader, Susan Lee, the member for Farrer, talked about TAFE, they said, unless you actually pay for things, you don't really appreciate them. And of course, in their first budget when they were in last, they cut $80 billion on education and health expenditure. Is that the kind of cuts you want to make? Is that the kind of cuts the Liberal and National Party want to make? I reckon that's exactly what they want to do. Because when they were in opposition, they're nice and bland and vanilla, and they say, trust us, we believe in Medicare, we believe in public education, we believe in public hospitals. And when they get there, when they get into power, they do what they did in the 2014 budget. And we've got some new members here, by the way, who must have political amnesia because they stood for political parties, the political party, the Liberal and National Party and the Liberal Party in South Australia. They stood for them as candidates, backing in exactly what they did in opposition in the last parliament, exactly what they did in government under Abbott and Turnbull and Morrison, and now, since they've been sitting on the opposition benches, have voted against relief for people again and again and again. So it's a bit rich for the member for McPherson to bring this motion, and for those opposite to talk about cost of living relief when they have opposed it. It is only Labor that stands up for middle Australia. It's only Labor that stands up for pensioners, and it's only Labor that stands up for the working people of this country.
Thank you.
Speaker, I rise to seek leave to... I seek leave to speak again.
Is leave granted?
No.
I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I've got a secret to let you in on. And it's that when the coalition, when those opposite talk about cutting spending, what they're talking about is cutting things that Australians need. And the member for Blair is right. What we don't know is what cuts they are talking about when it comes to this budget. What we don't know is whether it's going to be health. They might go into the idea of axing bulk billing again. Whether it's going to be manufacturing. We know that last time they were in government, they cut the guts out of manufacturing, sent jobs offshore and booted the car industry out of this country. Is it going to be cuts to education? Back to what the coalition did in the Howard years, making sure that tertiary students were doing it even tougher. Deputy Speaker, this debate at its core is about what the opposition would cut, because they've got a cracking track record of it. And Deputy Speaker, last week I was out knocking on doors and I spoke to a mum in Corinda and she was worried about how her adult children would get into housing. I spoke to a dad in Tarragindi with a 5-month-old and he was worried about healthcare. I spoke to a young couple in Corinda and they were worried about the cost of their bills. What is clear is that people are doing it tough. People are doing it tough across this country, and that is why the Albanese Labor government is focused with a laser on our #1 priority, which is delivering cost of living relief. And Deputy Speaker, cost of living pressures are real, particularly for those on low and fixed outcome. We're taking action every day on easing cost of living for everyday Australians. And I think it's worth looking at the opposition's record when it comes to the economy that has such a big impact on every Australian. Because the opposition left us with an inflation rate with a 6 in front of it. Public demand grew faster than private demand, 2/3 of the time under them. And they went to this last election promising bigger deficits, promising more debt and a tax hike on every Australian to fund nuclear reactors. That's the reality. We don't have to imagine what the opposition would do if in government, because they have shown their colours time and time again. And not only do we know they have a track record of cuts, not only did they want to increase taxes for every Australian, they've also voted against cost of living relief measure after cost of living relief measure. Whether it was free TAFE, whether it was 20% off student debt, the opposition has form. We've delivered surpluses. We've turned those Liberal deficits into surpluses, and we've brought the budget into much better shape. The budget is over $233 billion better than what we inherited. Over $114 billion in savings found. It's the only mid-year update on record to deliver a better bottom line in every year of the forward estimates. Less debt in every year, and net policy decisions that improved the bottom line. Inflation has been higher for longer than we'd like, but it's substantially lower than its 2022 peak and much lower than was inherited by the coalition. Temporary pressures like the end of energy rebates, global volatility, and the escalating situation in the Middle East. The RBA governor has been very clear. What surprised them last year was the strength of the pickup in private demand, not public spending, not fiscal policy. Private demand strengthened substantially more than expected in mid-2025. And in the December quarter, private demand contributed more than 3 times as much to growth as public demand. Deputy Speaker, when you contrast this side of the chamber with those opposite, what is it clear is that we are investing in cost of living relief for everyday Australians, and they only ever cut.
Thank you. The debate is... there being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Thank you.
I second the motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those of the opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 5 p.m. on Tuesday, the 24th of March 2026.